Burkhart Meister.
Yeah,
Yay.
here we go. It is
Berkey.
How you doing?
Groundhog's Day.
Long time, man. Happy New Year.
It's Groundhog's Day.
What is that iPad? Is that is that camera trying to track him? That's
I don't
interesting.
know.
It's tracking you're in the room.
Yeah, no. Groundhog's Day, in the year of our Lord, 2022, and Kevin moved the rock apparently. And you say you're in a fish house? Are you out in a frozen lake right now?
Yeah, I walk on water.
Well, I didn't know Santa could do that.
Oh yeah, baby. There's only about 18 inches of it frozen.
Nice.
No, is this the real Kevin Burkhart's fire, or is this the fake Kevin Burkhart's fire?
This is the real one that finally got out of Facebook purgatory or whatever.
What happened with the Facebook?
My Facebook account got hacked on December 28th. I woke up in the morning and somebody had tried to access it from Arizona, Washington, D.C., and
domestic.
France.
Oh,
and
France. Oh, that was interesting.
And then by 10 o'clock, I had a $900 PayPal charge from my personal PayPal, another $900 from my business PayPal.
So they hacked your PayPal account too?
Yeah. Well, no, they just did Facebook charges.
Which is tied to your PayPal account.
That I had activated, for my ads with Facebook.
Oh, they could use that to buy things?
Well, to pay for Facebook ads.
Someone ran Facebook ads on your account.
Yeah.
Ads for what?
And we don't know. I never did know.
Oh, you can never figure it out.
They never.
That would have been interesting.
Nope, they just said
probably
your
NFTs.
account's been canceled, and if you follow community standards, we'll get you back. If not, it'll be deleted, and we don't have enough people during the pandemic to look at it.
What?
Unbelievable.
How
thankfully
expensive is that company? What is Facebook's value right now?
Yeah, obviously they don't care, but
that's $323 a share, by the way.
Yeah.
What's the valuation? Oh, $1 trillion. Can't afford anybody. Can't afford it. $1 trillion. $1 trillion company. Can't afford to hire
Kevin's little $900 fraudulent Facebook charge.
Funny. Wow, that's amazing.
So long and short of it, thankfully, what I ended up doing is I went on, set up a new account under a different email. It only worked for 3 days before they found that and said, you got a duplicate account. This is flagged. But I went on all of my business pages.
You told them your account was hacked, right?
Yeah, I went into all the help files. There's no way.
They don't know technically if it is or not. And
you can't get a hold of a live person. You can't get a hold of a live email. $1
trillion company. All automated.
I spent 3 days.
Okay. I mean, I'm not defending their decision here, but they do that to prevent people from being able to talk to somebody that
social engineer.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
sure.
It's made to be it's made to be dense and obfuscating. Why do you think it's so like if you have something wrong with, I mean, admittedly, and I don't mean to praise Amazon anyway, but Amazon makes so much money that like if you say, oh, hey, this little thing's wrong with my thing. Oh, okay, we'll send you another one. I mean, it's just like it's immediate.
Yeah.
Like they're like
everything is just
whatever.
Return it.
Done. Cool. Great. Yeah. Awesome.
But I've never done my Amazon account did get suspended once. Actually, it's been suspended twice. And it's hard to get your account turned back on.
Yeah, it was.
And I'm like, I'm running cloud services through my account. I have to be able to get to the cloud services.
May I ask you why you would have that?
I charged too much stuff on my Amazon on my American Express. I was sending out gift cards.
I got you.
If you buy like let's say $1,000 worth of gift cards in a day, your account will get flagged.
Wow. That makes sense, yeah.
Well,
so now I have to, when I do it, I have to do them like 2 or 3 at a time.
You do realize that's for your protection, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
sure.
I mean,
but to suspend my account and let me not be able to log in, and then
Yeah.
and by the way,
not get a
they
person to
called
help
me.
you fix it. And that's
They
the
called
problem.
me to do that, and I did not get the phone call, and I returned the call, and it goes to nowhere. And it's like, what the fuck? Like the number doesn't work. And then they're like, did you make these charges? You need to respond to us like immediately. And I did, and no response. Like nobody's anyway, whatever. It's just the modern world, man. It sucks.
Well,
Yeah.
thankfully, I went on all of my business pages. I had my Happy Mouth page, a couple other pages were all gone.
They deleted them?
It's like I didn't exist and they were gone. Yeah.
Jeez, man, what a real
yeah, it's like
call it?
hundreds and hundreds of hours of media work and followers and all
and no
that.
way to get it back.
And plus I'm a regular Facebook advertiser. I spend
know,
a fair
you
amount of
pay.
money with them.
Exactly. Jesus.
And so then I got onto the Game Topper Nation Facebook group, still was up. And I said, hey, my account's been hacked. I don't know what to do. I've done everything I know how to do. I've sent every report I know how to send. And two of my backers actually gave me people who worked at Facebook. Okay, now this was funny. Okay, bear with me. But the one guy,
Mark Zuckerberg was one.
No, that wasn't him.
Sheryl Sandberg the other? Oh no. Okay.
Oh no, yeah, not Mark.
No,
Yeah,
not them.
I know. I that was the last resort to call him. So, he's in my Rolodex. So he
Rolodex.
Well, yeah.
How crazy is it that your account?
I'm old. I still got flashcards. Okay.
Do
you? So I end up. Both of these people reach out to me and say they can file internal tickets and try to escalate it for me. Very helpful. Then I get the address of the one person, and it says it's got the Meta logo and their name, and it says number 1 Hacker Boulevard. And I go, oh crap.
Yeah, that's their address.
I got some other deal here. I got to be careful. And so I Googled it. I looked it up. The headquarters for WhatsApp app, Instagram, and Facebook and Meta, they're on this bay right in California, and this great big boulevard that goes all the way around it is called Hacker Way Boulevard.
Right.
Pretty funny. But it took 30 days. It was the last day that it said that it was going to be deleted permanently. And all of a sudden I got an email that said we've deemed that your account was compromised. They put back the credit, the charges that were fraudulent, and all my pages came back, and I was admin, and everything's back to normal.
Okay, great. Good thing you knew somebody at Facebook. Not everybody. I don't know. It's just like what do people do if they don't know somebody at Facebook?
That's the problem. That doesn't seem right to me, but I guess
the only way I get anything done at Google is because I know somebody at Google. Otherwise, I'm up against. Actually, it took me a year. So AdSense, right? You know what AdSense is, right?
Yep.
It's an advertising platform serving system that we use on BGG.
Yep.
So this past year, they've been hounding me to update my tax information. I'm like, we've been using this for 17 years. Why do I need to update my tax? Like, they always send me a 1099 every year. It's correct. I mean, it's been correct for the past 17 years.
Yep.
And they froze the account, and they basically said, you got to update your tax information. Okay. When you freeze an account, you get my attention. I go to update my tax information. I'm like, okay, what's a 1099, W-9, right? You fill out business name. Yeah, your
you had to fill one out for me when I did advertising with you guys. Yep.
Yeah, it's fairly standard. Rejected. Doesn't match your account name. I'm like, what? My account name? Okay. Oh, my account name's Scott Alden. Okay. Well, I'll do Scott Alden doing business as Board Game Geek. Here's my tax ID, blah, blah. Rejected again. I mean, I'm going through this for a freaking year, back and forth with these guys. I can't get a hold of anybody to fix it. And then I'm like, oh, maybe I need to change my bank account information, because when I set it up in 2005. Can you believe this? AdSense 2005. I put my personal name as the account because I didn't have the Board Game Geek checking account at that time. And so I put it in there and I put it into the account, and it's been going into that account for 17 years under my name. Now it is the Board Game Geek account, but it has got my personal name on it. So I go, oh man, that's what they're just checking the name. Okay, change the name. Error. 6 months ago, I got this error. Every month I try to fix it. Finally, I'm like, please, someone fix this for me, like so I could get paid. Almost like a year of payments not sent. It's ridiculous. Anyway, it's just frustrating because there's no people work there. People work there, but they don't respond to any problems.
Must be nice.
What?
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Goldie, look at the chat. I sent you something. I need you to do something for me
Right now?
right now.
Oh, I don't have that installed. I don't think. Hold on, let me see that.
How do you figure?
I uninstalled it
Why?
because I don't like to support this company.
Well,
Wait, no, you know what? It's still installed. Never mind. I thought I installed it.
I understand. I mean, but there's very little we can do until we can find a
Yeah,
better
sure.
functionality.
Riveting. So it's down to 30 now.
Oh no. Oh, 30.
If you know Dallas, it's bad. 31. It's actually 31.
Oh,
And it's
my
raining,
God.
so it's gonna be solid ice.
It was minus like 22, minus 23, and look at that. A little walleye.
Got one walleye.
You're not keeping that, are you?
It was 14 inches. It was a little shy, but he kind of swallowed it. And that's the
Your
way
ice
that-
fishing? Is that your house for the ice fishing?
You mean he was gonna die anyway? It was too deep. Yeah, that sucks.
He'll be a good eater, but I normally don't keep them unless they're about 16 to 19 inches. But yeah, this is my fish house. You want to see it? All right. Here's the fish house.
I need to come to your fish house.
And there you go. There's the hole over there, my bait. Now look at this. I built a game topper that folds up here. You see that?
Yeah. Why
And
have I not
then,
been invited to come? I love ice fishing, dude. Why have you not invited me?
You're officially invited. Let's figure out.
So
a
is that
time.
I'm guessing that the house is on the shore of the lake or wherever you are.
Yeah, I'm out from the access. I don't know. I'm sitting in 26 feet of water.
We could do the boom.
Where?
We could do the boom right from the right. We could do an Alaboom from the fish house.
All right. I'm in, Lance.
All right, cool.
Well, it's a 7 foot by 11 foot. It was an old Bethany camper, and the guy had put steel siding on it, and they had a fire inside of it with the old camper stove. And so I bought it from this guy for $300 a couple of years ago, and I gutted it all out, insulated it, put up cedar and all this, and built this little game topper folding table in here so I can play games if I want. And I just cooked a bunch of German sausage. Oh yeah, baby.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Nice.
That's what you do when it's 5 below zero in Minnesota.
Is that what you do?
That's what you do. You go
I
visit.
took my kids to school in shorts today, and it was like -20. So you know what? Ooh,
Cool.
It's 30. It's 30 down in Texas, though. Oh.
I
Hoping
know.
we don't lose
People
power. I might lose power. You never know. We lost. Well, we didn't lose it, but the area lost it last year. It's 1 year ago. 1 year ago today.
All right, here I gotta. Just gonna show. I gotta do a commercial here for Gray Fox Games. Here. All right. So here we go. This is the tabletop simulator for Last Light. Aldi, you said this is a great game.
It is.
This is not public yet, though it will be public very soon. You will be able to play this if they want.
Oh,
to.
is this the Roy Canaday game?
Yep, this is our finished tabletop simulator. It is a 4X experience in an hour. And we've played an 8-player game because there is an 8-player variant. This only goes up to 4, but there's an 8-player board and 8 players, and you can play an 8-player game in less than an hour. Actually, it takes a lot. I mean, an 8-player game, strangely, it's actually a lot quicker because when you're fight, what are you doing, Aldi? Besides flipping
I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
God, just trying to show off the game, and here you are flipping the table and smashing.
You should disable that.
Well, I don't know. I just expected my friend not to mess with things.
Admin?
What a weirdo I am.
Who's the admin guy?
Anyway, this is not all. This is, I mean, a lot of the art is final. As far as, but no, I mean, like the it is not.
I got a bite.
Complete. Ooh, you got a bite?
I got a bite.
Well, you got the line going in the house?
Oh yeah, I got both my lines down.
Wow.
You'll notice this the planets and the stars will not revolve. Or I mean, we've thought about it. We thought, like, what if
really
we put a little tiny.
That's so disappointing.
Yeah. Although we're looking into the possibility of the white dwarf star in the middle. We're looking into the possibility of putting a little tiny motor in there, so that will spin as you play. The big thing is that you can't send a game. You can't send a game with batteries.
Don't bother.
Yeah,
nobody will care.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. People might think it's cool. Who knows? Anyway.
Or you could just tell them buy a kit and do this, right? And you can just
there you go.
Otherwise, then you have to worry about the importing metal objects in your board game.
They could make all made out of plastic. They could make out of plastic these days.
Yeah, we're gonna do some play testing still a little bit, just to make sure that all the factions are evenly what's one thing for they're balanced. We're gonna do some. So if you want to play test the game and give us feedback, join the Gray Fox Discord, and then I'll teach you the game and we'll play. But this game is fantastic. I mean, as far as the alien factions, aliens all have like special abilities and things like
artworks.
Yeah, man. We're excited about this one. There's probably there's 4,000 people following it right now, waiting to back it. So I don't know. We're pretty excited. What?
Game found.
There's no set date. I mean, we will launch it when it's ready. That's we will announce a date
when it's done.
When it's done, yes. The old.
I remember that.
We will release the game when it's done. But I mean, the whole purpose of the game is that you really want to get your ships into the middle of the board, because when the planet revolves, because I'll just hit this button here. Ooh, look at that. When the planet revolves, or when the solar system revolves, you will, if you have ships in the middle, you will gain light, which is the last light of the universe, and that's the light is the power that you'll use to preserve your life and the life of your faction. There's other ways to get light, but the way to get the most and the quickest is to be in the middle when the solar system revolves. And the solar system revolves when each player has a hand of action cards. And each of these are the exact same, but they have a card that is their refresh card. There it is. They have a card that's a refresh card. When you put your refresh card, a lot like other cards, when everybody's simultaneous placing a card down, you put the card face down like so, and then everybody reveals at the same time, and everybody resolves their action at the same time. Even if somebody is doing command actions at the same time, command is how you move your ships from space to space and actually fight. It is a very strict process as far as how that works. But for the most part, though, you will not normally butt heads with any opponents when you command. When you do battle, when you do the command, you move into a spot and you fight. There's no back and forth, roll a bunch of dice kind of thing. It's you move into the spot and you do your attack. But anyway, so when you resolve your action and you're doing what you're doing, then what happens is that each person just resolves their action in turn. Very rarely will the order of the actions matter, so you can just do it all. That's one of the reasons why the game plays in an hour. But as you play cards out of your hand one by one, Well, for one, the other players can see which cards you've played, so they can kind of get an idea of what cards you have left in your hand. But the moment you play your refresh card down, what you can do is you can take those cards back into your hand, and then that refresh card stays out there. You can't get your refresh card back until every other player plays their refresh card. When every other player plays the refresh card, that's when the board rotates. So you'll fly around, you'll land on like these spots, so you'll explore, and these spaces will, like, first person to get these spaces with these hexagons will get special bonuses when they get there. When you're the first person to land on a planet, you'll flip this over and it'll tell you what the planet gives you as far as mining it, and any special bonuses if the planet gives you for like being the person that discovers that planet. And then and then when you construct on these planets and to mine on them, because I'm trying to drop this on there and I'm failing miserably, you will then be able to, like, do your mine action. You'll be able to mine this for green crystals, and you use crystals obviously to buy different ships. You'll collect technology, and then the technology itself, like link warp, like the cost of that technology is in the middle there. It costs a blue crystal to get that. So this does have expansion. It has the technology cards can be ship modifications. It can be alterations to the design of the ship. It can be just for the civilizations themselves, where like you can get special abilities like this, like you can use this, and anything that says exhaust a card, you exhaust it, you get the bonus. And then same thing happens when the refresh happens. You get to refresh all the cards that you have to refresh. But anyway, Last Light, check it out at gamefound.com, or you can go to lastlightgame.com and you can see videos for this. You can read more about all the factions. You can solve some of the puzzles that we have. The puzzles are cool. If you get the puzzle answers correctly, every correct answer you get from one of our puzzles enters you into a drawing that will get a all-in package, a free all-in package of Last Light, and it will be airshipped to you from the factory, so you'll have it before anybody else in the world. You'll have it before I get my copy, and I've been working on this game for over a year now. So there you go. Anybody got questions about Last Light? Aldi, what do you like about the game? Good answer.
I like the it's basically got the mechanic from you play a card and you can't play it till you do a rest action or whatever we call it.
I know what you're talking about.
What's that called? What's that game?
It's like it's called action selection, isn't
Yeah,
it?
It's action selection, and then you can only play each action one time. And you
Same
can upgrade.
one? Not same one.
Not
I
same
know what you're
one.
talking about.
It's
I know what you're talking about.
It's a Matt Gertz game. It's sorry.
No, I don't think it's sorry. Sorry is a roll.
And honestly, 8-player, we played 8-player when I played it, and it was fast.
Was it?
Now, I mean, I kept my mouth shut to make the game go quicker. You know what I mean? Like in reality, like, I just did my move, and I didn't, everybody's sort of doing their move. And really, you don't need to really talk to each other except for when a combat happens, right? Or like you're both wanting to do the same thing.
There can be a little bit of a game beyond the game.
There's a little bit, exactly. And I was just trying to keep it like, because I wanted to be, there can be some negotiation. I think I did negotiate with
well, one of the actions trade is that you have to give somebody a crystal.
Yeah.
So I mean, you'll talk to people on the table. Okay, who wants the crystal? What are you going to do for me? Give me for this. That kind of thing.
Sure.
Or
I was basically looking for like who was losing.
Yeah.
They could try to give them
who's doing the worst.
Who's playing the worst, and then everybody's like, I am playing the worst.
So there's, when you have combat, you have misses. Obviously, you have bursts, which allow you to re-roll the die when you land on a burst. And there's like special ability results as well. Special abilities. I'm sorry, I'm talking all over your description, but there's like you can upgrade ships with special abilities that want on there. Anyway, you were saying.
I was trying to remember the name of that game Concordia.
Oh,
it's
okay.
Concordia-esque. I like Concordia quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, it's fun. It's a good game. There's lots of cards. There's lots of technologies. I think most everybody sort of went a different direction.
So there you go. Like here's a that's a ship ability. So pay a blue crystal to immediately move the ship anywhere on the board. You know, so like you're in a battle and it's just like, oh shoot, I'm gonna move this guy over to this unprotected planet that I can now take over and things like that. So there's special abilities and all kinds of crazy stuff. Roy been working on the game for a long time, and we've been working on the game for a fraction of that, which has still been a long time. We're super excited. Anyway, as soon as this is public, I will let everybody know, and you can go into the workshop at TTS and maybe plug your nose while you use it. I mean, if we hadn't been like, we're like most, if not all of our mods that we worked on really hard to make sure that they're really, really good mods so people can play our games. Are all on Tabletop Simulator, and we spent so much money and time doing them. I mean, it's just, I think we're actively looking right now to transport our games to another place there. So plug your nose maybe and use it. That's my suggestion.
So what are they doing painted planets for your game, or
the planets are all going to be basically marble swirls. They're not going to be made out of glass. They're going to be plastic. They're going to be resin, plastic, or whatever. Yeah. But they're solid. I've seen them. Ooh. Yeah, I mean there's pictures of them on BGG.
How much does this game weigh?
10,000 pounds.
A fair amount.
50-pound game.
But no, it is.
Air shipping is going to be $1,000.
You know, so I mean, but they are. You can see pictures. If you want to see like the prototype components that we've got from our factory, go to boardgamegeek.com. Look at that. Go to last slide. You can see we upload a fair number of pictures of the way the planets are going to look, and they'll be on little pegs. We haven't figured out the superconductive magnets that allow them to hover in the air. How to get those to each person? So we won't be able to have them float above the board like on TTS, but
are they going to be that shiny?
The ones that are on the thing are like
they're pretty shiny.
They're shiny, yeah. We want people to walk by this game and say, "Whoa!"
Yeah.
And the cool thing is because just like a marble, when you make marbles all swirly, I mean they look alike, but no two are alike. So when you get your game,
copy of Last Light is unique.
Yeah, every copy of Last Light will be unique because your planets, nobody will have planets that look exactly like the planets that you have. So anyway, there you go.
The Game Found preview page is up.
Yeah, it is.
Posted up yesterday.
If you haven't followed it, go
4,070 people following.
That's man.
That's a big pre.
Eric, does your camera follow you?
It does. It's following him.
His wife's in there actually right now.
Oh, okay.
They're slowly moving the camera around.
No, it's a tracking.
That's cool. So Scott, what do you do for heat down there? Up here, is it electric?
No, it's gas.
Gas. So why did you have power outages?
Actually, that was in our old house. We had gas. The new one has geothermal.
Oh, really? That's cool. Yeah. I was thinking about putting that in here at one point.
Not much cheaper for the air conditioning. You gotta tell you.
Really?
Well,
hello, Matthew.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, guys.
So why did the power
go down you got to go down like 100 feet, I think, to go geothermal. So it's a big dig.
100, really?
Something like that.
I thought it was only
like 8. Crazy.
I thought it was like only 8, and then
Is it only
just give me a shovel in an afternoon. I'll get it there.
Yeah.
Depends on where, though. It depends on where. Like here, you have to go down deep.
But yeah,
we didn't build this house, so I have no idea how far down it is.
Yeah,
I just know where the port goes down in the house, like into the ground.
We had to go down 220 feet to get water for our well.
Water's a little different. Yeah.
Nice. Didn't you go dowsing?
That's expensive.
So it was interesting. I didn't know we had geothermal until the air conditioning went out. I mean, I think I mentioned in the inspection, but like, so the air conditioning went out and I couldn't get it started. So I was like, okay, well, I'll call somebody, and they come over and I showed the guy, And he goes, "Oh, it's the capacitor."
Okay.
Right? I'm like, okay, capacitor. So he takes the capacitor out, and it's as big as a soup can. Like it's considerable.
Yeah.
And he shorts it with his nut wrench. And I was like, how are you not dead?
Yeah, really.
I heard a pop. The pop, I saw an arc.
Well, it's a
There was a puff
capacitor
of
now,
smoke.
Scott.
And I'm like, are you okay, dude? Oh, yeah.
Was it gray or black smoke?
I was just like, holy shit. Is this guy an electrician or what?
Uh,
I mean, capacitors are scary.
People don't know, yeah. The L had,
Capacitors are scary,
when I worked on the L,
especially with a soup can. That'll kill you.
Yeah, it's huge.
when I worked on the L, the capacitors were as big as this iced tea bottle for the
Yeah.
regenerative brake system. Yeah, they could be scary.
Just so you know, a flux capacitor is going through time and space. So maybe the guy had no idea what he was doing.
That's most likely what it was. Well, no, he's probably trying to drain it, but that's not the good way to do it. Yeah,
Yeah, he took his wrench and shorted it.
that's not a good way to do it. No.
I was like, you're an idiot.
He lived. Did he fix the problem?
He replaced the capacitor.
Well, there you go.
He shorted
see?
it out.
He took the one out and shorted it in his hand. Which
in
I'm
his
like,
hand. Oh, geez.
he was holding it in his hand and went. Zzz.
I didn't know it was in his hand. Yeah, that's pretty stupid.
Yeah, I mean, he completed the circuit, right? I mean,
Yeah.
like, what the hell?
Lucky he didn't go.
Now
through
it was
his
an
fucking heart.
insulated wrench, but like, I don't know about the. I mean, he didn't die. He didn't
so-
say anything. He didn't go ow, and he didn't fall out over. And that would have been a fun day if he had.
Yeah.
Not for him.
That'll stop your heart, right? Like, isn't
Yes,
that?
it will. I seen a dude drop from that. Yeah.
Oh my god. Anyway, I don't even like thinking about it. I'm like, okay, man, you got it under your control. I wait back down. It's in the attic, right? So it's like, I'm like,
Mhm.
okay. Let me know when you're done.
Yeah,
I'm out of here.
Did you give him a tip for nearly killing himself to fixing your house? No.
Do you tip repair?
Yeah, don't use your wrench to fucking short a capacitor. There's
those
the
short
tip.
out caps on the when you're
I don't
holding
usually
them.
tip people that repair things in the house. Is that a thing?
No.
There's
In
a-
Minnesota, you offered them some coffee and
Yeah.
maybe a donut. You know what I mean? Yeah.
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 That's
It's
what
usually,
you do.
usually around here, it's like, oh, you want a soda? You want a soda for the road or something?
If a delivery person takes things upstairs, I will tip them. Because we got a desk delivered and it was on the top floor, and yeah, it's a big trip. I also tipped the guys that did the gas install for my washer, my dryer.
Yeah,
So-
shit, I do shit like that. Appliances, big
Your
stuff,
dryer is
furniture.
gas? Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Sometimes we'll cook them up some fresh eggs and bacon even.
Mhm.
I won't do that.
Canadian.
I honestly, I just want them out as quick as possible because like I just have this weird like anxiety
Yeah.
about them being in my house.
They feel the same, don't you? I used to
Probably
do maintenance for low income housing. It was always awkward. Yeah, going into people's houses and shit.
So literally, my wife found some guy who's like an independent contractor guy on Facebook or something, and we had him come in, and I think we fixed our dryer, actually. Our dryer just stopped, and he diagnosed the problem real quick, and he's like, yeah, this is easy. I just need the part and I'll get it done. And it was, way cheaper than if we'd done something. And the guy went and I ended up talking to him for a while, and he was, super nice. And even, he asked me about the board games and stuff. And then he asked me suggestions to play stuff with his kids and stuff. And now it's like when he comes back, it's like half the time if it's something that he just checks on, he's like, oh no, you just need to hit this and turn this over here. That's what happened.
Yeah.
It should be fine now. And I was like, what do I owe you? Nothing. He's like, you are my
nice.
way to the next call. See you later. So now when he does my work, I usually give him an extra $20. Just like, here, run my card and here's a $20 bill.
We had a guy come out we had some pest control people close up a little hole in our exterior, and we thought we heard something recently, so we called him out. He spent about 20 minutes looking and checking stuff, and he's like, yeah, I don't think anything's getting in. I said, okay, thanks. I said, what do I owe you? He's like, have a good day. I'm like, come on. So every time they come back, we're definitely gonna
He came back later and robbed your house.
Yeah,
Robbed
that's
them
it.
blind.
Nothing to steal, man. Nothing to steal. My board games. That's about it.
There's money in that there cardboard.
Yeah.
We had squirrels in our old house, and
Oh,
had the-
cute.
no,
Yeah,
and we had a guy come out, and he's like, it was a non-killing thing. It was just a trapping, or
Yeah.
covering up every hole until they're leaving one left and making a one-way door.
Yep.
So we had 7 holes in the house to fix.
Yeah.
I was like, what? How is this house built?
They're nasty. Squirrels can be.
So let me get this straight. So some poor squirrel wants to be warm and fed and comfortable, and you trick it into leaving and then close the door behind him.
Yes.
It's the nature.
Not when I hear the
It's way
damn
of
thing
life.
scratching all night. I don't want a squirrel in the house.
Well, I mean, it can chew the
Basically
wire.
above my head. I felt
Yeah.
I'm like, is it gonna come through the wall tonight? Like,
Oh,
like I gotta get rid of these things.
God, they're not that bad, but they are annoying.
When they're scratching all night.
Yeah, they do it here. The cats will run back and forth listening to them on the roof.
You're up until 3 a.m. most evenings. What do you care? Yeah. Well,
Animals inside the attic.
They were here before you, Scott. They'll be
We
here.
we had to put wolf urine in too. They wouldn't leave.
Wolf urine, really?
Yeah.
You got to go that far.
You ever
huh?
smelled that?
Yeah, that's horrible. I used to
Nasty.
fox urine and shit. I used to use that hunting. It stinks.
Yep. Home ownership. It's grand.
Oh, you just
costs
wait.
you more than a grand.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah, our
But,
refrigerator. We had a refrigerator service, and the guy's like, "Yeah, this panel doesn't work at all." And I'm like, "Oh, I haven't touched it in 2 years." Okay, what's that going to cost? How about $1,000? Ouch.
a grand?
I
You might as
gotta
well
do
buy
it.
a new refrigerator.
I should have bought a new refrigerator. It's a built-in refrigerator. I can't. It's not like
You can
just
uninstall
replace it.
anything.
We just went
no,
through that.
you fix it.
Yeah. It's like a restaurant refrigerator where it's like takes the whole wall, right?
Yeah.
It's. I wish it was like that. It's not big. It's not that big. Like we have 2 refrigerators. We have a refrigerator for my old house in another in the garage, basically,
Hmm.
because there's not enough room in that refrigerator to hold drinks and food.
We
The
just
couple
had-
who lived here barely lived here. Like they lived here like very rarely.
No,
So
it was an
they did
affair
not.
house.
They
You
did not,
live life to the fullest.
Yeah, they lived half their year in Florida.
Oh, I thought it
Oh,
was maybe
sure.
like a cheater's house or something they were using for their little bungalow.
No, the guy here was I think he was like a Lutheran pastor or something.
I
Not Lutheran, Baptist. Baptist.
I
pastor.
I lived in a fourplex years and years and years and years ago, and because I knew the guy who owned it, and he was willing to give me a pretty good deal. This is like, God, I was like 22, 23, and he was willing to give me a pretty good deal on the rent as long as I would, mow the lawn and, just be the person, collect the rent and this
The
thing.
caretaker.
Yeah, but there wasn't much caretaking. It was mow the lawn and he had a service to clean out the parking lot. So all I had to do was shovel the sidewalks, of which there were 2, and they were both like 12 feet long. Basically, it was not overly difficult. I mean, to be fair, I just spread a lot of salt all the time, so that even melted the snow. So I didn't have to work too hard. But anyway, but the fourplex, there were 2 of them. There was where I lived with my roommate, and then there were two of the other fourplexes were just, they had families in them. I didn't really know too much about any of them. They're nice enough people, but there was one that was literally, it was someplace that 2 people were renting as their place they went to go cheat on their spouses, because like they were never there. Like
It seems like
literally-
such a well. Whatever.
it was like
Like I'm renting a whole nother place just so I don't have to get to a hotel
I
and be
don't know.
seen. Maybe
It was
I don't know.
just, yeah.
Depends
it
on
was
how
like-
often they were stepping out.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like they paid the rent. I mean, I saw the guy like a half a dozen times. I saw the woman like twice, but the rent was always paid on time. And
That's right.
and one time the place above them had a water leak, and so I had to go into their apartment. I called the number I had for the guys for cell phones, and he didn't answer the phone. And so I could tell him, hey, I got to go into your place because there could be water damage. And he didn't answer. And then I was like, well, I called and left a message. So I opened it up and went in to go. And he had a little bit of water damage, nothing too bad. But there was a couch, there was a bed, and there was a TV on some milk crates. And that was it in the entire place. I was just kind of like, yeah, this is, but it's a weird world we live in.
Yeah.
Good for them. Good for them.
Oh, do you hear about this new show, the Pam and Tommy show?
Jim was watching it earlier. Yeah, it's on Hulu. I think.
Did you guys ever see the tape?
I haven't. No.
We bought it.
Did you?
We did. I remember, and I was talking to Michelle about it. She's like, yeah, I go, of course she's never seen it, but we bought it when we were, it was like, I think it was 2000. When did that come out? No, 1999 or 1998 or something.
Yeah, it was around.
The Pam and Pamela Anderson, Tommy Lee tape.
When I worked at my
paid $50 for that damn thing.
When I worked at the video store.
Then? Holy shit.
Yeah,
CD. It was a DVD.
Oh, really? No, so we had the video store I had, we had, 10 copies of it. And man,
at a video store?
Yeah.
Well, it's an adult film.
It was in the X-rated section. It wasn't.
Yeah, no, dude. This thing is way.
It was a video store.
Way hardcore.
Yeah, no, and then I had people come in and they call and they say, "Do you have that tape?" And I'd be like, "Yeah." Well, can you set it aside for me? They'd reserve it. It was just.
It's fast. It's a fascinating tape, actually, just from a insight into
coked up people,
a rich, famous couple.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, it was
Tommy. Tommy Lee. I think there's some things that stood out in my mind. I'm like, it almost looked like Pamela Anderson was just humoring him because he was like always amped up like to a million. Did you ever watch Lance?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it was just he
was on fire all the time.
Something's going on with him. Like something's.
Well,
it's called drugs.
Maybe. Yeah.
No.
It's not, but I think there's a deeper rooted thing too.
Probably. Yeah.
I mean, he's probably got some.
Who doesn't?
I watched the documentary, the movie they made about Motley Crue.
Oh, The Dirt or something.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, I heard about that too. Yeah, wasn't it all just it was complete bananas like the entire time.
Yeah.
That was their life at the time. Yeah. Them, Ozzy, Guns N' Roses, they were all.
Now they can't stand each other.
Yeah, they're still touring though. They need that money.
Okay, so I saw them in it had to be 10 years ago at least, and half of the vocals for the songs, Vince Neil was holding the microphone to the audience. Because he doesn't have the voice anymore.
He's lost it. Yeah, if you watch it, there's an actual I gotta send you the video where someone puts the words in that he's singing. It's not good. It's not good.
I worked security for them, but they were still a thing. They sold out a $25,000 people stage.
I was never a fan of Motley Crue, to be honest.
My brother was into them.
There's a couple albums that were pretty good. Shout Out the Devil's not a bad album.
Yep.
I mean, it was
Feel Good's okay.
There's some good songs. They had some good songs.
No, but overall, not. I mean, they were definitely. I got this roommate in my early 20s. Same guy I lived with at that fourplex actually. That he was really into really really heavy metal. Metal I'd never heard of, and he actually got me into more of the really really hard doom and metal and he turned me on to all these Scandinavian bands I didn't know existed, and I started listening to stuff like Deicide and Samael and it was so then when somebody was like, "Oh, I like metal, I like Motley Crue," I'd be like, "Meh." I get all uppity with my knowledge of.
Because they're
You
posers.
uppity? No.
I just sent you, there's 2 videos there in the chat for it's Vince Neil misheard lyrics. You got to watch those videos. They're funny.
And for what I remember, they weren't the nicest guys, from the interactions I have when I did Motley Crue.
Did you ever see them in concert, or you just worked it?
I just worked it, but
Okay.
I mean, I didn't have much interest.
Do you remember?
I guess I watched them when they started playing some songs off of Shout of the Devil. I paid attention because that was kind of like that was kind of like the Motley Crue I was into. But yeah, I mean, the crowd was going crazy. I mean, we had to throw a lot of people out that night. So, I mean, there's something to be said. They still had their fan base. So.
Did you ever see him do that inverted drum set?
I did.
Yes.
Snake opened up for them when I saw them.
Yeah, I wanted to see that, but
they strap them in, and
I think there's a video on YouTube where he's stuck.
Yeah, I heard it happened a lot. That's why they stopped it. Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine being stuck upside down for like half an hour or whatever the hell it was?
Not to talk about something awful, but did you like very recently it was like a day or two ago was like the 20th anniversary of that horrible Great White Fire that killed those people during that concert.
Great White Fire.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I was in Rhode Island and Great White was doing that concert.
Yeah, there was something weird about that too. Like,
because the roof was like 10 feet tall.
It was a very low
roof, and they decided, let's light off this
very low what?
A really low wall.
The roof. The roof was on fire.
Roof, whatever. And so they the giant
good.
sparkler flame goes off and sets the ceiling on fire. And at first people are cheering because they think it's part of the act, and then they're like, oh no,
and then they're dead.
We're all gonna die.
How come people couldn't get out? Was there something else where the doors were locked?
Well, one of the problems is that a couple of the escape doors, like they opened in, so the people were trying to get out, so you couldn't pull the door.
Oh, that's a good design.
That's against the law, actually, or at least here.
Interesting. Yeah, I remember that. How did the band get out?
Not all the band did. The guitarist went back in for his guitar and died, but they went out the back. They went out the back. There was a back way because they went behind the stage and ran out. The manager of the band who lit off the pyrotechnics, he pled guilty to 100 counts of manslaughter because 100 people died.
Yeah.
That many?
Holy 100 killed, 230 injured, 132 escaped uninjured. So it was like 500 people in the place.
Yeah. Not to like I said, not to bring everybody down about.
Oh yeah, let's stop talking about.
That Motley Crue drum rig, that tour, it came to Ottawa, and this was back when before we had the Senators, so we had a small arena that held like 2,000 people, and we walked up to the ticket office literally a half an hour before the show and got front row side seats.
Nice. Wow. They normally would give them away, but I guess they were just didn't.
Yeah, another 5 minutes they would have given them away.
Yeah,
but that was a good show. Whitesnake totally outperformed
Whitesnake.
Motley Crue that night.
Forgot about Whitesnake.
Well,
there was a year in college where I listened to all that stuff. It was like my first year.
It was like
Whitesnake,
White Lion, White Lion,
Tesla.
The Children Cry. Tesla. Oh yeah, I remember White Lion.
We talked about White Lion in the last show. Pride.
I was a big hair band. I'm still a big hair band fan.
David Coverdale had every single one of my videos has to have Tawny Katane in it, preferably dancing on top of my car. You
remember she was in the reboot of WKRP?
Oh yeah. Oh, Howard Hessman died. Thanks for bringing that
up.
Stop. Please stop.
Yeah, Matt. Charlie Brown committed suicide.
What?
The original voice actor Charlie Brown did, yeah. I can't remember his name now. It just happened the other day.
Yeah. You run over any dogs lately? I mean,
No, I did drive in the ice though the other day. Felt pretty good. It's the first time I drove in the snow in quite a few years.
Yeah, no, Howard Hessman, man, that sucks. He was a funny guy. Uncredited role in Clue as the chief of police, and they said,
Oh, really? He was uncredited.
He was,
I remember
and they
that,
said
yeah.
the reason he took the role was because everybody confused him with Martin Mull, and they said Martin Mull was in the movie as well. So he said he wanted to be in a movie with Martin Mull, and so he could prove to people that they were two different.
That's
people.
hilarious.
Right. Uh-huh.
Neil Patrick Harris in Harold and Kumar is credited as Neil Patrick Harris instead of himself because he didn't want people thinking that actually that's the way he is.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember reading an article on that.
Oh, what was the line that he says? It was just like, it's like,
Never
dude,
seen it.
you totally stole our car. You left us stranded. This image has been horrible. Yeah, I know. It was a dick move. That's why I'm buying you breakfast.
Yeah, that's a good one.
He was he did I watched a YouTube video of him and some 3D printer guy, YouTuber, and he did this whole 3D printing project. He made these beautiful, large, like 3x4 foot frames for these prints that he got made. But they were like each one of the frames was like 80 pieces of 3D printed stuff that they print together. They sanded, they glued, they painted. He painted them all himself and everything, and it was a pretty cool, neat little video.
I went to this. It was called Bury the Hatchet.
Did Kevin fall into the ice?
Bury the hatchet. I saw that.
Kevin?
But Jed,
Splash?
we did this like a tournament type deal. And
Is that your new nickname, Barry?
What?
Bury the hatchet.
Hatchet.
That could be.
That's a good one. I would take that.
Yeah.
So we did like a tournament thing, and they actually gave her a trophy that was 3D printed. I thought that was pretty cool. It's the first time I saw something 3D printed.
Cool. Scott, it looks like you're drinking out of a shaker.
It's a corksicle. Do you guys have corksicle?
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, I like the color on this one. Pink and
The only
purple.
corksicle I've seen is just like the little icicle thing that you put inside of a wine bottle.
It's a brand of canteens.
Yeah, okay. I didn't realize they make stuff like that. Cool.
Yeah,
because we have. I mean, I guess they started off with these. They have a corksicle, which is like this. It looks like a wavy icicle with a cork on top, and you put it inside of a wine bottle because you keep it in the freezer.
Oh, okay.
And they also have one for beer and called a Chilsner.
Oh, isn't that hilarious?
Smart. Yeah.
By hilarious, I mean lame.
I actually bought this for Michelle for Christmas.
Yeah,
but it holds
You
so much water that I'm just like, I took it.
Jen does that.
I bought myself this, or she bought me this one. Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
Corksicle.
is actually a Vader one.
Yeah, it's branded as Star Wars. It's got a Imperial.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Did anybody watch the Boba Fett this week?
We can't talk about it.
No, I'm not going to talk about it, but like I enjoy. So
I will say this.
Here's the thing: is the general consensus that people freaking love that? I think
because the last
I couldn't take it. I was very.
I think close to the last two episodes, yes, Scott, especially today's.
So frustrating.
It is frustrating. Thank you. I'm like, I thought I was alone on this one.
Yeah.
Now there's one scene in the thing in which you probably know what I'm talking about, but I don't know the backstory of it all, but apparently your people are losing their shit over it. Freetown scene in Freetown.
Yeah.
No.
Oh yeah. Towards the end.
The one thing I loved about the episode is I love that guest star. I mean, I love him in everything he does.
Yeah, he's a good actor. Yeah.
He was Deadwood, right?
Justified.
Yep.
Yeah.
Justified, Deadwood. He plays the cowboy very well.
Mm-hmm.
He plays something. I always get him confused with.
He's in the he's in the movie with
You get him confused with the guy from Transformers, Barry.
Yeah, I do.
No, he's not in that movie, is he? He's not in
Who's the guy from Transformers? He was in The Date with Tad Hamilton too. What is it called?
Well, and he was excellent in one of the best shows that was on Netflix that they just canceled.
What?
The Santa Clarita Diet.
No, so that's the guy, not the guy he gets confused with.
Yeah, no, that's
I'm thinking about Timothy Oliphant. Who are you thinking?
Right.
Yeah, we're thinking. I'm thinking
That's the guy, but we're talking about the other guy that he gets confused with.
He played in the Transformers, and there's a couple.
Josh Duhamel.
Duhamel, yeah.
Duhamel or whatever his last name is. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was the dude in that Jupiter or whatever.
Yeah, that's
Timothy Oliphant is in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood as well.
Yeah. You know what his nickname is?
was he? Yeah,
Timothy Only Fantastic.
Was it?
Yeah. His Conan interviews are fucking hilarious.
Kevin's blacked out.
We lost Kevin.
No.
There
I'm
he is.
still here.
Call the
I thought
in the
maybe you
mood.
had fallen. I thought you had fallen in the hole.
In the Sarlacc pit.
Mm.
It's Berkey After Dark.
Anyway, that Star Wars
Ooh.
thing is frustrating. I mean, whatever. I'm watching the damn thing.
I'm
It's
watching
fine.
it
I mean,
too. I'm
I'd rather
totally
have it
watching
than
too,
not.
but-
Oh, here's
really-
a question. Here's a question though. I mean, if you look at, there's so many concurrent shows going on, whether it's like one's in hiatus, they're all still in production. So would you not rather see a lot of crossover, or would you rather have big partitions?
Crossover is fine. It's just but I'm fine with like I'll say this without
Say it, Lance.
spoilers. No, without spoilers.
Yeah.
It's like the storyline that they're pursuing that has almost nothing to do with Boba Fett is
Yep.
still interesting to me. It's still an interesting story
Yeah.
to me, and it's still stuff that I like. It's like, couldn't this not be here though? I mean, you've done flashbacks for all the like a ton of the stuff in Boba Fett.
Yep.
Couldn't have this been flashbacks, or did you just not have enough? I mean, there's one more episode of Boba Fett, and literally we haven't seen Boba Fett. Like, there was one episode where we didn't see him at all, and there was another episode where we saw him standing and not saying anything in the scene that he was in.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, it's. I almost
I just
rather
said that
them.
to Jed.
To be honest, I'd almost rather them. Kevin, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I'm just packing up my fish house. So.
I was just going to ask you. Can I see your breath?
Can you see? Oh yeah, it's 6 below zero here.
Are you in like a fishing hut?
Yeah, but I've got the door open because I've been unloading stuff.
He's
Yeah,
been peeing.
It's friggin' cold out here, man.
It was warm here today. It was like 3 degrees Celsius. It was awesome, which is like 40 degrees.
That's
Gotta
what
love
about
that.
here. About that here, Matt.
Yeah.
I'll
I
see
just
you-
wish so. If there was ever a time that I wanted a minus 50 degree cold snap, it would be right now. So those friggin' protesters would go home.
Oh, they're
Yeah, I
still
barely
going on
made
with
it
that.
over. I barely made it over the. I barely made it home in time for this. Just so you know.
It's costing our city $800,000 a day
For what?
Yeah,
for all
The
the
truckers are-
infrastructure, extra policing, all the other stuff.
What are they
That
protesting?
it's the trucker strike.
the trucker strike. So the mandate of
Oh, the trucker strike.
yeah,
Right, the mandate for vaccine.
yeah. So the whole downtown core is completely gridlocked, and we can't get. It's
Wow.
inaccessible.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't go downtown. I haven't left the fucking house for a week, but it's so frustrating. The thing is, they're not going to change it. And I mean, even if Canada does change it, the US still has the mandate.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, I mean, I don't want to dive too deep.
no, it's
but-
very frustrating though.
But I mean, that's
Oh,
the
I'm
whole
sure.
point, though. If they didn't, I mean, take for example when the Black Lives Matter protests were happening and they were walking across the interstates in Minnesota. People were saying this is really frustrating. I can't get to work. I can't do anything. But people were like, people then if you're on the side of saying, I believe in Black Lives Matter, which I do. I'm like saying, suck it up, Buttercup. They're trying to get they're trying to be heard. what's the problem. And if inconveniencing you is causing you to actually listen to what they had to say, then that's the form of protest.
You're not wrong, Lance, and I completely agree with every single word you just said. Where I take issue with now, though, is yes, we've heard. What's that?
Take umbrage with him.
Take umbrage.
Umbrage.
I demand satisfaction.
I want umbrage.
Slap me with the glove. I will have an apology, or one of us is going in the ground.
It's just driving there, Kevin.
It's not the point now where it's like, we've heard you. What you're doing now is not helping anything. Choose a different tack to get your point across, because all you're doing now is you're preventing people, like elderly people, from getting their delivered medications. You're preventing all the, they're honking their horns, and these are not quiet horns. These are 18-wheeler horns, right? And people can't sleep. People, it's just all this other stuff. It's just, anyways. I digress.
No, I mean, hey, man, I get it. I totally understand, but I mean, I will even argue in your defense that, like, at some point it's counterproductive, right? I mean, It's just like,
we've reached that point. Should there be
at this point I wouldn't
yeah.
You'd be like, I wouldn't vote for you to have money for a paid toilet at this point. So, just because I hate you so much. I don't know.
And they raised $10 million in the GoFundMe.
Did they?
And it's now been frozen. GoFundMe is reviewing it because it might because their actions are unlawful. Now it's past the point. Anyways, so there's a possibility, and then the city is trying to get some compensation out of that too.
Well, I'm glad, because I don't think my $10 million check is going to clear. So
damn it.
But the
feels good being Berkey's sidekick in the car. Riding shotgun.
Your shotgun.
What do you stream it on? How are you getting such a great stream?
He's on an iPad. It says it on this thing.
I know, but like,
it's a cellular iPad.
It's the best one I've ever seen. I mean, when we get.
Well, you've never been out to where he lives. He's got
great connectivity.
Well, no, I'm just like there's nobody. He's not competing with anybody for the bandwidth right now.
Okay. Everybody's asleep.
Louis over on the other side.
Nobody here.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But, well, being somebody who has been on strikes, many.
What are you riding? What are you driving there, Berkey?
I'm driving one pick-up truck.
Oh, see,
now we're losing.
Yeah, of course. Now when we say something,
sorry, Barry, you were saying
like a country western song,
But all right. So let's shift gears. Let's stop talking political here for a little while. Let's go. Does anybody actually play
Boba Fett all the time?
Yeah. Is anybody? I want to talk to you about this. There's been a great deal of people posting in like the board game groups and things like that, and I get it. I understand. I mean, there's part of me, like, my hackles rise up a little bit when I see people posting. Do you think I should buy this? And I'm like, why are you asking a bunch of rando strangers to either confirm or
people
deny?
Want
but I understand.
I want validation.
They do. So I should shut up and just and if they want to do it, God bless them. Go for it. I can scroll by.
I like the people who already bought it and say, "Did I make a mistake?"
Yeah, that's just
no. You made the worst mistake of your life. Send it back.
There's a large amount of people that are saying, should I buy like the $450 all-in Marvel Zombies thing? Is it really worth it? Is it really worth it? And and we can discuss.
No.
We can discuss amongst ourselves what we think we should or shouldn't do as far as that is concerned. That's fine. But what I'm saying is that it's just kind of like one of those things. In my opinion, if you are going on to a Facebook post or Reddit post or whatever post, and you're saying, should I do this? You shouldn't, because you should if you have $450 and you're just, well, first of all, if you're like, I don't know if I can afford it, then don't buy it. But if you're like, if you have $450, you're thinking about getting it, and you don't know whether or not you should get it, that to me is somebody's telling you don't. That's part of your brain saying, I don't want to do this. The people that have said, I want this, and they've confirmed it, they've done it already. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to take money out of Kuhlman or Not's hands.
No, I get that.
I hope they make a good a quintillion dollars on this. I hope they sell it. I mean, I'm sure the game is fun. I'm sure it's amazing. Obviously, the game looks amazing.
It does. It does.
But I mean, I'm not going to get it. I have no interest in.
If I spend $450 on a game, I'd probably have to go to a hotel.
Because you're being
what are you trying to say?
He's getting kicked out.
Yeah, I'd have to like go to my buddy's place and crash on his couch for a week, because I mean I don't buy games anymore because I disposable income. What's that?
Eric Burden says a 610 all in.
610. That's US too. So it's like $800.
That's real money, yeah.
That's like $7,000 Canadian.
That's like $800.
If you put that in the stock market,
that's a car payment.
In 10 years, it'll be worth like 10 grand.
Yeah. Yeah. What if people pay for Kingdom Death Monster though? They were paying.
Oh, that was in the thousand. I think it was a 900. Oh
my God. Really? Was it that much?
But that's a boutique thing though, right? You know what I mean? And oh my gosh, that guy, his last Kickstarter update, people are out for blood. I mean,
what happened?
Is he still fulfilled?
Remind me. I'll talk about it. Don't look it up.
We'll
I'll
come back
talk
to
you
it.
about it.
I'm not going
to
to
back to it. Yeah.
So you were asking, what have we played lately?
Yeah.
I haven't played it yet, but next week we've been contracted to do an editing review and a UX review for the Isofarian Guard.
Oh, very nice.
I know. So I'm going over to see Sen Fung Lim in London, Ontario. Yeah. I'm going to drive the 6 hours to get there, and we're going to play a couple of times.
Oh, cool.
And Eric, the guy who runs that company, he is one of the nicest guys ever.
Oh my God, yeah, super nice guy. I had a good couple of chats with him.
What company?
Why?
Sky Kingdom Game.
No, yeah, Sky. There you go.
Sky Kingdom.
Yeah. Super nice guy.
Super.
He's really cares about the product he's creating, and and it goes to, I mean, to get somebody to do an audit of the game before it goes to print, I mean, that's pretty thoughtful. And we're excited to do it. This is something that we want to do more of, and I think Sen is really gonna knock it out of the park because anyways. But yeah, that's what I'm excited to do next week.
Hey, say hi to Sen for me. I haven't seen him in 1,000 years. He and I, when I found my old TMG shirt. I threw it on like this morning without even thinking about it.
I see that. Yeah, I love
it. He and I, when we were discussing, when we were hashing out how we were gonna do the
Belfort,
the Belfort expansion.
Yeah,
and hashing that out at Origins, he and I sat down and had an absolutely fabulous conversation for like 2-3 hours. It was really awesome, and ever since then, like, we were friends. So
he's one of my favorite people in the industry, honestly. He's
you're my favorite person in the industry, Matthew.
I thought that was your favorite, Lance.
Well, yeah, you are my favorite, but don't tell Matt that.
Okay.
Matt, it's actually you. Don't tell.
Well, no, I played.
It's not the hatchet. That's it, Barry. It's stuck. That's your nickname.
I didn't even connect it. I'm a stoner.
Barry the Hatchet. What's your last name?
Reynolds.
Barry the Hatchet Reynolds. There you go. Like Jimmy the Fish.
Yeah. The nose we had, yeah. I worked with a lot of Italians. I know.
Yeah, your middle name now is Barry
Barry T. Reynolds.
Mr. T, when he changed his name, it was first name Mr., middle name period, last name T.
I pity the fool.
I pity the fool.
We had a good time. The only thing I would do is there was 8 people. I would rent 2 lanes instead of just a one.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Kind of like
We did that a
bowling.
But
couple
this is the
times.
first time we ever did it. Yeah.
We did it a couple of times with the guy I do some part-time work with. He brings his staff to do this like a couple times a year, and it's a lot of fun.
Is it the place that's called Bad Axe Throwing?
Ours? No,
Yeah.
we go to. There's a couple places we go to. It's like Battle Axe is one of them, and there's like Lumberjacks is another one.
You keep calling your wife a
The one in
battle
Dallas
axe.
is called Bad Axe Throwing. It's kind of
Bad
funny.
exit.
Bad Axe Throwing.
I found out these guys, these were up in Pennsylvania just because it was closer to my family, but they'll drive to your house and set up things for you. and
We-
do
we
it out
have one
here.
of those-
I'm sure it'll
we have-
cost you, but
We have an
seems pretty
axe throwing bar in
Yeah.
our and it's
Which
right
is
next-
concerning if you think about it, right?
yeah, it is
yeah, a
totally
little
concerning.
bit. They
But,
allow liquor and shit.
I mean,
in there.
how
But
sharp
no,
are the
no, no,
axes?
you're stepping all over
They're
my
sharp
question.
enough.
No. The thing about it, it's right next door to a place that's a bar that has like 40, 50 old school arcade games that are all like free to play. So it's just kind of like that place that we were at in Origins all those years ago, but better. It's like they got like Dragon's Lair and Space Ace and all kinds of cool stuff in there.
You remember the third
Dragon's Lair.
Which there was Dragon's Lair 2, but I also remember there was Cliffhanger.
That's the one.
Ridiculous game.
It was ridiculous.
The ninjas were like, if you could get past the ninjas, you could beat the whole game. But getting
I
past,
want to find my teenage notebook where I wrote down all the moves of that game because I was trying to learn it.
yeah, because that was the game that had both a punch and a kick, and it was
Did it?
just like, it had foot.
I think it
and-
had an action and a joystick. It had a separate.
No, but
kick.
it had 2 buttons. One was for hand, one was for foot. And
Oh,
so it was like, so when you had a situation where it was like you had to do something where you jumped, you had to hit the foot button. And when you were like fighting the ninjas, you had to use like the hand button it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was really good. That movie's
Yeah,
actually pretty good. The movie it's based on.
Castle Cagliostro, it's one of my favorite all-time. It's
Yeah.
one of my all-time favorite.
Oh, it's based on a
animes.
movie?
Yeah, it's
an
Lupin the
anime.
Third.
Oh, okay.
Lupin the
But
Third.
no,
he's
it's
a master
Castle-
thief. He's the gentleman thief.
Yeah,
Gentleman
and if you
That's a pretty good series on Netflix.
Lupin
Lupin?
is
It
good,
is.
yeah.
Yeah.
But Castle Cagliostro is on Netflix. You can watch it, at least in America. So you can VPN to America if it isn't on your Canadian one.
I gotta say, so just going back to TMG for a second, I went to playtmg.com because I can't find my copy of the game I worked on with Seth, and I don't know where it is. So I wanted to go
What
see if
game
I
is
could.
that?
Oh, it's like the last one for the Harbor series. What the hell is it called again? Is it bad that I can't even remember what it's called?
Yes.
I don't know.
Pumpkinhead.
Hold
Just
on.
reach out. Just send an email to Seth. But I don't think Play TMG is on the website anymore.
It's not. It's yeah. That's what I was gonna say. It's not even online anymore.
So I played a overlooked gem from 2020.
What'd you
What's
play?
this?
Tell us.
It's called Sumatra. Renner can you
Oh
see it?
yeah, somebody else. Oh yeah, you posted. That's
Oh,
why.
never mind.
I
I
posted
just
it.
posted
I
about
was
that.
just
but it was
thinking the
you.
same thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're following my Facebook,
Then I realized.
posted it on Facebook. It's fun. It's a good one. It's like Raw. Kind of
Did you
It's
see the
raw.
update? They're
Raw's
redoing
better.
Raw, eh?
Oh, I know. I'm like, it's great. I love Raw.
Oh,
And
wow, you
Ian-
played
I don't even have a copy of Raw because like, what's that?
Ian's doing it. O'Toole. So it's gonna.
Oh,
Oh
look
yeah,
good.
no, I think they posted the cover. At some
Yeah,
point.
Chad posted a few of those meeples.
It's amazing.
I thought I was.
I mean,
gonna
I like Raw a lot, but I'm terrible at it. Like, I think I played that game like 10 or 15 times. I've never won.
Our game
never played
group's getting together.
Why would
tomorrow
that
night.
game be any
was
different
the
from the
game that
others?
everybody picked was to play
Raw.
Raw.
I always like to play chicken, and I always lose.
Are you home now, Berkey?
I'm home now. I'm in the garage.
Woohoo!
Wow.
So I gotta,
That's pretty
I gotta
close.
plug in all my depth finders and all my batteries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you've been on the fishing journey, you know?
Mark, Seth is in the
Fishing.
chat. Why don't you come on, Seth?
I'm still with you.
Is Seth in the chat?
Yeah, he says it was Embark.
Oh, Embark. Thank you.
Oh, it's Seth in the chat.
I'm sure I have it here somewhere, but I can't find it.
Ow.
Anyway, Sumatra is a tile drafting game, and you're basically trying to make sets and stuff. The theme is paper thin, but it's fun.
They usually are with his games.
It's
Yeah,
Is that a T? Sumatra? Is that a T?
wafer thin.
wafa thin.
Wafer thin.
What did you say, Matt?
Is that a T? Sumatra?
Sumatra. It's
Is
the
it-
largest island in Indonesia.
Oh, okay, I thought it was a
I did
type of
not-
tea. Oh, Sumatran coffee?
Sumatra.
Sumatran tea?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Nope.
Yeah,
You're basically not pioneers. You are explorationists, and you're like journaling what you find. And
Voyeurs? No.
they have Wi-Fi. There's a Wi-Fi tile and a GPS tile that you have to get a lot of Wi-Fi and GPSs so you can find all the villages.
Okay.
There's little rules. There's a set collection where if you get the max, you get 20 points, like 0, 1, 5, 10, 20. Then there's another set collection. If you have more than the other players, then you score 5 and they lose 5. There's another one where you're trying to, if you find a volcano, you have to have the right equipment to visit that volcano. If you don't have the right equipment, you lose points. If you get it, you gain. If you have all the equipment, you gain points. You have to find enough equipment so that you can actually travel to all the locations that you explore. If you don't, you lose tiles. And then your crafts, you're finding crafts that are made by the local population. And then there's animals and there's flora and fauna you're exploring, and you have to pair them up in a certain way to get most points. And then there's a whole bunch of what do you call them? Achievement points. Like if you're the first person to find 4 things, you get this. And if you find 5 or 6, 7 different types of things, you get another type of point. It's a lot of what do you call it? Menu, like a menu of scoring.
Point salad.
Point salad. I wasn't gonna say point salad, but yeah, maybe it's a point salad. But it's fun. I don't know. I liked it. We both Michelle. It's like a 20-minute game.
Oh, speaking of him, didn't I hear
It's longer to set up and play it.
Didn't I hear he's only doing one more big box game? Felds? Or am I wrong on that?
Where'd you hear that?
I forget. He's the guy.
All
I'm
the
sorry.
Queen games still haven't been delivered yet. So
I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Rosenberg. I think Patchwork. Who made Patchwork?
Uwe Rosenberg.
Yeah, I'm thinking of him. Yeah, I heard somewhere he's doing one more big box game, and they're all going to be
one more,
like real big one. Yeah.
How is Berkey
like Caverna size? I'm sorry.
He's got like a tracking camera on whatever thing he's got.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, I was thinking because it's like 180 degrees.
So is that a Logitech device that you're on?
No, it's just an iPad 12-inch with
the camera. The camera follows you around the room.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, it does.
Yeah,
it's got a pretty wide range too.
Are you just in Zoom?
No, I'm standing about 5 feet away from it right now.
No, I know, but like you're in the Zoom program, right? I guess Zoom has face tracking.
No, I'm in the link, I guess, whatever it is.
It's Zoom. It's Zoom on the iPad.
You betcha. Hey, Berkey, are you going to Con of the North?
When's that?
Like February 18th?
No, I hadn't given it any thought, actually.
Yeah, I got a room, but I don't know if I really want to be around a bunch of people.
Yeah, my daughter Hannah's expecting her 4th baby here just a hair after that, but she might go.
Doesn't she know where they come from by now?
4 of them. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna have 6 grandkids. Do you believe that crap?
Wow.
At once?
No, Hannah will have 4 and Maddie has 2.
It was a joke.
Somebody got started early.
Yeah, that's for sure. I gotta clean my minnow here now.
I was thinking about my mother with that. I never.
Hey, how's Josiah doing, by the way?
He's been doing great. He got married this summer.
I know.
And then he's been running the shop and just been doing bang up job. The guy's just amazing. Really, really proud of him.
How's your fulfillment going?
Yeah, it's gone. Everything went really well. You know, our first wave, we were about a month early, so that was awesome. Then we had a few hiccups on the wave 2, mostly shipping delay issues, but we got most of that out, about 50% out on time. Another 25% out was about a month late, and then the rest of it is all going out now, which is about 2 months late. The only problem we've got is our dining covers. There's severe allocation issues, and so we couldn't source it in the States, so we had to start sourcing it overseas, and it just took a lot of time. I really wanted to source that here, but just none of the manufacturers of that particular high resin, they just can't get it. In fact, one of the main distributors went out of business because they couldn't get the product to even send to their people.
This is the cover that goes on top. Is it one piece? Or
yeah, it's a really high density MDF, and then it's powder coated. It's a special kind that can receive the electro coating and all that. It's what we made our mat racks out of, and love the process, but it's a little technical and not tons of people doing it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But we found a really good supplier. It took a little bit of vetting. We had one really bad experience, and thankfully we found out about it before it got too bad, and found another company who actually specializes in it. They make desks out of this. Oh, cool. And so, it's the back and forth and testing and all that kind of stuff. It just takes so much time.
Yeah.
Are you still can you order through your website now, or is it still all Kickstarter based?
Mostly we left the late pledge manager up because we're still using backer kit for the fulfillment, because we got all the packages, and the packages are by far the best deal, and it's just easier until we're done with fulfillment, and then we'll migrate everything back over to the Shopify store. Some of the products that are in stock are available on the Shopify store, but honestly, the late pledge manager is better prices. It's the Kickstarter prices. So
awesome.
Yeah, we should be done though, hopefully in 10 days. And we got about 150 units to go and a bunch of little small cleanup things. And they're pumping out 30, 40 units a day. So it's going really well.
That's fantastic. Good for you.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a process. It's fulfilling a Kickstarter is never easy.
Well, I mean, you've been at it for a lot of years now, and you're consistently pumping out amazing quality stuff on, as best as can be expected timelines.
Need some chapstick there, Matthew? Or...
No, I'm just saying, like.
I like that. I like this guy. Tell me more.
No, anyways.
Kevin, I apologize. Do you know Matthew?
Yeah, we've talked.
Oh, okay.
We go way back. We had
an hour and a half into this, and now you decide.
Shut your mouth.
No.
I got a question for you. I got the bits for the crew. And how do they come to you? Are they pre-assembled in packages, or do you do that there?
Which,
like the crew, it was like in a baggie that was stapled with a cardboard flap on top.
Oh no, yeah, they do that. Manufacturer.
Okay. I need Scott does every single one.
I forgot to send you that thing.
Oh yeah.
Or did I? I didn't send that thing to you yet, did I?
No. Scott sits in his office.
You told me to remind you. And I think
you reminded me, and then I forgot, and now I probably know. I'm dealing with a ton of stupid bureaucracy.
Yeah, it's cool.
I hate it. It's not what I signed up for when I started this company.
The bureaucracy needs to keep expanding.
I'm trying to get
the needs of the expanding bureaucracy.
It's just crazy. I mean, I've spent so much time on nonsense. How does anybody run a company?
Can you not delegate that?
Dude,
you delegate that?
No.
Can you?
We're not that big of a company.
It's because it's tax time that you're feeling it, right?
Yeah.
It's tax time all the time for me.
I got my tax bill.
That's true.
I got my tax bill last week. I'm like, okay, this can't be right. It was like $700.
So how do taxes work in Canada?
How do they?
They pay him money because they know it's horrible to live there.
Well, yeah. I'm in a fortunate spot because literally 95% of my income is USD. So
you pay
so real money.
Do you have to file a American 1040?
Not that I know of. I mean, my account.
You're on treaty, tax treaty.
Yeah. So
So
I don't have to charge sales tax, and I don't have to pay sales tax, which is amazing.
Yeah.
So
but you sell to American states
yeah,
and you don't pay any sales tax.
no, and it's great.
Oh,
So I
okay.
mean, so I got my tax.
And you're
bill,
not obligated to.
Well, my accountant does all my taxes, so I assume
Okay.
he'd be doing it correctly.
He's part of Dewey, Cheatham,
hope
and
so.
Howe.
So let me tell you about sales tax. I don't want to talk about sales.
Tell us, guys. I don't
But
have it
anyways.
here. What is
No, I don't want to talk about it.
it?
So I got my tax bill, and I'm like, this can't be right. It's way too small. And then I looked. I'm like, oh, it's because I paid installments throughout the year, right? Totally forgot about that.
Oh, estimated payments.
Yeah, I just
Yeah, you
just-
want it to work out to be zero, where you don't owe any, and they don't. owe
right,
you.
and it was pretty
Yeah,
close. To that. I think I was one payment off, which was great.
Yeah.
There's weird things in with international payments, Kabuki. Like when I had a employee from Brazil or not Brazil, Venezuela, and I went through so much tax work with him for really what I would not call like it wasn't a tremendous amount of money.
Well,
And
I've recently.
a tax person came to my house and
Oh,
nailed
you're kidding.
a notice on my door.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that I was under investigation. And here were my rights.
He nailed it to your door like
Yes,
Like-
it was
like-
a fucking
like
nail.
That's
like
some
Martin
fucking-
Luther,
yeah.
like Martin Luther banging.
It was a
That's
fucking nail, dude.
That is some fucking medieval shit.
This was many, many, many years ago. But
What are they gonna do next? Put you out in the
Hey, man.
handcuff bracket
Hey, brother.
things? What are they going?
all it took was a call
I
to my
would,
account and clear up the thing.
I would sue that guy for damaging your door.
No kidding. Right? So
Literally nailed. You know, the little tack nail.
Yeah.
But still, a nail.
Jeremy, did you send me my thing yet?
Oh yeah, I just sent it today.
Nice.
But it said to sing it to send.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm
Yeah.
driving there. I don't want to have to carry it with me.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and then Eric will reimburse you for whatever if they have you charge you whatever.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeremy, how are you?
Hey, buddy, how you doing? By the
Haven't
way,
seen you
everybody,
forever, man. How are
I
you?
know, man. I miss you, man. On the contour, we gotta see you, man. This year. By the way,
Well,
party people, if
I had to
you
take
watch,
a trip up to Wisconsin with you guys and Ellen and Randy.
oh man, please do. Oh, please do. That'll give us all the reason to get together. Yeah, that'll
That'd
give
be
us
a
all the reason to
hoot.
get together, right? I like an excuse like that. I like that. And by the way, party people, if you did not know, Game Topper is a sponsor of Solo Sundays. Please join me on Sundays, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. I play on the table. I love the table. Damn it, it makes the content better. Berkey,
Where are you
thank you.
streaming now these days?
You the
LSU,
man.
everybody. The LSU.
So I'm still streaming on Sundays, but I had to take a big ass break.
Oh,
Don't worry. This February, I will
Back.
be on. Trust me.
I've been on hiatus
There's a
for
Kickstarter every fucking
months.
week. It's a
oh
Kickstarter.
jeez.
Jesus
Promises
Christ,
made.
man.
Promises made.
February is holy shit,
What are you
man.
doing there, Berkey?
Well, you missed it. I was out at the ice house, and now I've driven home, and now I'm cleaning my minnow.
Did you catch anything?
He's filleting the fish.
Yeah, what you
Yeah, I'm
catch?
flying my
Fish.
walleye right now.
What the heck?
Well,
Fresh.
That poor little fly.
hey, you know,
Where on TV do you get this kind of content?
whoa, look at that.
A boning
This is-
knife.
This is like grassroots shit.
For
right?
1995, you will not.
Yeah.
You will only not get this boning knife, but you will
Hey,
also
Lance.
game
Hey,
top.
Lance.
yo.
What's up with the TMG shirt? You got me thinking about Crusaders, man. Tell me, there's a theme coming.
Oh,
Ah.
Seth just posted in the chat about that actually.
He says it's gonna be a board
What?
game.
Yeah.
What?
Get Seth on here.
Get
He
the
already went
fuck
to bed.
out
He
of
went
here.
to bed.
Get
Said
Seth
he was
on here.
working.
He went to
Seth
bed.
has the
was
link.
working
He can log in anytime he wants.
It's gonna be on Board Game Arena, but he didn't. He said there was something else.
Man, give that game a fucking retheme and get a deluxified edition out ASAP.
Ace.
ASAP.
Don't you have-
I talked
don't
to
you
like
have a-
I talked to
don't
several
you
of
have
publishers about
Crusaders?
trying to inquire about that game because I was
bought-
like,
I bought
that
one of
game
those
doesn't need to die.
overly priced copies from
Yeah,
It's
I
tough.
should have done that. I should have done it because I was just like, this game won't exist unless I get it. But I was hoping that some of these publishers had reached out because I think that's a solid design that needs. First of all, I know the designer has an expansion. I know they have an expansion. So I'm like,
That expansion might be
Just-
actually
just,
printed.
you know.
The expansion that I gave the name
I-
to.
The did you guys see Libertalia is getting reprinted?
Really?
yes,
It's a good
it's not getting
25,000
reprinted.
copies.
It's not getting reprinted.
Stonemeyer. It's not.
Not getting reprinted. There
What?
is a whole there's a whole revision design to this
Oh,
game.
really?
Should have called it a different
Yeah.
name then.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah,
have.
really. If it's a new
It's so
design.
so it's not a straight reprint. It's got a full solo mode in it as well. They redesigned the 2-player. They have, I think the previous game had 30 different characters. This one has 40. They redesigned all the characters to kind of match what's going on in this game. But of course, it's similar. It's the same designer.
There was
Did all the
nothing
rework.
wrong with Liber. I don't know. Whatever.
There's
the same
nothing
theme at all?
wrong with, but there's also it's Sky Pirates now, something like that.
Sky
Oh, okay.
I don't want to play
Yeah.
Sky
Sky Pirates. Who wants?
Yeah,
Why
you
not?
guys are fuck.
But who wants
Jesus.
Sky Pirates?
They
Oh
should
my
fit, like,
God.
It's the
Pirates.
same
Not
thing,
80s
Sky.
movies.
You're on the
Oh,
land, you're in the sky. What the?
I could
You're
no.
so
It is not
forty.
the same thing.
You're so
I was just
old.
curious if it was a second edition or a different game.
No, it's not a
Sounds
second.
like
It's not a second edition. They
Okay.
really kind of went for it and took what the core game of was, and apparently they changed some things. So we'll see
Okay.
what it's like, man. I mean, I like the other one, but I'm not attached to it like everybody else was.
It's a
played it.
bold statement. to
yeah, I
print
was hit or
25,000.
miss with it.
Yeah, like I actually remembered enough to be like, oh yeah, that game was fun.
Hey,
But like,
this is.
Yeah,
I want
take
to.
it or leave it. Yeah, I was the same way.
I'm gonna drop the mic here for my father because my father just texted me out of the blue. 78 years old. He
Yeah.
took me to Star Wars, the very first ever show.
yeah,
Just text me. Bobo is boo boo. Too many plots, no action. Where the fuck is the title character?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Where's the
Yeah.
action?
Apple, far from the tree.
Bobo is boo boo.
Bobo is boo boo.
Yeah,
you
John,
know,
just talking
I
about
you know
that.
what
agree.
I like about. Let me just say this about my Bobo as a person who's not a Star Wars fan. Like, finally,
No,
they get to
no
like,
spoilers though. By the way, we're
like they finally are starting to explain like the universe that is Star Wars instead of
Yeah.
like
You know what?
Yeah.
all
You
Jedi,
have a Star
all
Wars
Jedi, all the
encyclopedia
time,
show.
all Star Wars Jedi, all Jedi, a Luke Skywalker, everything, all the times. Who's the Skywalker lineage person? Like, I get
I
tired
guess you
of
haven't
that.
watched
Like,
the latest
what?
episode.
It's like, where is everything?
No spoilers,
Like,
Scott.
but I'm just saying, like, where's like everything going on? Like, where's all this stuff going on? Or like, who are these people? Like, what else is at
Yeah.
place somewhere random? You know, like, and
Uh-oh.
I'm glad that I see
Uh-oh.
that more.
Did you see that
which makes
power
me-
surge?
I sold the
Oh
flicker.
no!
You guys
Yeah,
get
but I'm
snow
glad I
today,
saw
right?
that.
Am I already going to lose power?
You
I
guys
don't
get
understand that, Scott. How do you lose power? Well,
It's the Texas power grid is its own thing.
Ew.
but like you said, you had gas. Does everybody have gas,
Well,
or is it?
I have gas heating, but not gas. I have
Well,
gas.
that's what I
I have
mean.
an electric. Yeah, I have electrical house, but which
Yeah,
runs on
well-
electricity. But I have gas to the house.
No,
for-
that's what I meant. Does everybody have gas heating, or is?
no. A lot of people have electric heating.
Oh,
Now
okay.
we have electric.
Okay. No, I meant down in Texas. So up here, I have oil, oil, electric, and then I have a stove, a wooden stove. So I could go either way.
And
you
then
know.
we're
In Philly, it was gas. You know.
but this house
Wait,
is
are
actually,
you outside like chopping wood all day? What the fuck are you just wait? You said you have a wood stove?
Yeah.
You just wow.
It does the whole front of this house.
Yeah,
If it weren't
Yeah.
for like the walls between my bedrooms
economical.
and all, it would do the whole house.
keep energy, man. Good.
It cost about it's like 250 a yard, or a cord rather, for wood.
Face
And
cord?
Huh.
and two of them will last me a winter recently because it hasn't been that bad here. You know,
We bought a face cord 3 years ago. We still haven't gone through it yet.
mm.
Damn.
Yeah, it's just we had a couple real cold nights where it gets below 20. You know, anytime it gets below freezing, we'll throw it on usually. You know, but the cords are already chopped and all that shit. I I do have an axe and I have chopped my own shit at times, but I didn't have time before, and now I don't even know if I could.
I have a question about the Star Wars universe. Maybe someone can answer. How did Lando Calrissian get out of the Sarlacc pit?
I know.
The Sarlacc pit held a starship from taking off.
Yeah.
That's a minor spoiler, but that happened a while ago.
Yeah.
And Lando crawled out with it hanging onto his ankle.
He had a lot. Well, I would say if you wanted me to.
Han shot the Sarlacc.
No,
Well,
no.
here-
Lance,
here-
before you say
Yeah,
anything,
no, he did.
No,
He
if-
did
if-
shot
before
it.
you
Yeah,
say
he did.
anything, Lance, you have to say, well, actually.
If I had to give, if I
Actually-
had to give my bullshit excuse, I would say it's because there was a lot of things that were fighting it at the same time, and so it had to like use its strength
It
on
had
multiple
to. It
things.
had to split its resources,
Yes.
its power.
Oh, Jeremy,
know-
when I say
Fair
stove,
enough.
I'm not talking.
I actually
like one I'm
jumped at
used to
that
cook
scene.
on. It's like a
I know what you mean. I
fireplace
know what you
insert. Yeah.
I know what you No. You know what I was gonna say is like I watch like anime, and Ghost in the Shell is one of my Ghost in the Shell is one of my favorites. But I love the fact that it tells the story of the universe, like what these and the characters have their own episodes, and then like they'll weave them together, but you're still being told from that character's perspective the whole time. And for this show, I like the fact that it kind of goes off with that character, but it also has different characters that are smaller characters in it at the same time. So it's not just about Boba Fett the whole time. It is his story. It's
definitely
his
not.
arc.
Yeah.
But I like that.
There's not enough meat on the bones for Boba Fett's story.
Yeah.
But like, to be honest with you, I don't think Boba Fett's that cool. I think he looked cool when we were kids, and like,
Yeah, he's been
Yeah.
demystified, and it's basically made him look frail.
like, I'm serious. Like, I don't really see like the that's another thing. Like, as a Star Wars person that didn't grow up like insanely in love with Star Wars, like when I was a kid, I thought he was cool, like with the rocket pack and shit. But like, I didn't see like why he was this badass warrior that like, you know, like he's an assassin. Like I've seen cooler assassins in
Bounty
shitty,
hunter.
you know, like kick-ass ninja movies. Like I've seen assassins.
Yeah.
Like it's not like this dude is like any better than any assassin. He's got a rocket back and a phaser. Like I mean, a laser. Like
The character
that's
I
it.
want more backstory on is that Wookiee.
The Wookiee.
Yeah.
Oh well, you
No,
Black
dude,
Wookiee,
I
what's his
watched.
name?
Hey, I watched a variant. I watched a whole thing on that guy.
You can,
Oh, really?
you can read like
Dude,
there's the
here,
croissant,
hold on.
croissant-
I'll give you a
you
link.
be-
Hold
you be- hold on a second. You can-
Chrysanthemum.
There is
Chrysanthemum?
a there
Is
is
that his
a
name?
there is a comic
don't know.
book. There croissant is
Croissant.
he is in like he's a I can't think of the you can buy the graphic novel, like it's a big giant it combines all like
Yeah.
16 issues, and you can buy it and it talks about all his whole life and everything that he did. So
Yeah, there's a whole thing on him, and I was like, God damn, this is deep. Like he is.
He's a
Yeah.
badass looking character.
No, but he's lived a long, he's lived a life. By the way, the same site gave me the full-on story of General Grievous because I only knew part of his story from the animated show. And damn, Boba Fett, General Grievous, man, he went through some shit too. Like
Right.
a long journey of a lot of war and love and war, and you know, like I was just gosh.
It's all that other stuff that's like,
I'd love to
Yeah, I'm
see
not
a
deep
I
into
should
it.
make
trilogy.
those movies instead of.
But like Grievous, like really should have had way more of a presence. Like with all that story that I saw, I was like, damn, that's what we got. Like the animated series at least did some like justice of like, hey, this is who he was. But like, Grievous like should have his own show. Like should just have his own show.
he's
But-
dead.
I'd love to
Yeah,
see
but
a
he's dead.
trilogy of
But he's
the
dead.
Thrawn trilogy.
Thanks, Lance.
by Vaughn.
What trilogy?
Thanks, Lance.
Berkey?
The Thrawn,
Oh yeah, Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Grand Admiral Thrawn, the 3 books by Timothy Zahn. It's
Were
amazing.
fantastic.
Yeah, I actually met Timothy at Origins.
I was gonna say
And-
you met Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Yes, all of his blueness.
Ooh.
Okay, there
No,
was
I
one
met-
Jedi.
Timothy Zahn, the author, and it was right after Josiah won the Star Wars Armada National championship. And so I went over there to the book signing, bought one of his books and had him sign it. And I told him about Josiah actually designed the Grand Admiral Thrawn card for Fantasy Flight that's now used in the tournament play.
And he said, "Great, sure, that'll be $10."
It was very nice. No, he was actually pretty moved by the story, and then he, because his character had been elaborated on in the game, and because of his inspiration, and he wrote something really cool for Josiah in there, so that was pretty neat.
Please have your father committed.
No, he wasn't there. I had to bring it later, but it was pretty cool. He was pretty excited.
No, I was saying that's like, never mind. I'm making myself laugh.
Hey,
You
Lance,
amuse yourself.
there was this Jedi, I can't remember his name or whatever, but like there was a Jedi that literally was on the light side, then the dark side, died, came back because of the Force or whatever. And I was like, I can't remember the name of it, but I was like, listen to the story kind of in the background, kind of whatever. And I was just like, why don't they tell these stories instead of like relying on these core characters? Like bring out like some of these.
It's got to be lowest common denominator plots.
But here's the thing, like, when this is Disney now, like Guardians of the Galaxy was not a thing at all before Guardians of the Galaxy. When I say not all, as a matter of fact, Iron Man wasn't a thing before Iron Man. Like
Disney owes a lot to Jon Favreau.
Yes,
but
they do.
They do.
A lot.
They definitely do, because he had to have a vision for Iron Man, because Iron Man was just like,
and for Star Wars.
yeah. So exactly. For
now
the
for
Star Wars is dried up, but
they let those hacks mess it up.
I think what they're doing is
J.J.
they're
Abrams
building up to these other things. Like you just can't throw in Guardians of the Galaxy before you know anybody else. Well, you kind of with Guardians of the Galaxy, but I think they're just
they're literally making an entire universe without Fantastic Four, which is like the core of a lot of events in Marvel history. Like it is amazing to me how well they're doing this without Mr. Fantastic. Like I can't even I don't even understand what the fuck's going on. Like I'm like, wait, but then there's Mr. Fantastic. Like what happened here? Or like there's major points in the plot where you're just like, wait, so if Black Bolt was here, how would this shit play out? Or Namor was here. Like, how would this shit play out? Like, they should already have the Illuminati. They should have them already there. All of them should be there. But like, I guess that's a story for down the line when I'm 68 years fucking old and I'm still watching Marvel movies. I don't know. Whatever.
I got a feeling that's going to happen.
I want the world to move past Marvel movies, honestly.
I'm kind of in the same boat, Scott.
I mean, Eternals is that first, break in the armor. Because I don't think that went over.
I just think there's other stories to be told other than building up to another.
Other than Marvel movies?
No, I mean, in Marvel movies, if there is, it's just like there's just other stories to be told other than building up to this Titanic event that we know are like the event is. It's like Endgame. We know the Endgame, like we know that, but it's like, why can't it just be like? To be honest with you, like, can we just bring back Ghost Rider? Just do 2 awesome ass movies for Ghost Rider.
Well, is Nick Cage available though?
But it doesn't have to be Nick Cage.
I'm here for it.
I'm sure he is available, but
I'm here for it. By the way,
the guy in Agents of Shield for Ghost Rider was
did he pay off his debt yet?
Let me defend the Cage.
Can the guy take a break yet?
Ghost Rider was this is the thing. It actually was a good movie with shitty, and I mean shitty CGI.
Yeah.
Very shitty CGI.
Yeah, it was.
If you did that movie today,
time out. It was not that great of a movie.
But it wasn't bad though.
It was a decent.
I know you, dude. That movie.
No. It's like so. How many of these demons are left? Well, we got the water demon. So do you think we should go through the swamp or should we go around it? I think we should go directly through the swamp. Isn't that the water demon? Yes. I got enough in me for one last ride. Okay, let's go. Well, I made it here. See you later. You think maybe you could?
I gotta run, guys. Nice seeing y'all.
It was good seeing you, brother.
Yeah, it was fun seeing you. Love you,
dude.
Love you, brother.
Moon Knight.
Stay healthy. Stay healthy.
See you.
Moon Knight looks
I
like
didn't
it's
know-
all over the place.
I didn't know Oscar Isaac was playing Moon Knight.
See, I can fuck with Moon Knight.
He's awesome. I
It's
love
just
him.
where do they? It's
I
just
know nothing
how
about
deep, how deep and how dark do they
Poe.
go, which would
Okay.
be great, right? You can make a character more cooler than it actually is if you do it right. Like Moon Knight is not that cool of a character. It's a shitty Batman, but it has its own, angle to it that can be written very well, which Batman struggles with writing outside of Dark Knight.
The Moon Knight
Like-
run where Spectre lost his mind and actually thought that he was walking
Yes.
as the god on Earth and
Yeah.
was seeking and actually looking for vengeance and doing stuff. That was
Wait,
actually
Spectre DC.
no, like Mark Spector is the guy's name.
Oh,
Or-
sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
I think that's where they're
I
going.
know,
though,
I
Landon.
know nothing.
I think
about
that's where
Moon
they're going, but not
Yeah, neither
all the
do I.
way into the God thing part. But like, I feel like that's what's gonna,
So
or the initial part.
getting back to the whole, let's move past Marvel movies.
Yeah.
If you take over the last 5 years, if you take any snapshot per quarter of the theater industry, there's not a whole lot of selection. You either
Yeah.
have Marvel blockbusters or some shitty indie releases, right?
Yeah,
Where
or
are the
Transformers.
Schindler's Lists? Where are the
Or
where are
Transformers.
the really good movie? You don't see those anymore.
Because they don't
And as
make $1
somebody who
billion.
worked in the movie industry for
Yeah.
15 years, I miss those movies.
I would say that they're still there. It's just that they don't get 8 of the 12. They don't get, they get one of the 4 screens
Yeah.
that's left. Out
Or
of
a lot of them
the
stream.
12,
For 2 weeks.
the 12, first of all, 12 of the screens, out of the 12 screens, 8 of them are for different showtimes of the Marvel.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the other 4 is the second place movie that has to maybe have 2 spots because it's a good movie, but it's not going to be as big.
Right.
And then you have Artsy Fartsy that plays on that Friday and the next Friday, which I go see. and then you have some kind of middling movie in between. It's like, hey, I'm the guy that went to go see Melinda in the movie.
You're missing a
what?
lot of these like Castaways or stuff like that. And what are you drinking tonight, Jeremy?
Tonight I'm drinking. It's called Blackened. It's really good. It's actually pretty good.
I find a lot of them are
I miss going to the movies to see stuff like that. I used to get up on Saturday mornings and go see a movie like that. And I would just get up about 10 a.m. and say, hey, let's see what's going on. Let's see if we got some foreign films, something like that. We had a movie theater that was so good at that. Like we had a film festival that would come here that came here from somewhere else. It was really good.
All right.
And they had this place called the Oriental. It was an older place. And they had like at least 2 films, and they were really low run films. And I mean, whether they were foreign films or small Indian films, I went to go see them anyway.
Okay.
And I mean, I've seen some hits that became mega hits. Like I remember when I saw My Big Fat Greek Wedding, like almost a year before it had hit. And I'm like, this movie's gonna be, oh my God, I saw Big Fat Greek Wedding. But like, I do miss those times where it's just like, you know what? I'm gonna look into. I think we're a little too old for. I think we're in the older crowd.
There's
It's
that,
like,
but
you know how
there's
you
also-
just look at. You know how you just look at something and be like, I'm gonna go to the movies. Like you don't do that anymore. Now you have to see a full trailer. Like back in the day, I used to just look at the paper and be like, that sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Let's go to the movie. Like
I can't even do that with my wife anymore, though, because
Neither
there's
can I.
no movies to go see.
Yeah, it's so bad with my wife.
Huh.
We'll be sitting here watching a movie. She'll ask me the name of it, then look up the plot while we're watching it.
right. I know my wife's the same way.
I'm like, what the fuck, Jen?
But you also have to be honest though. Like movies are doing a great job of competing. I mean, shows are doing a great job of competing. Like they're taking the place. There are some really great written shows.
Yeah.
There are great written shows, and then there's a lot of the others we just digest and go away. But there
No
are some
argument.
really well written shows that take the place of movies right now, and that's why you see better actors showing up in
Right.
these shows now. It's just because,
Oh, yeah,
and
10
that lets
years
me
ago.
know once they're piling onto one show, that lets you know that that's where a lot of the energy and writing moves are going towards.
Yeah, I mean that whole big screen, silver screen separation is
Yeah.
really kind of being this. It's all part of the same ether now, right?
Yeah.
Because people are getting such huge success, on this small screen. And how many people do you know that would rather see their chosen media eating their chosen food with their, in their comfort of their own living room on their 60-inch fucking TV?
Yeah, I know. Like
There's still something to be said about seeing a show in the theater.
I agree.
I mean, the vibe.
I agree.
We have a Alamo Draft House here, which is actually like, it's very luxurious, and like the food is actually pretty good in there. I mean, if you want to drink, you can drink too.
Yeah.
And the
But
chairs
it's
go
not-
back. And
I don't know, like movie
we're in
theaters-
Wisconsin, we have all of our theaters do that.
It's a law.
You can get stone drunk and eat pizza in our one.
movie
it's
theaters
common
for
now.
me is
You
popcorn.
can get stone drunk.
That's it.
and sitting on top of other people,
No meals, no nachos,
shoulder to
no-
shoulder with somebody.
Yeah. Hey,
I want my
you know
own
what?
seat.
Hey,
Where I don't have to.
let me tell you something. We got recliners, we got everything, and you can even bring your goddamn flask. Ain't nobody gonna say shit. We just chilling out here in Wisconsin, man. We're like, hey, we're not doing that. They want your service.
Actually,
shit.
Alamo Draft House, I think, was in bankruptcy.
Oh, is it?
I still
Yeah.
remember the first time I was ever in Wisconsin with a couple of my buddies. I can't remember why we were there, but it was like we're at the bar and we were playing pool or having fun, and like it was getting close to 1 o'clock, and we were like, "Oh, we better get our last call drink in." And then we're like, "Yeah, well, can we get our last call beer?" And they're like, "Yeah, last call's at 3 a.m." Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
they really want people to drink and drive, huh?
Drink your-
What is
drink
it
your-
usually?
Oh no! Hey, you know what, man? We got people that are past a handful of fucking DUIs here. It is a huge, huge problem. And the thing about Wisconsin is you can go bar hopping and not leave a block. So that lets you know how bad, how much alcohol is consumed here in Wisconsin. Like, as I tell people, if you go bar hopping, all you got to do is cross the street. And if you want to go to another bar, cross the street. You want to go to another bar, across the street. You're doing bar hop. So it's just one of those things. It's like our bars are like Starbucks. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. So with that, you're gonna have a lot of stone drunkenness, and OUIs and DUIs are just like part of the deal here. It's
What's an
pretty
OUI?
crazy. They're just operating when you operating while intoxicated. So like you don't necessarily get a ticket. You get a ticket for, like, one time I blew the legal limit, blew under the legal limit, blew under the legal limit. So I was operating while intoxicated. So that still counts as like, hey, you were driving. We know you're tipsy. Tipsy driving can get you a ticket now. Actually, like if that would have happened now, I would have got taken to jail.
Probably arrested. Yeah.
Right. So like if that would have happened, I don't know, like as of 4 years ago, it happened a long time when my son was first born. But yeah, like they changed the law. Like now, if you operate without a license, it's basically a DUI. If it's a DUI now, you're definitely going to jail. Detox.
What's the legal limit there? Now?
0.8, I think.
Mm.
Yeah.
Point-
It's different from state to state, man. It's
Don't
like
don't worry. Nobody blows 0.8 here, buddy. That's a badge of honor. Jesus
Probably-
fucking Christ.
Probably 0.08. It might even.
Yeah,
it's-
point
it can't-
0.08.
it's-
0.08.
Is it really that high? Actually, that seems high. But let me look.
Yeah, I
I
don't
think
know
it's
what
pretty-
the state's averages are, but
it's-
trust me, man. I
Oh,
see
you're
it
right.
like
0.08. 0.08.
0.08. Yeah.
Yeah, same for here.
I think Texas is less than that. No, it's 0.08.
That's why I don't ever visit my grandma in Texas, man. Hey.
No, it's the same.
Texas, you
little
can
ride.
drive with you can drive with a beer in your hand.
That's not true.
I remember
It's,
doing that with
it's
my
crazy
uncle,
how
man.
loose it is, though.
I thought in New Orleans you could have open container in the car.
I know
That's
in
not true.
Montana you can.
Passengers.
Passengers can be drinking, but you can't if you drive.
But the thing is open container only means that it's not covered, though. It's just not covered.
Somebody
Yeah.
drinking in the car is that an open
Right.
container?
Like if it's covered, like let's say you had, okay, let's just say you did this.
Put my hand on that.
Let's just say this. Technically. So that's the thing, it's a technicality. So if I say, hey, I have this thing right here, but let's just say it was like a perfectly round cup and it was a coffee cup that you put like a little sealing container thing on. If you do that, it's
Like a lid?
sealed.
Yeah.
If it's sealed,
Like a container. Yeah.
So
Not
when
open.
it's interesting. So when you buy, I mean, this is a while ago, but bottle of wine from a restaurant, you don't drink it all. They literally like put this massive contraption on it.
Yeah.
And to seal it.
Yes.
Yeah.
You seal it. Yeah. If it's sealed in some form. Now, if you got a straw and you're sipping out of it, fair game. Fair game. They got you because they'll ask you, hey, what's in that container? You open the container. Whereas, like, if I got it sealed and say, hey, this is sealed. Hey, as long as they don't have any reasonable doubt to say, hey, like, are you drunk? Have you been drinking? And they have a reason to search you. Good to go, man. You are good to go.
You know
Cover
a lot
that
about
shit up.
this.
Cover that
seal
shit
it
up.
in
You don't know why?
Wisconsin.
You want to know why? Because unfortunately, when I was younger, I rolled with a lot of guys who just didn't give a shit. And either like they just didn't give a shit, man. Thankfully, I'm here to tell you the story. All right. That's what I would say. Thankfully, I'm here to tell you that those stories, right?
Oh, everybody's got that one story where they were like, I shouldn't be driving, but I'm gonna make this really stupid decision.
That night that I got that night that I did, I was so honest with that cop. And I think even if I did blow exactly the legal limit again, I think he just let me go because he could tell I was having a really fucking terrible night with my wife. Like you could just tell. You could just like, and the thing was, I wasn't drunk. He just knew it because I was balancing, I was doing all the stuff, and he was like, he said something to me in the effect of like, "Man, you just had a tough night." I was like, "Yeah, I'm just having a tough night." And I was like 5 blocks away from my friend, and I was just like, "I'll walk back, man. I will walk back. Like I'm having a tough night. It was freezing cold. It's like I don't even care. I need to be alone with my thoughts. Like just let me walk."
Why are you hassling me?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I had a newborn, and my wife and I are just yelling about every goddamn thing because baby's not sleeping. I got one night out, and here I am. Yeah, it was crazy. It was a crazy night, but I learned my lesson. Thank God Uber and ride shares now exist.
Yeah. We have
not back then.
We have a warning range here from 0.5 to 0.79 or 0.05, whatever it is, 0.05 to 0.079%. And basically they can take your license away for 24 hours.
Yes. Okay.
For that range. And then you got to come pick up your car or whatever.
That's interesting. So they take it away for hours. See, they would just detox you. They would just do I think it's just 12 hours. You just got to be in there for 12 hours. So you got to figure out a work situation, everything. You got to figure out a good lie. So you got to figure out a good lie.
Figure out a good lie.
Yeah, you got to figure out a good lie for work.
That's nuts. I remember as a kid driving, like my uncle drinking and driving, like 12-pack in the back with his buddies. It's nuts.
I remember
the shit they got away with back then.
I remember going to concerts when I was like 13 and 14 back in, what was it, 1985, 86.
Yeah, probably the same range. Yeah.
Waiting for my parents to come pick us after the concert. We saw like Iron Maiden or whoever it was. And the cars were leaving the stadium and there was cops directing traffic. And back then you could smoke in the arenas and a lot of people would smoke, smoke weed and whatever. And I remember, it's distinctly in my memory, I remember this one cop kind of like putting his hands on the hood of one of those cars, like, "Do you want me to drive the car for you? Can you drive this car? Go." Because the guy couldn't really drive very well. That was back when drinking and driving was still a civil thing, not a criminal thing.
Oh wow. Yeah, I remember I remember my uncle just down south, just smoking, drinking, like doing whatever the fuck he wanted to do. He didn't give a shit. Like, he didn't give a shit about anybody. My grandpa and him, they didn't give a shit. I mean, just right there at the side of his mouth, fucking, you know what I'm saying? Just did not give a fuck.
Where's that, Jeremy?
Arkansas, though.
Arkansas.
Arkansas, though. You know, it's like if somebody pull you over, Like, unlike city folks would be like, man, what the fuck? Why are you bothering me? I mean, Southern folks be like, man, what the fuck?
Like me, make you feel bad from
I mean,
stopping.
just looking at this dude, like he about to end his life. Like, what? Why are you pulling me over with a joint in hand? Like, why are you pulling me over, man? Like, just wild, man. Like down south is wild sometimes, man. It's
Such a different culture.
it's so different,
Yeah.
man. Like, oh man, it's so different. I mean, like I'm a city boy, man. I went down there every summer, and like some of the stuff I saw, I was just like, this is fucking crazy, man.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin,
Okay.
and I was born and raised there. And then like pretty much every summer I was either down Arkansas, Alabama, Georgia, and then I went to Cleveland, Ohio, because my grandma would take us around, and we would either work the farm or we would go help a family member that was older or help
cool.
someone that
Nice.
was like
Yeah.
having issues and they just needed like help. So we would just be doing that, man. And you just see some things, man. You see some things. Like I thought we was poor. Then I saw some of my family members, what that looked like. But like country poor is like
That's real.
Poor,
Yeah.
poor.
That's
shack,
real
bro.
different.
Like it's a fucking shack, you know, it's a shack or it's a makeshift for some people, you know, or it's, you know, government housing for some people, but like there's lower than government housing. And I didn't know what that looked like.
Yeah.
So it was just like, and then like my grandma is, you know, old school and humble as she is. She's like, oh no, we doing this. Like whoa.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, thank God I ain't live in the shack. We live next to the shack, but I'm thinking to myself, like, wait, we doing this? Like with all us? You know, I'm an only child. So, you know, like I'm an only child. So I'm sitting here like, wait, we doing this? Like, I don't get my own room. Like, you know. So yeah. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy.
One of my guys lives in Milwaukee, actually.
Oh yeah.
One of my designers, yeah.
Jeremy,
How
I'm
about that?
curious. Is the term Yank a thing in the Black community in the South?
Yankee?
Yeah.
No, only when I went down there, you know, like when I was in South Carolina, that was the thing. Sometimes people said that stuff, like, oh, you know, like you're a Yankee or whatever. But like
Within
that
the
was when I
Black
was younger.
community?
But that was when I was younger, not
Okay.
when I was like older. No.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Nah. Black folks would be like, oh man, you know, you talk real proper, like you're from up north, you know.
Okay.
Like, real
Okay.
proper. Yeah. Say
I
you talk
was-
real proper, man. You sound like you go to the white schools, man. Yeah. Like you go to white schools.
Yeah, I get
Raw.
you.
Real proper. Yeah.
I was called a Yank. I was 16 or 17. It was my brother's first marriage, and he got married in Pensacola, Florida.
Okay.
But they were from
Florida.
Georgia, somewhere in Georgia. I can't remember. And the grandfather called me a Yank, and he was from Connecticut. And I'm like, yo, old man. You know, what the fuck? But I was like, I didn't
Yeah.
know. I didn't understand it. I didn't know how to take it. Yeah.
Dude, I just find that really, really interesting. I remember my cousins or like the girls down south, like it was almost like I had an English accent or something like that.
Yeah.
Like it was just weird, man. Like when I got to my teens, they'd be like, you know, like you're just different. Like you sound different or
Yeah.
whatever it is. But like, you know, it's a thing. Whatever, man. It's such a fucking thing. Still always down south. Still, you
up
know,
north
city-
too. Yeah.
I love down south as far as how beautiful it is. But like
Yeah.
when I was in South Carolina, I wanted to live there, and then like just realizing where the climate of what it actually was
Right.
versus what it was showing.
Yeah.
And yeah, I got fed up and I left. I was like, I'm not gonna raise my kids there. Don't want to live in Mississippi. Don't want to live in Alabama. Arkansas is like sort of divided in half. Like that's no different than Wisconsin. So it's like Georgia, I could go there, but I don't like too big a city. You know,
Yeah.
Atlanta, stuff like that.
Atlanta's
So-
huge. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. The South, because the South is just absolutely beautiful to live in. It's absolutely beautiful. And you can get your nice set of land and for a good price, you can get yourself a nice, 50 acres or so and get yourself a nice little set of land and be good to go. But I'm not really a farm boy, so I'm not, like enough to run a farm. I know how to bale some hay if you help me out. you can get the damn tractor thing, whatever, man. I'll fake it till I make it. But yeah. Other than that, man, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm a city boy, man. It's okay.
Jen and I were talking about. She wanted to go like tour Savannah. She loves Savannah, and
Yeah, hey, Savannah is beautiful. Like that's the thing, man.
Yeah.
Georgia is not short on beautiful shit. Like
But
it's
Is
not
all
short.
of Georgia considered the South?
pretty
Yes.
much Georgia.
Yes.
Yeah, anything
Yeah.
below Virginia, basically.
Yeah.
Even Virginia to an extent.
Yeah, Virginia is still kind of considered the South. Yeah, Chris Goulet was like, "Hey man, you should come to West Virginia." I'm like, "I am not. Did you know what the fuck you talking like, dude? What West
No.
Virginia, bro? Like
That's another world.
West Virginia, bro?
Beautiful state, but it's different.
That's
Virginia?
over my head. I'm not.
Are you gonna fly me in helicopter to your crib? Because I'm not coming.
Is that a very bad state
Man,
for
West-
black people?
All right,
or-
welcome to West Virginia. You are not invited. I don't know, like what the fuck? No, West Virginia is just a very separated, very very separated place. It just is, it just is.
But man, I don't want you. I hiked a lot of the not a lot, but a good bit of the lower part of Appalachian Trail, and I saw how the people in the Appalachia lived. They're dirt poor. It didn't matter whether they're black or white. They were
Right.
a tight community to live. It's not all segregated mentally, as opposed to physically like it was before. Still, yeah.
And a lot of that
the mountains actually grew up between them. That's how they're physically separate.
So there's 2.79 million people living in West Virginia.
Yeah.
1.79 million people live in West Virginia.
And again, that's a poor state too. West
it's
Virginia.
a very
What
very
about
poor state.
what about East Virginia? How many is there?
That would be Virginia proper.
I don't know.
Is there North Virginia?
South,
8.5 million.
Northwest.
It's so funny, these states that have like almost no people in them, and the power they have over the political makeup of this country. It's like
Alright.
so minorities.
Has anyone watched any new TV shows or movies?
I
or
would,
stuff that's in politics?
Actually, what is Jeremy?
Yeah,
doing?
I did.
No, I don't want to talk about TV anymore. Well,
I watched In from the Cold.
Yes, I just started watching that. It looks promising. That
I enjoyed it.
how far are you into it?
I will, without spoiling it, I will say I did not enjoy how it ended, but I did enjoy the series.
Okay. Yeah, I'm only
Hi
two
Shane,
in.
how are you?
Hey Shane.
Shane.
I want
Happy New
to
Year.
suggest I will suggest one movie. And you have to have Hulu to be able to watch it. But it is called
Okay.
It's called Ride the Eagle, and it is a kind of quirky comedy about the premise behind it is a guy's estranged mother passes away, and he didn't have a really great relationship with her, and she leaves him this fabulous cabin that he would love to have, but in order for him to inherit it, he has to basically do a to-do list that she has, that a lot of it has to do with making amends with the people that she hurt in her life. And it's a little heavy in parts. The guy,
I think I read about this. Who's in
yeah,
it?
it's a really good movie.
Okay.
Cool. Well worth the watch. I won't tell you anything else about it, but if you have Hulu, you can watch it. It's free.
Go
I
watch
started
the season of Ozarks. Anybody watching Ozarks?
Oh,
I haven't
yeah.
finished.
I'm
it,
not
no.
caught up.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like,
It's good.
oh yeah, it's. I mean, and I immediately want the next 6 episodes. So I mean,
Well,
You know what? Why does that show not suck this far in?
because
I thought season 3 kinda sucked.
amazing.
Yeah, season 3 was iffy
Season
for me.
three's ending, like last 3 episodes.
They made
was
up for
so
it.
Good.
They made up
Was
for it. But
like the last 3 episodes were so good that it
Yeah.
was like, hey, that season was good because it actually all paid out. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a theory that
and they
Ruth
only
carries
let it
that whole
drag for
fucking
2
show.
episodes in this entire show.
right. You're
What's
right.
that?
well,
Ruth
I'll say
carries
this:
that whole fucking show.
Ruth is just as important as Jason Bateman, and
She is, but she's really the spice. of
Yeah, I
the
mean, they had
whole-
the whole brother thing.
I don't know,
happen.
man. That the mom. I mean, you just hate her. I mean,
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
she's so unlikable.
Like she's
much.
so
The brother, right? The whole brother subplot.
You
Yeah,
know,
I mean-
the thing I called out for the season, like I was hoping the way it was going to end, it didn't happen at all. And I just thought like the way that all ended, I was like,
I mean, at this point, I understand the kids have to be in it, but I mean, they're
Yeah,
so
they
seem so superfluous.
They
It's
do.
just like it's kind
They
of
do.
like
Well, the kid in the first season was pretty important.
Oh no, he was, but now
Yeah.
it's just kind of like
Yeah.
it's kind of like
They've gone.
especially the
Yeah,
daughter.
they don't
I mean,
have good stories.
They just really haven't.
No,
given
Jonah
the
was a little
daughter
bit of
anything to
deflection.
do. They just
Jonah was a
haven't
little
given
deflection. Yeah,
Yeah.
He's a little bit too much of a deflection from what's actually going on. You know, like I get kids are going to be defiant. We don't need to make a whole like, ooh, this is a plot going on over here. Other than if the next season, it's almost like what was that? What's that show? Billions, where like in
Billions
Billions,
is good too.
Oh,
Like,
I'm
in
caught up
Billions,
on Billions.
like-
It's awesome.
in
Billions
Billions,
is awesome.
they took these characters that were side characters and said, oh no, we're moving the plot over here with them, and you're going to be paying attention to their firm, you know, what they're doing and how they're growing and making their own little Billions plot over here. And then you were like, oh, they're almost as interesting, if not more interesting, because I need a break from X Capital and their little whimsical employees all day. Like, I'd rather know what they're doing over
Are
here.
you
And
caught
it's
up
like,
on the new stuff?
but I don't feel the same way about knowing about these kids, what they're doing on their own. And Ruth is starting to be a little bit too much on her own now. And I'm like, what is she gonna do when she runs out of like, I'm a boss, shut the fuck up, fuck. Like once somebody slaps her like that, when somebody slaps her, I'm like, mama, you ain't nothing but a little woman.
I really enjoy Ozark. I just started watching Deadly Class.
What's this?
I've never heard of this one.
So it's this high school for assassins, basically.
Yes, keep going.
It's good. It's really
What
good.
Is this
If
a
anybody else,
Canadian
did anybody
thing?
else
Or?
finally
what
did
is
anybody
this?
else finally
Wait,
watch?
no, let Matt get to this. No, hold on. What is
Oh, okay,
it?
fine,
So
go.
it unfortunately, spoiler, it got canceled after one season.
Oh no, I'm out.
Fuck, I'm
Yeah.
in though.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm in though.
Watch
What's it on, Matt?
Good.
Wow.
I
It's
know.
good.
You'll
Shane,
love it.
don't do that because I am going to try to watch
So-
it. Go.
And then
I'm
you'll
gonna try.
hate it. You'll be like,
I know. I'll hate it. I'll hate it.
You're gonna hate that you watched it because you're gonna be
You-
like,
you-
it's not. Nothing but
you know what?
Another fucking
I watched-
Serenity.
I
or
watched-
another
I
fucking-
watched Alter Carbon
Firefly.
season 1 of Alter Carbon like 3 times, and it pains me that
Yeah.
I waited all that time for it to come back, and it was like
They shit
literally.
the bed.
I think I said it out loud. I was like, "You don't get it." Like, I was just like, I was so frustrated because it was like, God, they even had the right actor, and it was like,
Yeah.
I was just like, no, you don't get it. You had something good. You fucked it all up, man. Like,
Okay, so I'm so excited right now. Last
Go.
night I was surfing the web and I found on my Facebook feed that Law and Order is coming back for their 21st season.
I know, I heard this.
With
Yeah,
one of
I
my
heard this.
favorite actors from one of my favorite shows, Jeffrey
Burn
Donovan from Burn Notice.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna be so good.
I
I'm
will watch it.
excited.
I didn't know Law and Order went away.
What are you excited about,
I
Shane?
did- I don't
whoa,
think- I don't
Shane,
think
no,
it was
Shane
on.
is excited.
Shane
What,
is
what's you
excited about
excited about, Shane?
Justified is supposed to be coming back.
Oh, really?
That was a
Yeah.
good show.
What?
Yeah,
What?
he's in Miami instead of like he moves back to Miami and the show takes place there. Apparently, Timothy Oliphant.
Oh, to be close to his daughter?
Yeah, I'm not really sure
Yeah.
what the plot is. I just Justified is one of my favorite shows of all
Oh
time.
yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
Justified is
I mean,
great.
Walton Goggins is the
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah, he's yeah. Did you ever see him in Sons of Anarchy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That shocked me when his character came when Walton Goggins in Sons of Anarchy. I was like,
Dude,
is that holy shit? That's Walton Goggins.
dude, that is like great news, dude.
Yeah.
Justified, man.
Yeah,
Damn. What a show.
That's one of my favorite shows too. I mean, I
Yeah.
love that. Timothy Oliphant is
Yeah. Yeah.
he's probably my favorite actor. Maybe
he can't do a lot of wrong in my eyes.
Yeah, It's like
We
a
need another- I need
Santa Clarita Diet. He was hilarious in
I
that.
haven't watched it yet.
Oh my, yeah, you'll just be disappointed. I mean, at least you get 3 seasons, I think, but you'll just be pissed that they ended it on a cliffhanger. And then like you're not
How
gonna,
many seasons does it take for you not to be disappointed?
4.
No,
Shane needs 5 seasons.
if they wrap it up. One if they wrap it up.
Okay.
One.
Oh, okay.
Shane is like Shane misses the 26 episode seasons.
Yeah.
Look, if you wrap it up, I don't care. Like I don't care. But
No,
like,
I feel you. I
when you
feel
leave it
you
open,
on that.
when you leave it open ended and you don't finish the
Yeah.
story, you just kind of leave me hanging. That's what pisses. Like I just can't deal with that. Like
Somebody
just
was
think.
telling me, I saw some like, there was some comments on a Facebook feed that like Deep Space Nine jumped the shark on season 7 when they introduced Esri Dax. I'm like, if you look at every single other modern Star Trek series, they went 7 seasons. Deep Space Nine went 7 seasons. How did it jump the shark?
Dude, just think if the Expanse ended when it initially was like ending. Like,
Oh yeah.
just think. Could have
I know.
been.
Even
I
how
fell
it
off
ended.
of it. I was like, oh, good riddance, because you guys every these sci-fi network fucking shows always go away forever. And I
forever.
stopped watching Sci-Fi Channel because of that, because they always had awesome shows that ended in one season.
They do sci-fi.
Yeah, and I just can't do sci-fi, just not anymore.
Well,
But they
got to finish. And then you can go back and watch.
right, they got to
finish.
finish. Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah.
how you do it.
Fringe almost didn't finish, but it did.
Yeah.
And so because of it, like I was like, thank God they went back and wrapped the story up. Like
Which one?
Fringe.
Love that show.
I love that show.
But I
man.
would have been so mad if they had not wrapped it up. And they almost didn't. Like they it was kind of a last minute thing. They're like, all right, we'll give you like 3 episodes. You can come back, you can wrap this up or whatever. But if they hadn't, all of that story, all of that
alternate bursts,
right?
Yeah.
It just would have been like, well,
what the fuck?
It happens.
figure it out. Whatever you want it to be. Fuck you.
I need more BBC shows. I need more BBC shows. 1 year,
what?
2 year, we're done. Like we're done. Like
Yes.
that's it. Like that's it. Like
That's
strong
pretty
1
much
year.
Netflix.
Maybe we're coming back. Maybe we're not. You know, hey, we're in our car driving
Oh,
together.
you
Maybe
mean that
we'll be back to
mentality.
season 2 or
Okay.
not.
Lupin was great.
Yeah.
You know, like
Lupin.
Hey, I'm a
yes.
drunk. at the end of the season, hey, I'm a drunk. I'm waiting. I don't know if this is next season we're coming back. Hey, I might be going back to see my daughter in another town. Maybe we'll see you next season. You know, like I need that. At least give me that. And I know we had a tight story.
Right.
And
Wrap
we're
up,
done.
wrap
And
up
you're
the story.
still the same person you were maybe a year later. Like, you know,
Sure.
All right. Did anybody finally watch Archive 81? I guess you
I'm
guys
not
did?
finished the series.
2 episodes in.
That's what I
Good
gotta
stuff.
watch.
That's good.
What is it?
Yeah, I'm about
Archive
3/4 away.
81. It's, I mean, I can't tell you anything about it. It is spooky and it is crazy.
Oh wait, you said spooky. What the spooky?
Give it time. Give it time, Jeremy.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, this is good. So like
yeah.
shit just gets weird, huh? Like it's
Yeah, it
gets,
does.
yeah.
gets weird.
And
Ooh,
my
I like
wife,
this.
my
Go.
wife was watching this whenever I walk by. Well, 2 things. One, my wife kept on, like, she was rewatching Game of Thrones. I kept on walking in a room and seeing it was on, and I kept on seeing like what a horrible human being Ramsay Bolton was as I kept on walking by. So I had to just finally watch the Battle of the Bastards so I could watch him die. I hated that character so much, but that's such a great episode. But no, she was watching Yellowstone, and I got sucked in. And if you're not watching Yellowstone, that is a really good.
I heard it was really good.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, is Ramsey the worst villain ever? Like the most hateable person ever in like history of film, like any film?
I haven't seen it, but that's hard to say.
Anybody that kills a dog, I think, is definitely. I mean, like the guy who killed John Wick's dog, you had to hate him.
That was
I don't think he do like the person
his
who
name?
killed
That
John
was,
Wick's dog. He didn't know the weight of his choices. He didn't know
that
the
was
weight of his
Alfie.
Yeah, it was.
Alfie?
Yeah.
So no, I mean, like
Alfie
I
Allen.
remember reading a thing which was like
think he would be,
like
Jeremy.
what you can do to like, but I mean, like they said, like the one thing that like if
Reek.
you
It was Reek.
if you kill the hero's dog, like literally, like, you know, you have to die horribly. Like, and the crowd will cheer. I mean, you could do unimaginable things to his entire family, but if like the dog is sitting there on the porch and growling at him, and he's like, shoots the dog in the face, you're like,
pretty much got free carte blanche.
You need to shove him feet first into a leaf grinder, just like,
Slowly.
yeah. That's like an unforgivable sin. There's even a website.
Got a question for you.
There's a website called doesthedogdie.com. It's so people don't have to because they can't handle seeing a dog dying in a movie. Skip
Can you
from
give
here
me
to here.
Humans, no big deal.
Yeah, humans no big deal.
No, humans fucking destroy them.
Yeah,
Robots
we're-
pee
we're
on them.
numb to that
Dude,
shit,
I don't
yeah.
care.
Hurt an
But-
animal.
Okay, I got a question for you here. Let's see if we can get any legs on this. Movie moments or TV moments that you didn't think were going to draw any emotion out of you, but did.
So there's this
I will-
one scene
Go
in
ahead.
Voyager, and every time I fucking watch it, I just bawl.
I'm brought to tears when I watch a single minute of Voyager. I'm like, how did you make this so bad?
I like Voyager. So anyways, it's this
You're
one
the
episode
one.
where Tom
You're the
Paris-
one.
You're the
where
one.
where Tom Paris is they finally reach Earth, and they're talking, and he gets to talk to his dad, and they have this kind of moment where he's like, he's right here, he's doing well, and it just every time I watch it, it just starts to pull the tears out of me. And I didn't think that was going to be that.
I did not think I'd be brought to tears watching the last Spider-Man movie. But like the moment where Tobey Maguire,
but what?
I cried like 5 times during that movie.
Wow.
Stop talking.
Oh, you haven't seen
Tobey
this?
Maguire.
Yeah.
Oh.
Although you have not seen the Spider-Man.
Lance has no chance. He cannot take the spoilers out of Lance, can you?
No, you
I've
cannot,
not seen it.
sir.
I have not seen the Spider-Man movie.
Oh,
Well,
you
his
got to be
thought is-
kidding
It's not
me,
on
man.
streaming yet. We don't go to the theater.
hey Jeremy,
you
I
don't go
agree.
to-
Like I said, I agree 1,000%. What was it today about people talking about Boba Fett? They just could not.
This is
I
just
assume
one day. Just
I
one fucking
assumed,
day.
I assumed that was you. 24 hours. Give us 24
One fucking
hours.
day.
Who spoiled it?
Oh, there was a
Everybody.
couple people. I just deleted them off my Facebook. I didn't even I was just like, you're
Really?
deleted. You're gone. Like one guy tried to message me. I'm like, you're gone. Fuck you. Like I don't even care. Like it's just like I don't even care who you are. Like I just don't. Like
Block.
gone. One that I actually said something. Now there's movies that I've just like lost it. And I was like, holy shit. Like There Will Be Blood is one that just God, it made me so angry. It made me so angry. Like I was like crying in anger. And one that got me was Captain America get knocked down by Thanos. Like
Well,
dude, it did. It like actually like
die.
gave me like a pit of feeling in my body. And I actually said, even though I know the shit that goes down in this movie, I said, "Get up, Cap." I actually like sat up and like said, "Get up, Cap." And it was something about him hitting him
Did
when
he
he
hear
was
you?
down. What?
Did he hear you?
No, he didn't, man. He didn't get up.
They never hear you.
They never hear you. But I actually like, like just it's something about it. I was like, wow, there's a really like a boyish kind of thing in me apparently about this thing. But it was like a weird movie moment out of all the movies I have seen, out of all of them. That one, I don't know, that moment, I was just like, what the fuck? Like, why am I in emotion about this moment when I know that it all works out?
The whole thing about people hearing you in the TV, I mean, and this is, I shouldn't bring this up because I don't want to be humorous, but I knew a guy in high school, and I found out later on in life, like a few of my friends told me, so I ran into somebody who hung out with him, and like he ended up being committed because like he got to a point where he thought that he could actually like alter and affect professional sports games that he was watching. Like he could do certain like effects and things like that. And then he started emailing or like calling the Dallas Cowboys because he felt that he had got them to win the Super Bowl because Jerry Jones had told him through the TV that if he got them to the Super Bowl and had them win, he would give them $1 million. And then he assumed, and he was, and like, and they, and like he was like, and then he when they didn't give him the $1 million or whatever, and he was trying to get a hold of him, he was going to drive to Dallas with guns in his car. And
whoa,
yeah. So
by the way,
apparently
Aldi,
maybe the TV can talk to you, but it's never been good.
Hey, Aldi, I want you to know that like you're being safe by not going to the movies. I just want to let you know that like nobody's going to the movies. You can go
Oh yeah, no. I mean, for
like
one,
literally, you
I
can literally go to the movies. There's
I hate the
nobody at the
theater.
movies. I think I went to go see Spider-Man. There was 6 people in the entire fucking movie theater.
Really? Wow.
I
We
hate
have
the
a
Like
thing
opening
here,
weekend, bro.
We have a thing here where when you book a seat, you book every seat around you.
Has to be vacant.
Like
That
you have
is
you have a sector of the movie theater where I'm at. Like you have like you don't even have one. Like, hey, I don't want anybody sitting within 2 chairs of me. No, you have like a little sector. We were like close enough to people where we were like, "What? Ooh, ew! Could you make a better choice, please?" You know?
How are you gonna
Like now it's like that. It's like, ew, I want you to do that.
Well, do you have to
It'd be
keep
tough,
do you have to keep your mask on when you're watching a movie?
No, you don't. And that in Wisconsin, it's
It's a
that's
free-for-all.
it's not mandatory. It's strongly encouraged. But
Meaning
yeah,
nobody does it.
since we have a lot of eating in our theaters, like I said, you really can eat and get stoned shit, face drunk, and that you can have a full-on eating experience in the movie theaters. No, there's just no way to enforce it anyway.
But Matt, that varies from state
I don't
to
miss
state.
it. I mean, I barely like to go in the theater anyway because I don't like
You
people.
like going to theater?
Really? I did it certain times of the day. I didn't like
People
it.
annoy me.
Yeah, I'm the
They're
same
not
way.
even doing anything. They're watching a fucking movie. What are you?
Not in the theaters in Dallas, man.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
You got people translating the movies sometimes. Most of the time,
I went to go see No Way Home, and in what, like not too long ago, just before we had our most recent lockdown, which we just got out of yesterday, I think.
Oh, really? Okay.
So we're able to go see movies again now.
Okay.
As of yesterday, and maybe a month ago, I saw No Way Home, and I walked in, and it was at the VIP, which is the one that you can get meals at and beer and whatever you want brought to your chair, right? But you walk in, you're like, okay, so you got to keep your mask on. There's no food or drink allowed in the theater, and the lounge is open if you want to go have a meal before you go in.
The fuck?
So everybody in the theater was full mask the whole time.
That's the waste, bro. Like, no.
It depends.
I still
on
cried
the
5
state,
times
Matt.
during that fucking movie.
your mask got to hide the tears, right?
Oh my god, it was so horrible. So
tears going into your mask and it's getting wet.
I remember as a young child going to the drive-in back when the speakers used to be hanging on your window.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, and I went to go see Superman 2 with my parents, and I was in the back.
Holy shit.
And
I may not have been born, Matt.
When
No,
Christopher
I was
Reeve
young.
lost his powers as Superman.
Oh, that's super sad.
Oh,
As a kid.
I started
spoilers.
crying.
Spoilers.
Okay.
Hold on.
You know
It was
what?
1979.
Sorry,
movie.
everybody. Sorry,
You know what,
everybody.
Okay.
Who just
You know
who just
what,
ruined.
You know what? Come on.
When did
Have some
Superman 2
class.
come
Have
out?
some class.
I don't know. What was
Okay.
Superman 2?
80 maybe.
When did
81
Superman
maybe?
come out?
80. I was gonna say I was a baby.
Yeah, so was I.
Yeah, I was still a baby.
I don't think I was.
So
born
I was
when
7
Superman
years
Lance, I was
old.
with you there,
came out.
dude. I think I was with you there, Matt.
I was 7 years old, and I was like
Right.
fucking bawling. And
Oh,
my
you're my
parents were like,
brother's age,
"It's okay, it's okay, it's okay."
Snoopy Come Home made me cry like a baby.
Oh,
Snoopy come on.
I could not stop crying.
Snoopy.
So
It's
Transformers
super sad.
the movie. Transformers the movie came out around my birthday, and I cried like really hard, really
The
hard.
animated
in the
one?
theater. Yeah, I cried really hard because I wasn't ready.
Yeah,
for
that was
Like,
a
I
shock for
I
a
was
little kid.
Like I was a kid and I was just not ready for all that. Like
What
first of
happens
all,
in the
I
Transformers?
think
movie?
I
well,
did too.
well,
The
okay.
animated movie?
So in the beginning of the
Yeah, the
Transformers
animated.
movie, the entire
Yeah.
first Transformers line of toys die. Like
Yeah,
in
they're
the
killed
first
Kill them all.
The
in the
first
first
half hour,
15
Scott.
minutes
Yeah.
of the
Kills him.
movie, all the first generation of Transformers, almost like it's like 30 Transformers, they
Yeah.
all die.
Yeah.
Long
And they're
live
all
Rodimus
Autobots.
Prime.
All
Yeah,
the Autobots.
I remember
Now, here's the
seeing
thing.
that.
This
That was-
movie is the worst. It is the worst. It
A
is like one of
soul-crushing
my favorites,
fucking
but it's one of the
movie.
worst.
Yeah.
It's a soul-crushing kids movie
But
in the name
what
of
kills
toys.
him?
Yeah.
Is it a
Oh,
character or
okay,
is
so
it?
here's a quick
It's
plot.
animated.
The Decepticons have
I know.
finally, like, they're at a state where everybody is out of energon. So they're running out of energon. The Autobots have no energon, and they're trying to get back to Cybertron. Well, they think they have enough to just kind of get by. Well, the Decepticons come and attack them on their ship, so they can't fight back. So my favorite Transformer, Brawn, little guy. He's a little guy. He picks up Starscream and throws him around. Little guy, super strong, little guy. He gets blasted right in the chest, right in the beginning of the goddamn movie.
Yeah.
I'm weak, bro. I'm
first
weak.
one?
Like, I'm
Spoilers.
Oh
weak.
my god, that's amazing.
You know what he did?
Spoilers.
You know what he did? Like a fucking champ. He ran out with his shit first. He ran out like a motherfucking G, and he got blasted right in his chest, man. He blew. Hey, dude, fucking Megatron blew Ratchet's face through the goddamn ship, and there was a crater in the ship. Like, dude, they were relentless. They were relentless.
No characters
then
die in
after
that.
that,
Gotta
they
admit,
killed Optimus Prime.
No, they're dead, Scott. They're
Oh,
dead.
yeah.
No, but like in the show, did anyone ever die?
Not in the show.
I don't,
don't think
think
Not in the
so.
show.
They
you gotta
killed
admit
Arthur
Not in
TV.
the show.
that movie had a
They killed
wicked
Bumblebee?
fucking soundtrack.
They killed
Yes, it did.
everybody.
Stan Bush's
Bumblebee,
Hitachi.
They did not
Bumblebee
kill
lived.
Bumblebee.
Bumblebee never dies. Bumblebee never dies. He became Golden Bug.
Oh, that's
But
right.
everybody else,
Yeah.
nobody was redeemed. Every Autobot leader basically died. Ultra Magnus, the shittiest leader of all Autobot history,
Yeah.
died. Died literally 15 minutes after he became the leader of the fucking Autobots. This is the worst.
Why did they do that? I wonder.
They
Then it
gave
was
us
time
the
for
toy of
Rodimus
that.
Prime.
They
gave
wanted
us
to
a-
toy line.
Bring out a new set of
Toy
toys.
line, yeah, it's all
New toy
over.
line. Well, we're just
They
gonna kill
gave
all
us
these
a
characters.
toy of that piece of shit, and he even said, "Damn it, open." He could even open the fucking. I
Yeah,
love the movie. It just drove me wild. I was a
Rodimus
child.
Prime, man.
You gotta
Picture me
touch
now.
on
I
I'm
was never
43.
part- I
Did you
was
picture
never-
me as a 10-year-old? Like I was around like 10 at the time. Did you picture me? I'd be
Yeah.
insane.
Was
I was
it?
insane.
My brother was into the Transformers. I think it was one. It's like 10 years too
86.
early for me.
No, we were younger than that, Jeremy. We were like 8.
Yeah, you guys were young.
Yeah, I was
You
gonna
guys-
say I was, dude.
Yeah,
I was
we're the
little,
same
man.
age. I was born in June of '78. Yeah, we're the same
Yeah.
age.
Did
Yeah,
I-
you're different. You're a different generation.
Dude, I was.
Yeah, we are.
1986.
I
was-
You
love
guys are like
Not
my
that far.
brother's age.
I
Yeah,
was
you guys are
13.
younger than
grandma
my
was
brother.
my grandma was so angry at me because I was crying.
Mhm.
I was angry, and I didn't want to play with my toys
They didn't
anymore.
warn anybody about that for that kid for the
No,
kid.
No.
dude.
It was
Dude,
they
that
didn't
was
have
like-
spoilers
and it
back
was
then.
sort
Was it a
None of
rated
that
G?
shit back then, right?
It was
Yeah.
brutal.
It
It was
shit.
brutal.
Whatever, man. Right. Like dude, I
Dead,
buckled up
dead,
and went
dead.
with my parents to fucking Nightmare on Elm Street. Like it was back in the
Yeah.
bro. Like
Did
you could
anybody?
just go.
Here's a
Like,
question: did anybody, as a kid, read a book and reading the book made you cry?
Probably. Maybe Where the Red Fern Grows. You should read that one.
Yes, where
I
the
wasn't
red
a
fern
big
grows.
book fan when I was a kid.
no,
I
wasn't
think
a
Old
big
Yeller.
Old
And
Yeller,
the
yeah.
bridge to Terabithia is pretty rough too.
I
But-
saw that. I saw that was an animated movie of that one, right?
Yeah, but it had nothing to do with the book.
Okay.
The book is a kind of classic loner at school makes the one good friend who's like the person that gets him to come out of his shell and actually become a better, and become, he's looking back and realizing that his friendship with this girl was like the thing. And spoiler alert here. I mean, the whole thing is that like, and then they basically they create in the woods this little hideaway that they go and they call it Terabithia. They call this world Terabithia, and then they name themselves the rulers of Terabithia, and they make this whole fantasy world, the two of them together. And then they even make this contraption where it's just basically you're supposed to basically swing on this little like rope to get to this little island in the creek or whatever. And then one day he's supposed to go and play with her, but this one teacher had like taken interest in, like, I think it's like she wants him to go to this art exposition because like he's a really good artist, and so he decides to go to the art expo with the teacher, and like he doesn't go and meet, and then he gets home, and as soon as he gets home, his mom's there, and he says that like the girl had gone there and she had slipped and fallen and hit her head and drowned in the creek.
Jeez.
And her friend died.
Jeez.
Like so. And so yeah, I mean, it's like I remember reading that book.
That's like my girl level,
falling.
man.
Yeah. And it's
Oh
like,
Jesus!
Yeah.
Don't even get me
That
started
was
on
a rough
that.
movie. Yeah.
but where the red fern grows is like that the story about the guy, like he finds the two old trophies about his dogs when he was a kid, and you're just like, oh,
I thought it was sad, man.
I mean that's rough.
Yeah, I cliff noted that one.
Hey, I mean,
I cliff noted that
no,
one. big time.
and what sucks is like today is Groundhog's Day, and my first dog ever. I mean, she passed away last year. But this is
Yeah.
be 15. She's
On Groundhog Day?
Yep, she was born on Groundhog's Day.
I had one of those moments where I realized I was older today. This person at work, this girl at work, just could not. She just would not believe me that like Groundhog Day was this thing.
Really?
I told her, I said, do you realize they have a whole nationwide TV segment? Like almost, I was like, not, I said, she was like, no, they don't. I'm like, I think it even has a name. I said, they take care of it all year round.
Phil.
I was like, she's like, no, you're BSing me. I'm like, okay, what happens every year at the end of the year? You have the New Year's Eve party. Where is it at? New York. You have the Macy's parade. Where is it at? New York. So if I'm telling you there's a freaking groundhog in New York that they take care of and make a spectacle of it, it can't be so far-fetched. So I had to load up Fox News and show her because, of course, Fox News is gonna have it. So that's like, what do you know? Here it is, you know.
Yeah.
But there was a rumor on Facebook the day before. I was sitting with
It's
my
Pennsylvania,
wife.
yeah. It's out by Pittsburgh.
I was sitting with my wife, and she said, "They said the groundhog died."
I thought they keep replacing it.
Yeah, they do.
Well, yeah.
But
Think
that's
about
the
it.
thing, they
He's
do
200
keep
years
replacing
old.
It's like
But
Lassie, man.
I told her, I
Oh,
said, that's
man.
the thing. So
6 more weeks of winter.
So what happens when the groundhog dies, right? What happens?
Winter is coming.
Winter is coming. The sky gets frozen down there.
Hey, speaking of which,
Winter is coming.
did you watch Don't Look Up? Has anybody seen Don't Look Up?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what? Wait. I want to say something about that. We
About
talked
what?
about a movie that you didn't expect would make you cry. That movie made me want to cry.
Oh,
Movie?
sure.
I didn't laugh. I just got depressed watching it
What movie
That's
is
what I've
this?
heard.
Don't look
Don't
up.
Don't Look Up.
because it hits
Yeah.
way too close to the mark.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
What?
Some stuff.
Yeah.
For a comedy.
And it's
Yeah.
like, oh, it's supposed to be funny, but it's like that's exactly what would happen. Exactly.
Right,
Like
right.
Yeah,
I'd
pretty
like
much.
to think that it wouldn't, but it's like, ha ha.
You know
You
you know what character really shows you how dark it is? Is that Jonah Hill's like on 11, but like it's not funny because he literally represents the levity of like how people just would not get it. Like they
Yeah.
really don't fucking get it. Like
Yeah.
he is actually a good sign of how like social media would be about it, like how the Tonight Show would be about it. You know, like just anything. It'd be always be a joke. It'd be a joke. It'd be a joke. It'd be a joke. People would be making dancing songs, like they were showing the social media stuff, whatever. They're making dancing, like, hey, end of the earth challenge. You know, like da 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 da.
Right. It's a meme.
And then it's like, oh no.
Right.
You can
Don't
see it
take
in
it
the
seriously.
sky. Look at that.
Politics
Look at
just-
that.
Politics just split it up, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
But what's depressing is it's
Dude,
literally
that was-
happening right now, and we're not doing anything about it. So
No, when they had the pins, I was like, oh, they know what they're doing right now. Don't look up, look down, and they had the don't look up and the look down. I was like, oh fuck, that's so sick. That's
There
so
was-
terrible. That's
there was
so
As a
one-
Canadian,
there was one legitimately funny part in that movie. One. And it was when the guy was like, Meryl Streep was like, how do I die? And he's like, you get eaten by a brontalac. It's like, what's that? He's like,
That is
"We
the
don't know."
best. That is the
At
best
the end
joke.
of the
Yeah,
credits.
That was a good one.
End of the credits. You're
I'm
like,
so glad
oh,
I watched the end of the credits.
They're like,
Yeah,
what is that?
yeah.
Because it's a Bronalac.
you know,
what is
I
that?
almost
He's
shut
like,
it off, and I was like,
"It's a
maybe."
Bronalac."
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I mean-
did you guys see the second the second scene?
No.
There's a second
Yeah.
scene.
There is a second post-credit scene.
I guess
Oh,
I'll have to go back. I
Nobody
didn't
saw
know.
it. Oh my gosh,
Oh.
I did.
it's not that amazing, but it's there.
So
I mean,
as
that
you-
want me-
whole-
I mean, you should watch it.
The guy
That was
that's
very
obviously
incredible.
Elon Musk.
Movie.
You just want somebody to punch him right in his stupid little face.
Yeah, that guy.
the entire episode.
Yeah, that's the Elon Musk character.
Yeah. You just.
Please
I've
don't.
run all the algorithms. You die alone. Blah blah blah. Just punch him in the mouth. Punch him right in the mouth.
Please
As
don't
a-
look at him.
As
Please
a Canadian watching this movie,
Or cough.
I identified a lot with the emotions I felt watching the Trump years
Yeah.
and everything.
Yeah.
And
I did as an
then-
American, Matt.
Pardon me?
I did as an American.
Right. But I identify with it. So I didn't have, I was able to laugh a little bit, unlike Shane, but until recently where we have all these friggin' truckers here that are
Oh,
spelling
yeah.
the same kind of shit
I heard about that.
that is going that this movie, you know, it's just
What's up?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? What are you
Virus.
talking about? What are you talking about?
The truckers
Canadian
on strike
truckers
and they're
on
like
strike.
surrounding the Capitol.
so we have a truck, our whole downtown core in the nation's capital is taken up by 18 wheelers that are blockading the whole parliament because they want Trudeau to remove the mandate of having to have a vaccine to cross the border for truckers.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I feel pretty strongly about that. Check it out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, Lance. Is that your brother, or is that you?
Like I said, it was a long drive back here. I had to get across the border. but, you know.
You look so heartfelt there. You're like,
Yeah, your hand is on your heart.
yeah, you really feel passionately about this. I can tell.
He had to get back before the
Can you
Davies
sing
was
the
up.
national anthem? Lance?
So yeah, so
Oh,
basically
Canada,
it's costing
my
our
home
city
Oh my
native
God.
land.
$800,000 a day
Oh,
to
Canada.
host these fuckers.
Oh, Canada.
Oh, yeah.
But
So-
is this true? I had also
Well, Matt, you do live in the
90%
capital.
of the truckers in Canada are actually vaccinated.
Yep,
What is it? What do you say?
90% of the truckers are actually vaccinated. This is the 10%.
Oh, the 10%. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, if it was in the U.S., just be thankful. It'd be
Oh,
like
I thought this
60%
was a
of the
union
truckers
thing. This
would
is
not be vaccinated.
Okay.
Right.
Oh no, these are like the fringe people. So in Alberta, which is like kind of above Montana, the Montana Alberta crossing, truckers in Alberta have actually blocked the border.
Really?
So people in their trucks, drivers in their trucks with foodstuffs that are spoiling,
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
cannot get across the border.
Yeah.
Wow, this is what we've come to now.
This is different than
What
what I
we've
thought
come
it was.
to.
Yeah.
Us nice Canadians are turned fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So
I'm really worried. I'm really worried about our food, man.
yeah.
I have been for a while.
Mhm.
No. I think like we are at a point where like the joke, like some valve is going to get cut off, and I don't think people are going to be ready for it because it'll be so small. Like TP is one thing,
Mhm.
like actual food, like if fruit were to kind of go away, like if they were just like, you know what, like we really don't have any more bananas, like we really don't,
Yeah.
like we don't, like bananas are now like $3.
That's not far off, Jeremy.
That's why I
Already
chose
happened
bananas.
once.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, hey, it's like, hey, bananas are like $3 now. That makes a lot of people who are poor, like, kind of
Yeah.
out of
Right.
an option. Like,
Yeah.
bananas are super cheap, like,
Mhm.
We
I mean,
came
even
close.
apples when I was a kid were cheap.
Yeah.
Like, they weren't
Yeah.
expensive.
No.
Like, people would let you take an apple. Like, they let a kid take an apple.
That's
in the
never
day.
true.
Yeah.
It's always an apple that gets stolen by the kid. He always gets
Yeah.
chased down the street, and that's in
Actually, you
like
little
Hey,
bastard.
man, hey, guess what? Hey, guess what? I'm in the hood. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Have an
They let
apple.
the kid take an
Yeah.
apple. You know what I'm saying? They let
They're
the
worried
kid
about the more expensive shit.
Right. This ain't no damn movie. They're like, yeah, I know. Like, otherwise, I'll steal something else.
it doesn't look like Oliver Twist.
Let that boy have a couple grapes before you take something
Yeah.
else.
Please, sir.
Hey, did anybody watch Ray Donovan?
No.
No,
I watched a little bit of it.
I wanted to watch it, but I didn't couldn't catch into it.
Yeah,
It's just
it
one of
didn't
those
hook me.
shows that was
Watched
like,
like 4
what
episodes,
else
right?
was on at the time that show was like the other show? I
Yeah.
felt like it was the other show and something else was bigger that was
Oh,
on.
that
Like, was it on when Mad Men was on? So I was just watching
Yeah,
Mad Men
could have been.
instead.
I
or
like
something
Liev
that.
Schreiber a lot, but
I like Liev Schreiber though. Yeah.
what was that
I
on?
never saw this. Yeah.
I never saw
good
that
old
one.
Sabretooth.
Yeah, but I'm a little worried about that. That's one thing I think about. I'm like, man, something tells me that this food, people keep bringing it up every once in a while. There's a food shortage. There's a food shortage. I'm like, what if the valve just cut off though? Like,
Mhm.
Times I've gone in the store looking for like chicken wings and you can't find them.
dude,
Yeah.
I mean,
no,
over
some things like I realize like the meat is just not full anymore. Like nothing is
Yeah,
full anymore.
yeah.
Like
So-
it just used to. Yeah, it's gone. Like
I went to a discount grocery store the other day to buy our groceries, and figured I'd save a couple of bucks because we've been shopping at the
Not
non-discount
discount.
one for a while, and because they have the shit, right? Because the brands that we like, not necessarily. It was never a question of would they have any food, but would they have
Right.
the premium brands that we like.
Right.
Yeah.
So I went to like Freshco or whatever it was called, and literally the meat coolers were half empty.
Wow.
Wow.
And
they've
I
been
was-
full on. Yeah, they were full empty here.
oh my
Yeah.
goodness. And then I left there. So I put all,
Yeah, we got
all
the
the stuff I had in my cart
Impending
back.
snowstorm though.
I left,
Yeah, we
and
went through that last week.
went to the luxury store, and they had the stuff that I wanted, but my goodness.
do you
my
ever
bro-
feel like
My
we should
brother-in-law
like,
went to Aldi and the shelves were bare.
Or,
like
Ever seen that
hold on a
before?
second. Now hold on a second though. Hold on a second.
we're holding good.
Now should we do we feel like even if there was like sort of a disaster coming, do we feel like there should be enough food in in grocery stores to feed people who have the ability to buy stuff? I don't think so.
No,
But I
me
do
and my
feel
wife works in one.
overall,
I could tell you no.
right. I feel
They're
like
only
overall,
3
like,
weeks.
especially because we have
away
more
the 40
stores.
to 50% we normally do.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
Their
what I'm.
only
That's what I'm
supplies
worried
are, like-
about, man. That's
There's
what I'm
so much
worried
waste.
about. Like, I don't feel like people have enough to hunker down for a week, even if
Mm.
we were to like everybody go get the food that you can afford. You
Right.
should. I feel like we should be close with super targets, with every place
Yeah.
having partial groceries. Like, it scares me because I don't feel like that's possible now.
Well, I think
it was
if you
barely possible before. The
if you
supermarkets
prepare-
only go 3 days out.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
It may be more
You
now
sure?
with the pandemic.
Are you
Yeah, my
sure?
wife works in one. I'm telling you,
You
they're
said 3 days out, huh?
Dude,
Yeah.
if you
the
go
bakery
and
where
buy
she is a little different. They're weak, but yeah,
Right, bakery.
one of these
yeah.
bags of rice, you'll be good for like 6 months.
yeah,
Yes.
50-pound bag of rice is good for
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
That-
dude,
that's
I know.
That'll
I
keep
mean,
you going.
I know. You want to go for the water. First of all, you want to go for the
Yeah.
water.
Yes.
You want to go
the
for
water,
bags
the
of
duct tape,
rice.
the plastic
Okay?
seating.
yeah.
Yeah.
But some people just can't afford to think that far ahead of inch.
Yeah.
Or
Right.
just
I'm
don't in
trying to
general,
remember. It was either a movie or it was a book I read or something. But like one guy, he like had the inside track and knowing that like the apocalypse or whatever was coming, and so he's got 4 or 5 days to prepare, and so he starts just like filling every cup, every container he has with water out of his faucet, and he starts filling everything. And then after he's filled everything that he possibly has, he then fills his tub full with water. He stops every sink and fills it to the top with water. And that's like the very first thing he does, because he's like, food, it's like I can ration food, but if you run out of water, you have to leave, because he
fucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
you're screwed.
Need some vinegar. You need some baking soda,
So
So
salt. And I think you're good. Actually, I think you're good. Like anything else you can get. But like if you got those, you got a little bit of medicine. Like you got some things to sanitize something. You got something. You get some alcohol. Fine.
I
But,
know,
like,
I know. It is very.
I need a
much
bottle
like,
of scotch. I need a bottle of scotch.
I know. I
or
know-
two.
I know me. It's not that I need to drink every night. I know
So-
me.
I'm sure your wife needs some
the
wine
thing
or
about
something.
that is,
to
though,
for
it's
you.
like everybody talks about
I know
this.
me.
Oh, we got this giant storm coming in, and everybody up here is just kind of like, oh, that's cute. welcome to every winter for us. And just
I know, but Wisconsin is like whatever. Man. Yeah,
we're just like, that's cute.
Yeah.
It's like you got 12 inches. I had to dig my mailbox out of the
South Carolina.
Why do you live
South Carolina, 3 inches of snow. They shut down the whole.
Because it's where he was born.
The whole city. You know what I did? I remember I was a teacher at the time, and the guy he's like, hey, well, the school's closed down. What are you gonna do, man? I know we had like some exams. I think they were doing that day or something. And I said, I don't know about you, man, but I'm about to go get drunk. What time the bar open? he said they open at 10. He said they open at 11. Then he called me back. He said they're open at 10 because nobody's working today. I'm like, man, I'm going. Let's go. And like it was crazy. It was like a apocalypse. Like nobody was outside. Like everybody was afraid. They don't have salt trucks and stuff like that down there. Way back in the day, and this is like mid 90s. North Dakota State University, the North Dakota State Jackrabbits. No, it's the Bison. But anyway, so is that no North Dakota State? North Dakota State. My wife graduated from there. My brother did as well. So I mean,
not the state
South
of
Dakota State Jackrabbits. Sorry,
it is. I mean, look up NDSU Bison football team, and you'll know they've had a stranglehold on the championship over the last like decade. But anyway,
I apologize.
It
was South Dakota.
So anyway, the long story short is that they have a computer lab that's just open, right? And it was top of the line computers, and we would go in there, and because they had basically Ethernet, we would go in there to play first person shooters. We'd load it up on the things, and we'd have basically our LAN parties there using their top of the line computers. And thing is that like eventually, like as long as you had a student ID, they didn't really care. But like if you were in there screwing around, the security guard would eventually show up and throw you out. And but they didn't care because you weren't breaking them, you were just messing with it. And the computers ran a reset every night at like 3:00 in the morning. They shut down and they reset their entire computer to like basically erased everything on the hard drive.
Oh wow.
So
probably a good policy, frankly.
Yeah. It was like, so you couldn't like have anything. I mean, we figured out how to disable it, so we'd have our stuff, saved on there. But regardless, the whole point of this is that like we had one of our giant 24 inches of snow storms, and it was one of those things where we were just like, and they were talking about the state was just saying everything's shut down. You're not allowed to, if we catch you on the road, we will arrest you and we will tow your car away, because you're endangering your life, but you're also endangering the lives of rescue workers to come and get you, kind of thing. And myself and like every single one of my friends, this is before cell phones, all had the same idea. If everything's shut down, that means nobody's going to stop us from using those computers 24 hours a day, and none of us have to work. And like literally, and if I can just get there with my car, I can stay there if I have enough food. So I remember I went and I got all the food I could out of my thing. I took like whatever, measly pile of shit money I had at that time, drove to the grocery store next to me, got like bread, peanut butter, a 12-pack of soda. And I drove
the essentials.
Yeah, the essentials, right? And I drove, and I was like just going. It was just starting to snow, and I'm like getting through these like these like, and I had a pickup at the time, so I mean I had 4-wheel drive, so I felt pretty good. And I'm getting through, and the snow drifts now are like 3 or 4 feet deep, and I was plowing my way through them, and I was like, I can get here. And I remember I was pulling into the parking lot of the computer lab place, and I see like 3 or 4 of my friends all had the same idea at the exact same time. And they're pulling in and finding spots. And there was literally a 7-foot drift in front of the door to the place. And so we actually dug out the door to the computer lab and got the door open and went inside. We spent like 36 hours in there playing first-person shooter games.
Sounds awesome.
Oh, it was one of the greatest times of our entire lives.
Sounds awesome.
It was just like, and then I remember
those were the days.
It was
back in '06.
Yeah.
In my day,
'06.
Yeah, it was one of the greatest times. I mean, I remember just sitting there and we had so much better connection than anybody else. So it was like you were sitting there playing Team Fortress 2 when it was a Doom mod or a Quake mod or whatever it was back in the day.
Half-Life mod, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're right. Was it Half-Life? I don't know. It was.
No, I think it was a Quake mod. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, QuakeMon, and then we played
Yeah,
a
they-
lot of that.
Valve
and we-
acquired them.
Yeah, and we played a lot of
Team.
that, and we played Rogue Spear,
Robespierre.
Whoa,
Rogue Spear,
Rogue
Tribes.
The Frenchman.
Tribes is good. That was back
Tribes
when like that whole Tom Clancy thing was coming out, like Rainbow
Oh,
Six
yeah,
games,
Rainbow Six, yeah.
Rainbow Six, Rogue Spear, and
Yeah.
like and that one Rogue Spear was good because it was the first game that actually you could have teams of either 4 or 8, 2 teams against each other. That was
One of my favorite series is that Splinter Cell series. I love that so much.
Never did play
No,
that
I was
one.
just about to say that, man. Splinter Cell was the shit then back then for me though. Like I was just loving the just hiding bodies. I just love that concept of like
Yeah.
hiding.
It was so
I
good.
just
the
love
non,
the fact of being a serial killer. It was great.
the
So
non-frenetic.
my dad
Is that a drum set back there?
Oh Shane, I'm glad you're here. My dad's been texting me constantly
me?
after he sent me the
Yeah.
Bobo is boo boo. Too many plots, no action. Where's the title character complaining about Boba Fett? And then I said, oh yeah, I told everybody on the thing. They all laughed at your comment. And he's like, anything I can do to lighten the mood. He's like, I'm drinking Red Breast. Tell your boss thanks again.
What's Red Breast?
It is fantastic Irish whiskey.
Oh, okay. I don't know it.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's Shane.
Are you shaved right here, Lance?
Ooh, meat? No, it's just dark.
Don't look where the beard don't grow.
Wait, Lance,
dark
Lance, Lance, did you?
The dark
Oh no, I can
You
go
won't like
like
what's
this.
under there.
I could do the the whole
Oh, okay.
I wanted
Okay.
to, but no, it's gray. Like it's it's not the years, it's the mileage, man.
Oh, okay.
I'm contemplating growing my beard back. I don't know.
All right. I'm contemplating shaving mine. I got caught in a zipper.
Okay,
today.
I want,
you-
I
but
want
the thing is,
Aldi.
Matt,
I want
if you
Aldi
grow
to
your
have a
beard back-
giant. I want Aldi to have a giant mountain man beard. Is what I want.
Yeah.
What's that,
Also,
Jeremy?
Matt, you have a face where you can't do a half-ass beard. Like you can't be half-ass
No.
with it. Like you're
No.
either in or out, man.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
in or
half-
out with your
Yeah,
Have
like
you
a
seen
little
me
like
with my beard?
like for me, I walk a line because I have patchiness. It
yeah.
just works out. But like I've grown into that. You are at the point where you know better. You're either in or out. Okay.
Just
You
do
got
it, man.
face,
Just
it looks
just
good the way it is. Your face looks good the way it is. Don't fuck it up, okay?
Yeah.
With
George
the bullshit. Don't fuck it
George
up.
Bernard Shaw once related the story. When somebody asked him why he grew a beard, he said he said I was a young man. I was watching
10.
I was watching my father shave, and I asked him why he did it. And my father was silent for a good minute, and then he said, I have no idea. And he threw his razor out the window, and he never shaved again.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a pain in the ass.
Why did he shave? I have no idea.
Idea.
Fun?
Threw it out the
Really?
window and never shaved again.
Yeah.
And plus, how can you become a famous Russian author if you keep
Yeah.
shaving?
Yeah. I find it ironic. The reason I stopped shaving is something I got to deal with every day now. Yeah.
The reason why I started shaving.
I didn't think I could grow this much hair. I didn't think I could grow any hair. Like when I've had a bigger beard than this, like I had no idea I could even grow that much hair. My dad is just kind of a patchy grower. Like I'm
Yeah.
kind of a patchy
Yours
grower.
looks all right.
Like I
man.
never even thought I could get this. Like I'm
Yours
serious.
is
Like,
about as good as mine.
yeah.
Maybe-
I just
I got a little
never
patch.
thought.
Harden beard.
It gets thicker the
No.
older you get too.
Yeah.
I noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So I just kinda go with it.
It just grows back. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
the reason why I started shaving again was because I was starting to eat my beard.
Oh,
as
that
I
gets
was-
super
Yeah.
annoying.
You just-
I
And I'm
trim
like,
up here
okay,
a lot.
Yeah.
I'm
you
done.
gotta cut
this
those
is
ones.
enough.
you get a
Yeah.
little scissors and you go like this, and then
Yeah.
you're done.
Yeah.
It takes literally 30 seconds.
I hate those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let it go, man.
Yeah.
Does your wife hate
Let
the
it
beard?
go.
Let them go.
He likes it actually.
Well, then what are you doing?
Uh,
I mean, at the very with my wife, she's never known me without a beard. Never. I mean,
Do you have any pictures with you?
I
yeah.
shaved about 3 years ago. And Jay said, I don't like your face.
That's brutal.
Thanks, honey. You should say the
Brutal.
nicest.
Shaved just
Yeah, it
for
was-
the hell of it.
I mean, like I am
That's
not,
a fucking buzzkill, ain't it?
I think
That was
Man, I
the first time she's ever seen me clean shave. Like I had to
That's
go
such a
tell you this
fucking
shit before.
buzzkill.
but- Yeah, that was the
I've
first
I've
time.
told this story before, but in 1997, I went to Metallica in concert, and I got drunk, and I thought it'd be hilarious if I shaved the Lemmy, where basically the sideburns and the mustache, and so that's the last time I saw my chin, and I looked so stupid. I was like, oh, this is gonna take forever to grow back.
Ace of spades.
Yeah, and then I never, it's been forever. I mean, theoretically, my mother has asked me a few times if she's ever gonna see her darling baby boy.
My baby boy.
So next convention, who's gonna help me drug Lance with the whole beard off?
Abram.
I'm
I
there.
knew I could count on you.
Yeah.
I knew I
The
could count
gummies,
on
he'll never know.
you.
Yeah, when am I
Well,
ever
Cosby
gonna
is
see my
ass.
darling baby? Because my mom suggested once, it was like in the summer, and I normally shaved all the time, and I told my mom, I think I'm gonna just try to grow a beard, and she's like, I think you should. You'd look nice with the beard, she said, and then she says, I regret telling you that ever. Because I said, Mom, you told me to. And I just
Giselle called me Fashion Santa when I had my beard.
Fashion
Fashion
Santa.
Santa.
That sounds about right,
Fashion
actually.
Santa.
Sounds right.
sounds hot.
Because there was this close by mall that had there's this model in Toronto that he's known as Fashion Santa, and he's got this
Oh,
he's
nice.
way better looking than I am, and he's like super built and everything, but he's a
think I've
model and
seen
he like
Fashion
models
Santa.
he's this beautiful magnificent beard.
For some reason, I see this guy like perking his lips, but it's also Santa, and it works. I don't know
Ooh.
why. Like,
Never mind. He is good looking.
I'm gonna see if I can find it. Hold on.
No, I got
Oh,
him. I
is
see
he?
him. Oh yeah.
I
oh
think I've
no,
seen
is he
the guy
good
before.
looking?
Yeah.
You're
Put
talking
Fashion
about.
Santa on here, man.
We're fashion.
But
Put
he's kind
Fashion
of rugged.
Santa on.
He's kind of
Lance,
rugged.
can you give me
Is
Fashion
he?
Santa,
Yeah, it's like
please?
like
He
lumberjack.
needs to go
fashion
completely white.
Santa.
My father-in-law used to play Santa. My cousin, he's got
Oh God, he's searchable too. Oh God. Oh, no, he's too good looking. Fuck him.
He is
Okay.
really.
Fuck him. Oh God, he's too good looking. He's too rugged. I don't like. I hate
Oh, there's
him.
a good one. Do you see the one with the braid? That's pretty
I
good.
fuck his jawline. I hate when people are so symmetrical. It fucking pisses me off.
The one that kills me
He didn't
is
even-
that
he didn't earn that.
The
He didn't
leather,
earn that.
red leather jacket with the big lapels on it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is great.
I can't handle this Paul Masson picture he has. It's just so. Oh, I hate his jaws. I can't stand it.
He's almost like the
Oh, this
Genetic
one?
lottery
version of
motherfucker.
the Dos Equis guy.
Yeah.
Oh, Dos Equis.
Hey Aldi, what are you playing, man? What's your game you playing? Damn it, you left us. Fine. Good
going?
night. I wanted to make sure I asked him what he was playing for.
Did he take
I
off?
know you wanted to talk
Yeah.
about games. I know you wanted to talk about games.
He
man. I know.
does.
Yeah.
We scared him away.
Hey
He
Aldi,
coming
what,
back?
what game you want to play? Ah, go.
Oh, he's fading. All right.
He pulled the ripcord, man.
Lance, when are you getting initials, man?
I've
Oh, you
texted
get the
him.
update.
I might have to just buy it. What,
Oh, God forbid you support
I'm gonna
somebody,
send
you
it to
know.
you. You gotta send me your address. I'm gonna send it to you.
Well, if you have it, why don't you run it, Matt?
Yeah.
I don't have it. I'm gonna buy it
Oh.
and send it to him.
Oh, I
No,
thought you had
no,
it.
no.
So-
I mean, I got one other guy I can reach out to that works with him that'll poke him and tell him to send it to me. I'm gonna reach out to him here in just a little bit. And
Hey, I tried to make a.
today.
What?
I was so excited today because we got 2 big boxes in the mail. I'm like, oh, this is either Wonderland's War or
Yes.
it's Merchants of the Dark Road. Either way,
Yeah.
I'm like
Yeah.
super happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the dishes we ordered.
You did the graphic design on Merchants, right? Is that right, Matt? Yeah. Yeah, that game looks beautiful, man.
Merchants
It
is
does.
great, man. It's really
Looks
good game.
beautiful.
Really good game.
Oh, the next game
Weirdly-
in that universe
yeah.
is going to be all about. So there's 6 different cities in that game, and each one of them has a different class associated with them. Farglen has bards associated with it. So the next game is going to be all about the bards of Farglen, where you're competing to do the best performances as a bard.
That's fun.
Yeah. Okay,
Super
I'm
fun.
in.
Yeah.
When you
I'm
said
here.
that, I thought you said Fartland, and I was like, that is.
I did too. I was like,
Far
It's-
Glen.
and it's in
No, I hear you,
Fartland.
but it
Shane,
sounds you
Shane.
say it fast.
When he
The
said it,
Barks
I
of
just
Fartland. Don't have a cow, man.
that's what I did. I stay locked in. I was like,
I think either way they have like big ups for the following. Fart Glen, man, that is like that's got its
Yeah.
own hashtag Fart
I had to
Glen.
stay locked in.
Maybe they should have
Yeah,
chosen.
needless to say, I was a little disappointed.
Good
that we
old
got
Fartland.
dishes.
Yeah.
Fucking dishes.
You know,
Hey,
I watched that what was it? The Dice Tower did a review.
Oh, dude, don't even
Dude.
get me started.
And I to be honest with you, man, I was a little bummed by that one. I was really bummed about. I mean, I
What did
respect
they? What did they
perspective,
review?
but they
Oh,
were
merchants?
very merchants. But like some of
Yeah.
the commentary, I wasn't
saw that.
necessarily sure they played it more than once, and I was kind of like, did you guys play this enough, or I don't know. It just felt like I felt like this game is not too complicated. So
I will say
if you,
this.
if you
and
read
I'm
the
not.
rules,
I have.
it's
I
not that game was not that complicated.
so let me just say this. I mean, who reviewed it? I'm not saying that they're right, wrong, or otherwise, but who reviewed it? Was it Tom or who was it?
It was Tom.
No, it was just
it was 4 people.
yeah, it was 4 people.
Okay.
It was 4 people.
Okay, but
I just can't remember exactly. who it was.
Here's my thing. Tom is one of the few people on this planet that has played more board games than me, which is, I mean, I've and I don't say that as to brag. I'm just like, I mean,
No one thinks it's that cool.
nobody
Yeah,
thinks
I
it's
don't
cool,
think
but
so.
he's one of the few people. I mean, like, it's like I probably played 4,000 or 5,000 board games, and he's probably played 3 or 4 times that.
Yeah.
I'm not
Oh, yeah.
saying it's okay for him to play a game once and then give his opinions on it. But if there was going to be a person that could play a game once and give an opinion about a
Yes.
game, and I would listen to it, it would be Tom.
Yeah, I don't need time to play it. I don't need
necessarily
time to
agree
play a
with
game
that.
more than once, but I also need to make sure that, like, because some of the things he had are just the difference.
Okay.
I always say
Here-
some of those
here-
things are what I call the differences between you and me, right?
Okay,
I don't have
say
any
this.
problem with that. I never
Matt-
have a problem with that.
Matthew, I'm going to say something, and it's a little bit of an apples and oranges thing. But let me just say this to you. Do you think a movie reviewer should watch a movie more than once before they can give their thoughts on it?
That's a very apropos comparison.
I don't know.
And
Yeah.
I concede my point to that.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's like it's one of those things where it's like, and would you, like, if it was, Roger Ebert, may he rest in peace, if it was Roger Ebert, who, like, literally has seen more movies than anybody else on the face of the planet, and he gave his review after seeing a movie once, you'd be more willing to say this guy knows what he's talking about,
Yes.
as opposed to somebody who has watched 100 movies.
Well,
So why
here's
doesn't
the other
that
thing.
mean? Why doesn't that mean that the person who's played 30,000 games?
So
You give
I
more
counter,
weight
I
to
have a
that.
counter.
So here's another thing. I find, like, I like Tom a lot, and
No, you don't.
I do, but I also find that his hot takes are hot takes. They can be equally hot and equally cold, sometimes not warranted.
Yeah, like more dismissive of designs.
Yeah.
Sometimes,
Yeah.
like
They're
like I've seen this before,
they're very
but I'm like,
circumstantial.
it's not. Yeah, I feel like even if you can ping a game, like you can ping a game and be like, oh, this is very much like this, or this is very much like that. Okay, well, great. You've located the game in your library of a person that's played 20,000 games.
Yeah.
I got it. But is this game fun? This one right here. Not that you recall 2 games that it was like
Yeah.
in your 30 years of gaming. I actually don't give a shit about that part. What I give a shit is this product good? And do I need to buy it or I don't want to buy it? And I want to know your opinion.
And the unfortunate thing is,
But
too,
like
when-
Arc Nova is a great example. He gave Arc Nova a 10 out of 10, and
Yeah.
it has blends of games that he likes. Like it's nothing new. It's a 10 out of 10 for me too. But it's actually a newer thing to me because I hadn't played the other games that it's like. And I just need to make sure that you're covering all your bases and informing me when you're telling me about a product. Now,
Well,
Right.
and
That's all.
here's what I don't like about the whole.
He's rare. He's rare. He's not.
And
He's the exception to the rule. Like he's the exception to what we're talking about. Though.
Nobody's going to question how many times somebody. Well, I shouldn't say nobody. Almost nobody is going to question how many times did you play that game before you came out the review. If it's a glowing, you need to add this to your collection right now. This game's amazing review. Nobody's going to stop and say,
Yeah.
whoa.
Right.
How many times did you play it before you tell everybody to buy my game?
I don't necessarily 100. I don't agree with that. Just because I think sometimes what we're seeing now is a lot of people are responding to reviewers like everything's amazing. How many times did you play this game? Like, have you played it 5 times? Did you play it like did the luster wear off after your first play? And that's why I try to make sure I play the game several times, because I can tell you whether I feel like the game has any legs to it. Now, games are designed now, and they are to its detriment sometimes to have this longevity and variety and variability.
I don't agree with that at all. I don't think most games are designed for longevity. I mean,
no.
Why is it that I get? Why is it? I'm talking. Why is it that when I play a game, I'm like 90%?
He'll stomp all over you.
90% of the time when I play a game, it's like I think to myself, I never need to play this game again. Like
right, but you're saying that, but then when people are prospective buyers, what I'm saying is they're seeing and they're being introduced with all these things of like, you're going to have stretch goals in there. You're going to have mini expansions that are in there. And people want, like, they have all this variability baked into the design to give you options. And people want to know about those options. They don't want to know about one play. They want to know, like with Vagrant Song, there's 4 characters. They want to at least feel like you have played with all 4 characters. Like they don't want to feel like, hey, I played it a couple times and I know what's up.
Matt, just give me a second. I absolutely feel that there should be like, hey, look at all these options you have baked into a game. So like the playability and the amount of plays you're gonna be able to get in the game is like countless. All right. But we and I'm, and Shane will agree with me, is like we would never, you can't produce a game that's like that doesn't look like it isn't going to be something that can keep playing over and over again. But we still deal with a situation where most people are playing the games that they buy once, maybe twice, or zero. Thank you.
I'm not saying what people do once they have the product. I'm talking about the people who we are informing about the product.
What if people bought cars like they bought board games?
Feel the facade that they are going to play all that stuff. So they rely on us to inform them as if like, so that we are the ones that play all the stuff up front so we can give them all this information. But yet when they get it, they're going to play it twice and put it to the side. They're critical of us. They are critical of us for not doing that part.
We're stepping on each other right now. So Matthew, what were you going to say?
Lance, going back to your movie analogy, which was very, very apt. One difference I would like to say, I think that I find affects reviewers in both genres is state of mind when you're consuming that media. State of mind when consuming.
Well, I used to do an eighth of blow before I did any of my videos, so that was.
And they were happy.
You're locked in.
Joking aside, if you're in a certain state of mind and you go see a movie, I think that would affect your experience less than when you're in a certain state of mind and you're having to make decisions about gameplay and other things. I would say that I would wager that would affect your state of mind, your impression of the media, the game, a lot more.
Oh no, I mean, and I used to do movie reviews, written movie reviews that were posted that were like for a local website here in Fargo, and the thing was, it was like, yeah, I mean, if I was having like the amount of people in the movie theater affected like how much I enjoyed the movie. I mean, it's just like
there are certainly going to be factors that affect that, but I think overall the volatility of board game reviews are, I think personally that they are much more volatile than a movie review, because that's just my so Tom Vassell, who we were talking about, as an example, I find a lot more peaks and valleys compared to other reviewers, which have much more of an even keel.
But don't you?
Yeah, I just
don't
feel
you
like
think-
when we
Wait,
talk
wait,
about
Shane,
something,
shush.
But
What do
don't you
Shane?
think peaks?
Like you can
I'm
peg certain.
I'm
certain,
talking. No, just
Fine, Shane's talking.
Go,
Shane's
Shane.
talking.
I demand satisfaction.
Don't you think that a good reviewer should have peaks and valleys and not be straight?
No, I think a good reviewer should approach because you're going to have reviewers that like certain things, and you're going to have other reviewers that don't that like certain other things. So
Sure.
that reviewer should approach every game with the same criteria that they approach every
But that's
game.
not possible. That's not human nature. We
No,
always,
Yeah,
but
but-
as much
put our
as humanly
biases
possible.
into
but
everything.
Shane, even if you tell yourself that, like, even if like I tell myself that, I tried, and I even step out of games that I don't even like that genre necessarily. I try it. So
Right.
I do come with the even keel instead of like, well, I fucking hate area control games, but I'm going to review this shit anyway. Like I don't do that, or I don't have like I don't have to cover something like Tom would do. Like he would just kind of go through all these games regardless. Like he's got all these ridiculous.
But again, that
Even like
that
the-
is that is
but that
why
makes
we're-
the peaks and valleys, which is entertaining and informative, entertaining and informative. But it's like he's still informed us about the catch-up game, and also Arc Nova as well. So it's like
It's
there are
not
going to be peaks and
helpful.
valleys.
It's not helpful.
It's just-
though. That's what my point
It's
is.
not. It's not always. You know what I'm saying? It's not always helpful. And like I said, he's like a handful of. He represents like the almost. I would just put him as the 1% of reviewer, right? Because
Mhm.
he's not like what I would consider what I would want from every reviewer. I would expect other reviewers to give me a little bit more, to play the game a little bit more. I don't necessarily need to know that you played it 8 times. What I do want to feel like when I'm listening to you, and I'm a person who's played the game too, that I felt like you did play the game enough to where I can feel like you're explaining it, just even your thoughts. I'm like, I don't know, man. How many times you play this game?
I mean,
Because like, even
that's
if you had
fair,
a
but
frustrating you might have had a frustrating first time experience because, like in the middle, you're like, oh shit, we kind of fucked that up.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we kind of fucked, but it doesn't really ruin the game though, right? Okay, let's keep playing. We'll play it this way. We figured it out. And then in the review, you're like, well, this rule was kind of fiddly. No, you just fucked it up. You just fucked it up. Like, it's on you. It's not on the game. You read the rules. You missed it.
That's fair, but that's also why there are sites like Rotten Tomatoes and sites like that take all the reviews and kind of average them out so that people can go to that and go, okay, like, because there is no one reviewer for everybody, right?
Yeah.
Most people who make decisions on games are going to be like, these are the 3 reviewers that I'm going to go look at, or I'm going to go watch.
Yeah.
I'm going to see what they think, because over time I've realized the stuff that they hate, the stuff that they like is the stuff that I hate and the stuff that I like. So so I don't know that at the end of the day, I don't know that it really matters. Like if Tom was the only reviewer in the world, maybe it would matter, but he's not. So like, not to come to the super defense of Tom, but what I'm saying is like, it is impossible. Everyone's going to have their own style, and it is impossible to not bring your personal biases and other baggage to anything that you do. Reviewing, it doesn't matter what it is. You're going to bring that with you.
Yeah,
like
I'm not saying you shouldn't, though. I'm not
we
saying
don't
you
like
shouldn't.
like bias is like a no shit Sherlock thing. I don't know.
Sure,
Like we keep having this bias conversation. I'm
okay,
like,
fine.
like
fine.
that's
back,
that's life. We know life. Like we know life.
So again, like if they don't like there needs to be reviewers out there that just go, yeah, I don't like this game. I thought it sucked. Like that aren't necessarily even keel. Like,
well, the thing is, even
actually,
keel,
you know what? I kind of
included.
like that a little bit, but I do need there's a guy here, Board Game Bollocks, who's great at that. He's great at it, but he does explain the game. Board Game Bollocks, by the way, he's fucking great. He's great. But yeah, like, but still, man, like I do like to have someone that gives me something, and I don't feel like
to me, even
sometimes that
also includes, the biases, all that stuff. But whatever biases you have, bring it to every review you do.
You can't though.
Why can't you?
Because it's always going to be different. Your biases are going to be
It's gonna
different.
be different, right?
I mean,
It's gonna be different.
I have a bias against pick up and deliver. I hate it. I
Yeah,
hate it.
I don't like
I can't bring that
absolutely.
same hate to a bias.
Absolutely.
Engine building.
But I say it up front. I mean, I say it up front too, though. Like I'll say, like, hey, this is something different for me. I'm not necessarily into this mechanic, but I thought this game was interesting. Let me give it a fair shot. Here we go. Boom, done. That's about it.
Also, I don't think it's real. I mean, people. I'm really anti-people, just in general.
Let's go ahead.
So what I'm going to say is, I think it's unrealistic for people to think that you've played a game multiple times unless you specifically said, I have played this game multiple times. Like unless that's your thing, unless you're like, I play every game at least 4 times before I do a review, and you come right out front and say that. Otherwise, I think it's unreasonable and unrealistic to think that reviewers do that, because reviewers, how many games came out in January? 500 games?
Yeah.
Like you can't like you as a reviewer, if you want to review the top 25, you got to play one game every single day. Every day. You got to play one game every day. That's just to get one play in.
Unless you're Steph Hodge.
I don't know if I agree with you there. I think that I think it's for complicated. I understand that it's hard for sure, but I think I am all for. I have a full video defending the idea that you can review a game playing it once. But even there, I think you should give a disclaimer saying so. I think if you I think that people have a reasonable expectation to expect that you've dabbled into it at least a few times. How many? Like Tom refuses to answer in general. Tom will always say enough, and I agree with that because if I say I played a game 3 times, someone will be like, "Oh wow, you really gave it a shot," and someone will also be like, "3 times? You shouldn't be touching that review until you've played it 17 times to understand the nuances." Yeah, there's always you're never gonna make everyone happy, but like there is a threshold.
I'm a publisher, and so I'll say this. You know how many shots I get at make an impression on somebody? I get half a game at best.
I've been there.
If I haven't roped them in by halfway through the game, it's done. It's over. They're gonna put that game on their shelf and they're never gonna play it again. So if a reviewer has to play it 3 times before they get it or they start to understand it, I failed.
I completely agree with you, and that's why I defend the idea that you should be able to review a game once because of that. But I also
you should
think
be able to give something.
Yeah,
right? I feel like you should be able to give something on a game. I can do that too, but I feel like I said, I feel like some games, especially the games that I generally cover, which have more content than one game's worth, sometimes the game doesn't even unfold.
I'm gonna throw this out there, and I am not going to mention names. I am not going to say names. I'm not going to say anything. But I have had discussions with lots of the people that are well known for doing reviews of games and publishing videos and things like that. And I have been told by people that have thousands of subscribers, who have hundreds, if not thousands of videos, who have reviewed games that they've barely played, maybe a turn, maybe 2, read the rules, done the video, and nobody knows any difference. 0.
Oh no,
So,
that's
0.
What's your point?
Who are great at
My point is
you're not saying anything new either.
My point is it doesn't matter if you played the game 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, 1 times, half a time, not at all, and read the rules and thumped it down on the table and did a video. The people watching it have no fucking clue, and they don't know.
Why does that matter if they know?
Why does it matter? What matters is that everybody else is saying, "Oh, this reviewer needs to watch it 3 times. This reviewer needs to watch it 5 times." You're saying you're going to watch it 1 time. And here's my heavily my critique of why it's possible for a reviewer to get this done 1. We're all missing the point is that the audience doesn't know, doesn't care, doesn't even most
they care.
Well, they certainly care. They certainly care.
They care. They certainly care.
But they don't.
But Lance, no,
they do.
Lance, the thing you have to convince me of is not whether they know. I can scam you and you don't know. It doesn't make it ethical. You have to convince me that it doesn't matter to the opinion. That's a different conversation.
Because like obviously I don't do reviews and I don't know anything about this, but can you see? Are you able to see the analytics of the amount of like what the average watch time percentage?
Oh yeah.
And what is that?
It's
going to depend on game. Generally on YouTube, if you're hitting above 40%, you're already doing well. But it can range, especially in reviews. Like, it depends on the content. A top 10 list will have 50, 60%, and a review might have 24%.
20,
Right.
yeah,
So
20,
in
24
terms
is
of
like
reviews,
25. Yeah.
I think that is because most people are like, let me just skip to the end and see
Yeah.
what they have to say.
Yeah,
100%.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Because timestamps have become a thing to the point
Right.
where it changes the format of how our videos work.
Sure,
Where-
just tell me,
Right.
just tell me you thought about it. That's all I care. Like
Right.
I don't care. So I guess like I hear what you're saying, but like if they're not watching the whole video to hear all the nuances about like, you know, this, that, or the other, and they just want to know what your overall opinion is of the game, I don't know how much any of it really matters.
Well, the thing is that you're also assuming that we don't have a range of listeners. Now we have a range of listeners that are like us that don't necessarily represent the new listeners, which do like timestamps and like to get to the point. Whereas like we have other old gamers that like the long, how you play, how you take every piece of the turn, like,
Sure.
like everything, like they like everything. And then there's the people who like, hey, like just show me a turn. So then we have a timestamp for that. Like this is how you take a turn, or like these are the core mechanics. They like all those little breakdowns. And then some people literally just watch the opening and the review part. And some people even just want the positives and negatives separated. Like
Wow.
it's crazy, dude. Like it's crazy. There's a whole new thing. And then some people like to ask you follow-up questions in the comments. So there's a review after the review as well. Like things have changed, man. Like you gotta, it's a lot different. You know, like some people want links to your to where you can buy it in the fucking show notes now. Like people and like that used to be like a no-go because in other content creators, they have all their links to Amazon and all that shit. Well, we can't do that. But some people ask, like, where can I buy this game? We had that happen on our top 10. Somebody was like, well, if I can't buy it here, where do I get it? And I was like, I guess I'll show you where to buy Riverside, where I bought it. Like, you know, like it's different, man. Like
I'm actually surprised that's not a thing in board game reviews. Cause like if you watch mattress
I am very
reviews,
surprised. There's a lot of things that
right?
go to
If you watch mattress reviews, you click it on that thing, they get a kickback, right? And that's how those people make money.
Yep.
So I'm kind of surprised it's not a thing.
Yeah, because
The industry grew.
Everything is wrong. Like everything that we do new is wrong. Like it just is. It just is. Like it's like everybody wants you to do it for absolutely nothing and get nothing. And you give everything, man. Like it's a lot. Sometimes it just feels like that.
You know,
sometimes
like
it feels
what Shane was saying earlier about how you'll just click to the end to see what the final results are or whatever like that. And like, you know, it's like you're not going to do it. I mean, look at how people are absorbing television now. I mean, it's like they have their phone in their hand.
Yeah.
They're watching a TikTok video while the show's on over here.
Stop calling me out, Lance.
Yeah. and it's just like, and I mean, and the thing is that like it took me a long time because it was driving me crazy when I would see my kids do it, and I'd be like, "What are you doing?" It's like I thought we're watching a show, but no, that's just how they consume it now. You know, they're not in the show to sit there and watch the show. They're in a different spot than I am, where I'm there to sit down and relax and focus in, and that's the thing I'm gonna watch. But it just isn't the same.
I watch full playthroughs of games, and then I also have other content where I just have it on. Like I don't watch Alex. Like I don't always watch what Alex is doing. I have Alex on. Like I have him on. I have him on. I catch up on. I keep Alex's videos on for at least about an hour and a half on Saturday morning. Like I just have a couple queued up that I listen to. And I do that while I'm preparing my stuff. And it's just like everybody consumes content different, but like now you're at a range in this gaming space where there's so many different types of people doing and digesting this content. And it's evolving. YouTube has helped making us evolve as well. And how we put it out there, man. It's not so simple. I would just say it's not so simple. And the proof is in the comments of what people ask you.
As a very quick sidebar, somebody asked for a picture of me without any facial hair. This is the
fire.
This is the only one I was able to find. This is a picture of me and the other groomsmen at my buddy's wedding. I believe I was 20. I think I was 21. I was 21. I grew a beard when I was like 23. So this is anyway. There you go.
That's it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
Nice.
god! Look at him!
It's adorable.
Look at him!
Are you the guy in the bottom right with the blonde hair?
No.
He's
None of
getting married.
those guys are none of those. So the guy to my right is the groom's younger brother.
Yeah.
The guy to my left is a guy I still play Dungeons and Dragons with once every
Nice.
2 weeks. And the guy with the
Wow.
glasses and who's sitting down is a piece of shit that lives in Kansas or something.
There you go.
So which one got married?
Oh, none of them. That's just the groomsman with the lady.
Oh, that's one of those weird pictures from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where we stole the bride.
Yeah,
or
you
whatever.
stole the bride. That's exactly what.
That's not weird. That's
I just
not
feel
weird.
uncomfortable
That's
just talking
fine.
about it.
weird.
It's fine. I
But-
wouldn't
But
look into that.
no.
Away.
She and my buddy that he got married. She and her, they're still married. They got 4 kids. And 3 of them are in college. One of them is in high school. They got married when they're the only person they ever dated.
Wow. Yeah, about that.
They high school sweethearts got
That
married
you
when they were
know of.
21, and they're still married now. They're both 50. And
Don't
his
know no
wife,
better. They
the
only know
woman
each
in
other.
that picture, is my kid's pediatrician. So they've
Oh,
been
that's awesome.
lifelong. They've been lifelong friends, pretty much.
Wow. How about
There you
that?
go.
I'm
Here,
on
there's
board.
one other one. Here, I'll
anyway.
show you. No. Here, this is the groomsman. Here, I'll show you this one.
Matt, I thought you were leaving.
I
10
am,
minutes
but I
ago.
gotta see this.
There I am. Look at me. That
Look
dumb
at that full
cummerbund
head of
on.
hair.
I love
Look
it.
at that.
Yeah,
Cumber.
look at that. Huh?
Man, I hate Caleb takes it to the
Look at
mother.
that cummerbund.
You know who looks good in a cummerbund? Cumberbatch. Old Benny.
Yeah, no, that
It
was.
is-
I feel you. Hey, Kabuki, I totally feel you, man. If I've already seen the game on somebody else's review, I will just skip to the review part. That's totally
Yeah.
fine. That's what timestamps are for. Like, I totally get that. But there are long form reviewers that have 40-minute reviews and people watch that shit. I've asked them.
Not
They've
many.
trained their audience. They've trained their audience. They watch
Not
them.
many.
Yeah, but
Not
those
many.
people
I'm-
do have that. There, you know what? There aren't that many, but the ones that have an audience they've cultivated for that. Now, of course, there's failures in every department of this stuff. What I'm saying, but there are reviewers that are, good sized reviewers that have this audience that watches their 30-40 minute reviews just as much as someone who does a 5-minute, review. So there's something for everybody out there, man. I mean, there's a lot of people turning on our camera, right? There's a lot of people.
So, Jeremy, will the analytics tell you like exactly what time they're watching, or it's not that?
Yeah,
important?
like they'll tell you kind of like a spike. Yeah, like a spike when your video is like where people drop off,
Okay.
that kind of thing. If you want to go that deep.
Yeah. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think you can kind of tell, like, I'm pretty sure you can get it down to where people drop off. I know you can do it for your live stream. You can pretty much tell exactly where things went up and down and up and down.
Live stream, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I really focus on because that's what I do. So
Right. It makes sense.
Yeah, I remember the whole shitstorm when it started about like number of plays for the reviewers, like what's the minimum number that makes a decent review, like all that stuff. That was, I don't know, a few months ago or
yeah,
months ago,
Seems
something
like
like
it's
that.
always been a thing.
Well, no, it's a cyclic.
But-
It cycles.
Yeah.
it's
Okay,
cyclical,
but-
man.
but-
It's
It's about
cyclical.
everything in this.
But it's all
hobby.
kind of based on the very small percentage of viewers who are mobilized to comment.
Yes.
Right. And I
Yes.
wonder how
Again, normal thing.
representative what you're seeing, the feedback you're seeing, how representative is that of the larger group?
So
It's like
this
anything
is-
else. I mean, it's like anything else. It's
They're
like
vocal
you're
minority.
getting such a small, you're getting such a
Right.
small percentage of
Right.
whatever. I mean,
So-
the vast majority of Kickstarter backers are all just content to wait, and they're okay with whatever delay they have and
Right.
whatever. They're just there is this small percentage of people that are just that they have a bone to pick and they're willing to pick at it.
Dude.
And
I
they
have
wanna
to
talk
remind
Lance all the time.
people. I have to remind people that the majority of gamers do not know what Board Game Geek is.
That's true.
The
That's true.
vast majority of board people who buy board games, even people who bought Tapestry, still don't know that they can go to BGG and find out more information. Like they pre-ordered it in the store. They came in the store and saw it look cool. Or they bought Aftermath and realized it needs an FAQ big time. They didn't get the FAQ. You know why? Because they don't know what BGG is. And that's why when I review a game and I tell them that the rules are a disaster and the publisher says, why'd you say that? Tell them to go to BGG because nobody knows what fucking BGG is. Like that doesn't, people don't know that. I can't let that go. You know, like I think people, you know, they just assume everybody's in the know with working knowledge. And it's like, that's why I try to be as forward as possible. I have your ears and eyes, you know, like just, and I feel like that has to come from a couple plays. I could share my thoughts on my experience no matter what. That's not hard to do. Everybody sits at a table during game night and shares their thoughts on the fucking game. It's not that hard. That's not hard to do. But what I'm saying is like, for me, I would like to dig a little deeper because first place could sometimes just, you know, just you fuck up something or whatever. And it kind of actually ruins the flow of how the game develops. Or like you fucked up some final score and you missed out on something. Or it's like, all right, let's get a clean play. Let's get a clean play. Or let's get a 2-player play because apparently the game is good at 2 players. Like Ankh is a good example. 2-player game, actually pretty good. Big player game, good. But like some people need to know that. First thing in the comments, how does it play at 2? First thing in the comments, how does it play at 2? You're like, shit, I got to play this game at 2. I forgot to fucking play it at 2. You know, like,
now what you do
is it the reviewer's responsibility to cover everything?
It's great.
No, it is not.
It was awesome. It's graded too.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, it's not your responsibility to cover everything.
Right.
But if you do, sometimes that proves that people are like, you know, this person's, you know, thorough.
Yeah.
They do what they need to do.
Yeah.
And I hope that I'm one of those people that people can rely on my opinion because I give a little bit more effort into what I'm playing.
I think that's true. And I think the people that watch you love that about you, right? But that's not right for every viewer. And
that's not right for everybody.
Right. And just like 2 plays isn't the minimum necessary for every, you know, like the people will self-select the type of content creator that they want to watch. And so like it ultimately doesn't really matter how many times any particular reviewer plays a game because their audience likes what they do.
Yep. They like what they do. Yep. That's all there's to it. That's all there's to it. And like in the end, I probably get more social media traction than I do to my actual reviews. Like I really do. Like just at the end of the day, like my numbers on social media.
What are those little guys that bigger. What are those little guys you post? They're like little red pandas or something.
Yeah, like my social media presence is so much bigger that I can take your game and show it there and give blurbs, and it does almost eons better than I'm probably doing a better job of selling your game or spreading bad noise about your game by putting it on social media.
Right.
But you know, like, yeah, it's just interesting to see, man. You know, it's kind of an interesting thing. And it's just evolving. There's no one set way to do it. So I do respect people who are like, I call them the titans and pillars of this industry, but they're so rare and they have such a hold on their audience, you know what I'm saying? Like to their every word. So there's nothing, you know, they don't represent the norm, you know, they don't. Yeah. And the other people are not, there's not enough people that I know that are good enough that I feel like would give me a good review after one play, especially if I played the game and I can sniff it out. Yeah. I can sniff it out. Like, oh, that's a really good vague way of saying this very complicated thing that you just don't understand because you only played it once. You know? Like,
well, do you think that's true for every game? Because I agree with you that some games have a lot of content in them, but some games, like a simple worker placement game.
No. Oh, no. Like I have Key to the Kingdom. Like if I played that after one play and talked about it, and I played it at a con anyway, so I know it. I would just talk about the experience and be done with it. Like just the experience. Like how much deeper do I need to go on a game that's made for families? But I want to give it a fair assessment. So I would spend more time assessing than sitting here going through the full rules explanation. Like this is like a big ass game. Like I don't want to. I feel like certain games require more detail. No question.
Sure.
I just feel like it, and that will be why people would come to me for specific type of games.
Yeah.
Right. So that they would know my bias. They know what type of games I usually cover a lot of. And those are going to be games that do require like multiple plays, like campaign-ish games and stuff like that.
Right.
So they know that I've played. And I will even say sometimes, like, I played this game, Solomon Kane, 24. I played like 23 hours or something like that. You know, and I'll be like, oh, I'll put another 10 hours into this before I review. And people see that on social media, so they know that I've been playing and playing and playing and playing. And that's different. But whereas like there's a game that like, you know, it's a Euro game. I played it once or twice and I'm good to go. Like, you know, as long as I do a good job of explaining the experience, I think we're good to go here. You know, I think we're good to go here. But I've just seen it a little bit more lately where I'm like, I don't know, man. Like I'm watching the review and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't.
So you know what to look for, right? Like, you know,
Yeah.
you're like,
Yeah.
like that's code right there for you didn't play this. Or
Right. It's just like
I get it.
Yeah, and like, and the thing is that I just like fair representation of products because people are trusting you with their product. They're trying to, you know, and it's like, and I should say this. I just felt like that Dice Tower review was poor. I didn't think I didn't like. I'm not saying anything about Dice. I just want to be clear. I just thought that was poor review. It was really scattered, and to have 4 people in the room together and to come out with that output was just like, really? Like, that was very confusing. And I'm just trying to figure out what information I'm supposed to process from that. And you know, I even expected a little bit more better, like clearer information from a hive mind. Because you know, like you're in a hive mind, you're speaking, kind of going a little bit off the cuff. I mean, they're not scripted anything there. So you know, so it's just like you're just speaking off the cuff, and I'm thinking, like, God, I would at least expected a little bit of hive mind here.
I missed the early part. Which review?
The Merchants of the Dark.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna be quiet then.
Alex, shut up. Just shut up.
Shut up, Alex.
Just shut up.
Shut up.
Okay? Shut your
Someone's
mouth.
got
Shut your mouth.
opinions. Someone's
For the
got
record,
opinions.
play that one at least 4 times before my
All right.
review.
So
Just for
yeah,
the
I'm
record.
just saying. Like, I'm just saying. Or like they had what was that other one? The Lost the Arnak expansion.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I watched that. I was just like, not just the 2 people who really played it a couple times could have just talked about it. Like they didn't have to have 4 people in it. You know, like, but hey man, I get it. That's the thing. All results may vary, right? Results may vary. It's not like everything has to be great all the time. Like your reviews don't have to be great all the time. But
Yeah.
and people just respect different perspectives. I've actually at MVM we talked about doing a review where it was like clearly I had played it the most. Like I had played it like 8 to 10 times. Someone had played it twice, and then somebody has a first impression. So you have somebody that like you have a wide range
Kind of cool, actually.
of people. So someone is a little bit more attached to it. You can tell one person that's like, oh, I played it a couple times, you know, and then there's one person who just got done playing, like literally just got done playing. And I was like, you know what, that's still, you know, we went back and forth about it. I'm like, that's not first impression. That's actually like, that could be a well-rounded review too. So I kind of thought about that as well. And I had to like think of a mindset of what were they going for there? So, you know,
that's a cool format.
Yeah. It's just that when I'm thinking about what Shane says as well. And it's just like, then you're kind of like putting a lot of disclaimers in front. And it's just like, damn, man, you got to do all that. Why don't you just tell us how you feel about the fucking game? Like, you know, it's like, well, I played it once. I played it 4 times. I played it 10 times. And now we're going to give you content. Now that you know all the disclaimers. You know,
no,
like,
I don't think you should do that. I don't think you should have to do that. But but the argument was, how many times should you have to play a game?
Right.
And the answer is as many times or as long as you need to play it to give your opinion of it, because that's what people are there for.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So, like, and if they don't like the way you review or they don't like the games you review, they're going to find that out pretty quick. And then they're going to go find someone else that they do like.
They do.
It's true.
You're right.
I think where I get in my own head very much is I treat my entire channel like an ongoing conversation. I talk about what I played, I talk about what's going on, I run a top 10 list, and I'm so allergic to the idea that I'll give you a like official review of a game, and then 6 months later I'm telling you how much I love the game that back when I reviewed it, I was like, it was okay. Because my opinions changed because I played it 4 more times and I got more
Yeah.
of things. And I can point to 3 or 4 instances where that's happened, and I'm always paranoid about trying to keep that frequency as low as possible. Because
Well,
I'm
what's
putting my
wrong with-
I'm putting my opinion out there on the internet. I'm saying I have a full review of Canvas, so I'm like, it's an okay game, it's fine. And it's really grown on me. I really like it.
Yeah.
It's simple, it's accessible. But like my official reviewed statement is like it's a 3 out of 5. And it's seriously grown on me since then. And I want that.
What's wrong with changing?
Nothing's wrong with changing. But I
Everything,
think
damn
that
it.
the frequency
No
of it
change
does.
ever. Your
The
opinion
frequency
is
of it
law.
is an issue.
I think the frequency is very important. Or if
Yeah.
you just, or especially because Alex is used to the conversation of ongoing conversation. Yeah, I was just talking to a reviewer about this, another content creator about this today, and I was gonna say it was called "Baby Come Back" because the song "Baby Come Back,"
Mhm.
and it was like a
Baby
video
Come Back.
dedicated to these games that you didn't like or you were kind of lukewarm
Right.
on,
Yeah.
or you may have gotten rid of. And you want them back now.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's just like,
That's
or
fun.
you've just changed, your opinion has changed. You're a different
Right.
man, and I just think about those types of games because sometimes there are games you just like, I think I let
Yeah.
go of that one too fast, or
Yeah.
I probably should have gave that one another shot. And then you play it a year later at a con, you're like, fuck, what was I thinking? Like,
Yeah.
But do
Yeah,
you think
totally.
But-
the
but-
average viewer expects that? Like they're
I think
expecting your
your
review?
core audience will bring it up. They pay attention more than you
Yep.
think.
Right. Yeah.
Especially if you have a Patreon. Especially if you have a
Yeah,
Patreon.
yeah, I'm sure.
Hey
They are
guys,
very
if
connected.
we hit 1,000 new subscribers, I'll do an update video.
Yeah, like and
Get
they
the word
will.
out.
I mean, like they
Game still
will
sucks.
go. They will ask you a specific question. They'll
Still
timestamp you. They will do
Yeah.
Don't worry, the work will be done for you. Don't worry.
I've been
That's
down
awesome.
that road for a while. Yeah, I forgot about
There
all
have been
that.
games where I said on my channel, like, oh, I didn't back that. And then I'm unboxing and someone's like, I thought you didn't back it. I'm like, yeah, the publisher sent me this one. But like, there are people who like a year and a half ago, they're like, you said you didn't back it, Alex. And I'm like, yeah, I know.
Those people have
Yeah.
a good
You
memory.
lie, Alex. They're just looking for the lie. That's
They're on
all.
the
They
throne
don't
of
care about
lies.
your opinion. They're just looking to
Aha!
crabs in a fucking barrel.
I knew it.
Burn
I
it.
wrote it in my journal. It says,
Burn
"Dear
it.
journal, Alex said the funniest joke today." I knew he was lying.
Oh, Alex
Alex-
did say the funniest joke in a recent video. Did you hear that one, Jeremy? Did you know
No.
dogs can't operate MRI machines? But
No.
cats can.
I get it.
Oh, it's so bad. It's
I
so
get it.
bad.
Terrible.
CAT scan is a machine.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, it's an
Don't
imaging
say.
procedure done with a machine.
All right.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
Okay. Log off.
You know, dogs
Actually-
can't operate a CAT scan. A CAT scan. That joke
Alright.
doesn't work. It's not as good.
You know you
CAT
don't need a
scan
parachute
in
to
the
go
Catskills.
skydiving. You need a parachute to go skydiving twice.
Oh.
I do like that one. The dad jokes are strong.
Oh no.
Yeah, I
I
don't
tell
know.
you, what's going on with Sweet Mess? Bring what's his name over here, man?
But actually,
Jason.
no,
Want to do that, really?
no, I do
Hey,
not.
hey, you know what? It's 2022. Where's Jason at? Bring him on this fucking
We
podcast.
should.
Let's
No,
Let's
you
have
know
a
what we
sweet
should
mess
do?
of a podcast.
So did you? So you guys
It's in
are
the
familiar-
name. It's
I mentioned
literally
this-
in the name.
So no, let me say this.
Dude,
So everybody's aware of Kingdom Death Monster, right? Everybody.
Yeah.
Never played it.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's talk it. Let's
What
talk
is
it.
that?
So they did a Kickstarter,
Oof.
like what is it now? Nearly 5 years ago now.
Yes.
They made like $12 million,
Yes.
and they so basically the portion of the game that was done, like the main box, was delivered to backers. They sent those out and that was done. But there were two things that there was a I think it was called like Book of the Damned or something, which was another expansion or something.
It's called the Gambler's Chest.
No, there's two things. The Gambler's Chest is one,
Mhm.
And there's a second thing too that people could, if you did the all in, it was part of the $900 or $999 all in.
Okay.
Which was like this Book of the Damned or Book of the whatever, and which was another
Yeah,
set of things,
yeah.
whatever. So basically, people that backed it, if you backed it for at least the base game, you got the Gambler's Chest for free. And it was just like, and then it was supposedly random, but not really random. The stuff that was going to be part of the Gambler's Chest, and the guy took videos of himself rolling
the
dice
die, yeah.
and it was like,
Yeah.
oh, it's number so and so, and so that means that I'm adding this monster to the Gambler's Chest. Well, whatever, it's all fake. But
Like repacks.
Well, no, but so it's 5 years now, and like it's like he just keeps on, we're working on it. Is basically what the guy says every single time. And Kingdom Death has always been kind of like, I've never met the man, never had a conversation with him, never whatever. But he's a sculptor, and this is kind of like, this is like his boutique thing that he does. And so people are basically, hey, it's nearly 5 years, this is ridiculous. What's going on? Why is this taking so long? Why don't we have our stuff? And he did an update in the last couple of days that basically was something where he admonished people for saying things that were negative in the comments, saying that he said, I consider this Kickstarter to be a family. And that means a family doesn't say negative things and hurtful things. And if you feel the need,
can we
that
try
you
that?
Yes, do it tomorrow, Shane.
If you feel the need to say something hurtful, what you're doing is, by saying something hurtful, you're making the comments section a negative place to be. And other people that might be in a good mood or happy would come in here, and they're going to read these negative things, and then they're going to feel negative too. And you're hurting the family by saying these things. And then he said, here's an email address. The email address is something like, I want to be heard at kingdomdeath.com. He said, if you want to complain, email this thing. I assure you somebody will read it. Right. Which, okay. And so of course the end result of this was that everybody agreed that was the best thing to do. And everybody continued to say nothing but pleasant and nice things.
Dude.
And they agreed.
Worst update ever, by the way, in history.
Yeah, and then to compound on the problem, he said, check out all these sculpts that they've been working on, and the sculpts were pictures of these sculpts that were basically repackaged pictures of an earlier update of some earlier sculpts that he had already done, and then he just, so basically it looks like he's probably done a ton of work on it.
He's done a ton of work, but.
Yeah, but basically and so now it's like people are just, they're getting the pitchforks and the torches.
So
he
just. But Lance, think about the content that he has. Like, how long do you think that stuff's going to take to develop, though? Like for real, based on him, based on the amount of content and the size of his team. How long do you? I feel like it does take about 5 years to do all the shit he's doing.
I don't think anything. I backed it. I got the base game just because it's
great. It's fucking great game. It's one of my favorite games.
It's a great game, and the sculpting is fantastic, right?
But I'm talking about
I don't expect to see my Gambler's Chest stuff in the next year or 2 or 3.
Dude, I can't handle this. I gotta say this right now because Chad in the comments he hit me right in the heart, man. He said, I thought the Gambler's Chest was a Kenny Rogers expansion. I can't fucking handle that, dude. Fucking gambler.
No,
he wrote that out. I couldn't just look at that.
And I do firmly believe that everybody will get their stuff. Right?
They will. They will, just like the first time, right?
Yeah,
just like the first time.
It's going to be years. It's going to be
It's going to be years.
It's been years, and it's going to be years.
But basically, the Gambler's Chest is, in the end, I think the product that's going to be delivered is literally Kingdom Death Monster again. There's a lot of content in that game, in that Gambler's Chest. It is a whole new revised game of Kingdom Death Monster, basically, and you're stapling it onto this base game, and it's all got to make fucking sense, you know. And I think what people are forgetting, well, people will never know how long it takes to develop a game, no matter what. When people see sketches, they think those sketches are already all planned out and shit like that. They're not. Okay, like I'm not saying like they're like me with my game that I'm trying to design. But I'm saying like they're probably not that much further. They just have working knowledge of the math board game and some notes and how to write those notes and stuff like that. And I just think that will never be something that people understand. So therefore, there will always be this thing of like, why is this fucking taking so long? On top of the shipping crisis, on top of possible money mismanagement, on top of the Chinese New Year not knowing what that's about. Just that kind of stuff like that. Or like even back in the day when everything was fine and just getting a product sample that was shitty and having to send it back and go back through some processes and make different choices. Like nobody can even talk about that shit anymore. Like, nobody can bring that up in the update anymore. That's something you're supposed to just handle. Like people know more about the business than ever now because they put so much money into it. But at the same time, they don't at all. Like they don't get it. They just want the fucking product. They don't care about your clothes.
I mean, part of it's the problem because they think they know, right?
Right. They do think they know. You're right.
They think they know. And you can have enough information just to be dangerous, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, it would be better if they just did nothing. But I'm thinking about, there was some concept or whatever about that where it was like this concept of like when you know nothing or you know a little bit about something, like
the more you know, the more you know you don't know. Is that what it is?
No, there's like a whole psychological concept behind that idea or whatever. Like there's a name for it and everything where
You're talking about the fallacy where the people who don't know what they don't know, like they inherently. Oh my god! 1 second.
It's if you know a little bit about something, you all of a sudden you think you're some kind of fucking expert about it.
Yeah.
Right. Like, right. Like, so people who know a little bit about something tend to overblow or whatever.
Jeremy.
Like,
yeah.
You know,
I've done my own reresearch on this, and
right. And I know
I've written my own scroll about it. Okay.
I know how 310
I read a blurb 10 years ago, and I have a scroll about it. Here you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. They call it Shane's fallacy, I think.
Shane's fallacy.
Probably,
yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, that's it. That's
Shane
it.
paradox.
That's the one. That's the one. Shane's paradox.
That's the fallacy when you think you know how to
Shane's
play
paradox.
magic, but you really don't know how to play magic together.
And then you get crushed by your employees.
Right. Then you miss by your opponent.
So this is the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's not what you're talking about, is it?
I don't know.
Dunning-Kruger effect is
Sounds Dutch.
It's the idea that everyone thinks they're smarter than the average because inherently, if you're actually not smarter than the average, you are inherently don't know what you don't know. So you're not capable of finding out what you don't know. So everyone on average thinks that they're smarter than the average.
Yeah.
That might be it.
Sounds close enough.
Sounds
Let me
like
tell you what I
somebody put a
know
lot of
about
thought
that.
into it.
Less than average. I'll tell you
Not
that.
much.
Less than average.
Yeah.
Hey,
One of
Shane,
my favorite things I like telling people is like I have 4 kids, so I'm like, yeah, they're pretty good. Like statistically speaking, at least one of them is below average.
Right.
Just throws people off. Parents aren't supposed to say that about their kids.
My kid's
Whatever.
pretty average generally.
Yeah.
With some exceptions in the negative way.
My kid is smart, and if he ain't, he'll figure it out.
Yeah, pretty much. Or the world will for him.
No, that's what at least I know he's smart enough to figure it out. How about that? You know what I'm saying? He's like me. He'll figure it out.
You can figure it out. Yeah, so when I had my game store, we had 2 mottos. One was "It's your turn." That was our actual official motto.
Oh
but the real motto was "It'll be fine."
Oh,
that was our business motto. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
How are we going to cover next month?
The day you closed up the store.
It'll be fine.
It's still around. My buddy still runs it. It'll be fine. It's my official life motto.
So Ryan showed it on our channel. He says it's fine all the time.
Yeah,
so it hits me right now. He's like, it's fine, totally fine, it's okay. And I can't stand it. We joke about it all the time. It's like, hey, dude, we totally got that rule off. Well, it's fine. I'm like, no, it's not fine. Yeah, you can't just say that. Like, we're trying to do a full playthrough so people know how to play the fucking game.
It's
possible.
fine.
You can't just say like, no, that's not fine. I'm like, oh, it's fine. It's totally fine. Nobody even knows. Like, right. Like, right. Come on.
It's fine.
No, it's not. Like, I immediately, when you say it's fine, I automatically react because I always say that. When you're like, right, it's not fine. Like, it's not. Yeah, man. It's fine.
Exactly.
This is fine.
Not fine.
So Shane, are you practiced up on those drums? When are we gonna get the band together?
Dude, those are my kid's drums. He played them
Oh,
for
all right.
1 month, and then
For like a month.
and then he decided he didn't want to play drums anymore. Luckily, I bought them used, but they're like brand new. So I should go back there and just start banging on them. For the
Yeah,
hell of it.
man. We got you on the drums. We got Scott with his modular synths. I'll lay down some vocals. We just
Your
need
vocals.
some guitars.
Yeah, I can probably play. I can definitely play like Meg White level drums. No
There you
problem.
go. That's great. Perfect.
So find a guitarist like Jack White, and you know,
I can get you a Jack White by 3 p.m.
excellent. All right, well then we're good.
Well, I can get you a toe.
Exactly.
Can you guys name yourselves the Shitty Beatles at least?
Was that a real group or was that just from Wayne's World?
No, that's from Wayne's
World.
World.
It's not just a clever name.
I love that name. Just Shitty Beatles. How are they? They're shitty. $20. And of course he pays the $20. He plays the money.
I freaking love
You
that
know,
movie.
like you go, hey, I would pay to see the Shitty Beatles too. Why not?
Right? I mean, you have to at least once. It's like that
Yeah,
A-frame
whatever.
sign out front of a bar that says, "We officially serve the worst Spanish coffee in town,"
Like,
or whatever it is, and you're like,
No,
"Well, I
or-
gotta try
or
that."
Something strange, like the best soup in town, followed by the band that's playing, followed by the shitty Beatles, and then like down at the bottom it says best soup in town. I'm going there.
That's an experience. That's a night that I want to experience.
Shane is going. I know Shane is going with me. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I want a
Oh,
good
yeah.
bowl of soup.
Yeah.
If the band is good, fuck it.
I'm just gonna be mad if that soup isn't good. I'm gonna be
I would be mad if the soup
How's the
was
band?
I can hear
Horrible.
you. I can hear you complaining
But
about
the
it.
soup
like,
is
already.
even worse.
Seriously, man, I would be pissed off if the soup was bad.
like, this is a really small town, and you guys are fucking liars.
You had one job, small town. You had
One goddamn job.
I wanted a lobster bisque, and this is ass.
Dude, I wanted a lobster biscuit.
This is crabby tomato.
Crabby tomato. I was up hunting. We went into this restaurant in town, right? It's up in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, right? And we actually looked at the flyer in the paper that said this band was playing and at this place in the middle of nowhere, and that's their slogan: "We're the best place in the middle of nowhere." So I was thinking of something similar. Like, what if you showed up and this was like a horrible place
It
in the
was
middle of
probably
nowhere?
awful. Dude, I went to I knew the drummer from the Scorpions was our drummer for a few shows. And so we had backstage passes. We went up to see them up in Seattle. Scorpions are awesome, by the way. And on the way up, we stopped in Kent, Washington, and we went to this little Mexican joint that said it was the best Mexican in town. And we were like, all right. I don't think it was. That's the end of my story.
Well, if it's the best, it's a shitty thing.
It was really the salsa was like they just opened a can of tomato paste and we put it in a thing. It was
nobody will believe me on this.
Would
but
you
like,
go? Would you
when
go
you go to
beans
when you
from
go
a
to
bag?
Origins, when you go to Origins and you go over to the food place or whatever, and you go upstairs for the hot chicken, and
right, yeah,
and then they have they have two things to drink. You can either get water, or you can get iced tea like your mama made, is what it says. And then I was sitting there and I was drinking my iced tea like my mama made. And I'm sitting there drinking it, waiting for my chicken. And I look over and I see them, because it isn't like a normal carbonated thing. It's like literally like I see as the guy dumps he went and he dumped like a giant jug of water and ice into the water side of it. And then I watched him pick up a giant jug of Lipton and open up the top. And pour
Just
it
like your
into-
mama used to make.
Yeah.
Your mama did.
Ours was Tetley, but okay.
That's awesome.
Some of this tastes like Lipton. Shut up and drink your tea.
Shut
Yeah.
up.
Is this Crystal Light?
Hey, Shane, shut up.
Yeah.
Mama,
Your
this
mama
don't
made
taste
that.
like.
Shut up.
You're
lucky you
putting
got
sugar
your
that you can't
Lipton.
tell.
Would you like if there was this is me. This is how the journey I would go on. If you were in a small town and was like there was Dave's and there was Jeff's and they both had barbecue and it just said at Jeff's thing it said better than Dave's. Would you go to
Yeah. I gotta
would
Yes.
you go to that one?
I
Yes.
think I would.
Yeah. Yes, I
What
would.
if the other one, like if it was Bob's and then Dave's, and the one
Yeah.
when Bob says better than Dave's, and Dave said Bob can suck my dick, I'd go to
Yeah,
Bob.
like,
Oh, yeah, then I'm going to Dave. I'm going the other one.
Yeah.
going both, baby. I'm going to both.
Then you got to do a compare and contrast video.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
I'm going to both. I want to interview the staff. I want full exposure. I might stick
love
around
it.
in that town for the night. Like, I might
I
be
would,
there.
I would actually eat both once, and I'd list that in my review that I had both.
Yeah, exactly. Hey man, that barbecue we had in Dallas, that was good. I don't remember the name of the place, but
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
actually good. They gave us that giant loaf of bread.
That was weird.
That was weird.
Gave us a whole loaf of bread. Sealed
Really?
bag of sliced bread.
Whoa.
White bread. Just white.
This is not an Italian joint.
White bread's a thing down in
It's like-
Texas.
It was
Yeah.
like we were sitting there. It was just like they just
With-
all of a sudden
especially
were
with
like,
brisket.
that's how you get the sauce, man.
And they
That's how
like,
you
did
get the
you,
rest
did
of
you,
the
they were
sauce.
like, did you get bread? And I was like, no, we didn't get bread. And he handed me basically a loaf of Wonder Bread. Here you go.
Yeah.
That's
Loaf of Wonder Bread.
That's how you do
a
it.
thing down there with brisket.
I'll tell you what though, some of the best barbecue I ever had was at a place in the worst part of town in Orlando called Black Max's. It was a shack, and they would give you white bread that basically they would put that on the plate at the bottom,
Yeah.
put the barbecue on top of it
Yeah.
to soak up all the grease.
Right.
Like, but and then they give you a couple pieces on the side, which the barbecue you just never ate the bread because you were
Right.
just like, I mean, the barbecue. But this place didn't use it to soak it up. They just basically were like, here's a whole loaf of bread.
How did they do it? By like the
a loaf
pound?
of
or-
dry bread.
And now if they had said, here's a loaf of bread and
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Now I'm picturing these people. Now I'm just picturing these people doing what you would never do to a bag of bread, is basically taking the bread and just ripping the bag open and grabbing it. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is from
I'm
last
just
week.
picturing the most
We gotta get rid of it.
the most wrong version to use. I've never in my life, even in my drunken days, taken a bread out of a bag or ripped the bag and been like, here's the bread. Like, I've
So
never,
no, they gave us a
I'm
bag. They didn't
picturing
open
that
it.
in my mind right
Yeah,
now.
they didn't
They
open it
didn't
for
open
us.
it.
So-
That would have been
so-
awesome though.
Whole steel
So
bag.
every
Yeah, it
once in
would've
a while, every once in a while, you have that moment that you're
Break
like,
it.
I think of this is something that actually like happened to me, and it still makes me laugh to this day. And the worst part about it is the other two people involved in this situation, like I was really good friends with, and now I'm not good friends with either of them because they both turned out to be pieces of garbage. But drunk night, go out, drink. There was this truck stop that had all you can eat soup and salad after midnight. And it was like one of those expanded like salad bars. So they had like weird stuff on it too, So
And
it was
eat
like,
there after midnight.
yeah. So you go there and it was always like vegetable beef soup, but you could get buns and there's all these different, like there was just a bunch of weird food it wasn't just salad. It was like casseroles and stuff like that. It was weird, right? So you'd go there and you pay them $11 and you'd sit there and eat until you sobered up a little and you go home. And so one of my buddies was just completely trashed. And we went there and I was like sitting there and I was grabbing my stuff or whatever. And I went and sat down at the table. And then my other friend came back and my friend that's just really drunk comes back and he's got a big ass bowl of soup, vegetable beef soup. And there's this big giant wad of butter like in the middle of the soup that's melting.
Oh.
And like obviously he had meant to grab a wad of butter because he had like 4 or 5 dinner rolls and he wanted it on his plate to like but it was sitting in his butter, and I kind of just looked at it.
Sounds good.
And I said,
Sounds real good.
and I was like, I looked at him, I said, is that butter in your soup? And he went, yes. And then I looked at him again and I said, on purpose? Yes. I was like, okay, well, whatever, and I went back to eat my food. Like 10 minutes later, I'm in mid-chew and he says, hey guys, does anybody else's soup taste like shit?
That's actually a pretty brilliant idea.
I like
Like
it.
if he had used it after he put it in the soup, the dent on his bread. That would have
Yeah.
been smart.
Oh yeah, dip the
All I
bread
know
in
is
the
I
butter
laughed
soup.
Salty
Oh,
and then
yeah.
take it out and put it on the bread.
Yeah.
But like the food in my mouth just blah as I just laugh, spit all over the guy across the table from me. Oh, such a too bad both those people turned out to be complete and total a-holes.
Shocking.
Yeah,
happens.
shocking.
You're saying about people who like butter soup.
Yeah.
Wait
Yeah,
till you get my new
it's-
cookbook coming out. Butter soup's gonna
Butter soup.
Yes.
right at the top.
I watched a video about like this guy cooked a chicken boiled it in butter, and it was like something they used to do in medieval times. They
That
would,
sounds good.
How do you
And I
get
was-
that butter? That's a lot.
They clarify it.
thank you. You just ruined everything with your little comments. But no, I mean, I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. That's it. I mean, it just sounds like your
That's
whole
delicious.
house is gonna smell like that. Just like
What's the
I don't-
problem? I don't understand.
That sounds good to me.
I don't know. It didn't sound real appetizing.
Like confit, right? That duck confit stuff.
Yeah.
Basically the same concept.
Sounds good to me, man.
So I don't know. Did somebody watch the Tom Bassel video of Merchants of the Dark Road? That they just don't like
Back
it.
on this
I
again?
might have seen it.
Alright.
I don't remember.
I don't watch the Dice Tower.
don't
I
watch
do.
it.
I watch. There's like 5 or 6 content reviewers I watch.
I don't
Kinda
watch the
sporadically.
big ones like Man vs. Meeple. No offense, Jeremy. Dice, although I've heard they have changed the format a bit, but
Yeah, they did.
Dice
change.
Colorado. I don't watch any of the big ones because I find it's just repetitive to me. It's,
You're repetitive.
I watch the
Doesn't
smaller
feel good,
ones.
does it, when somebody says that to you?
Lance, I don't give a fuck one way or the other. That's my whole life. I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I
I
got
mean,
with me, not
You've been
you.
living on borrowed time ever since you got run over by that train. So just,
I wasn't. Well, technically, I was, but it's not as
Truth
bad as you
comes
like to
out.
try to make it sound.
hey, just embrace it.
Mhm.
Here he got run over by a trained deer.
What was
Working
it?
on the sanitary. It's kind of funny. We were talking about that the other day. They tried to write me off for breaking an edge ring. We had this
what?
You're
on the
referencing
job, yeah, when I was working on the
two
trades.
companies on your shirt right now.
Lance,
Yeah.
Lance,
Uh,
Lance, you
I
gotta
know.
come back. Lance, you gotta do some more reviews in 2022, man. You gotta do some reviews, man.
Oh no, I don't. I don't have
Come
time.
on, man.
Why? I first of all, I don't feel right. I don't feel right reviewing stuff because I publish.
No,
I mean-
you should review stuff that you like to review though. You have stuff that you talk about that you don't talk about.
books you
Then we
have
have
all over the
time.
place.
you actually have played some
Busy
games. Fuck,
enough. Don't tell him to be doing extra shit, all right?
No.
Don't worry about it.
I need him focused on doing shit for us. Don't tell
It's
me
always about you, Sheen.
This was on the
not
bottom.
always about me. It's always
This was-
about
This was on the bottom of my T-shirt drawer, and I
Seven
was
Days
like,
Life.
holy cow,
one
my old
review a
T-shirt.
month, Lance.
you're
One
wearing
review
that
a month or a
with the
mega
colors.
review thread.
Well, if I had a Gray Fox shirt, I'd wear that, but we don't have any Gray Fox.
Well, you're kind of
shirts.
wearing Gray Fox colors on that outer thing.
Here. There you go.
You
There
don't
you
have
go.
Gray Fox apparel, Sheen?
Should I button the top?
I
button?
do, but to be honest, I ain't got anything big enough for Lance.
No.
Okay.
There you go. Lance, I'm saying
Shane,
one
you do
review a
realize
month
what
or
hobby we're
a
in, right?
monthly rundown. What's
You
up?
I do, but
if you want
again,
to sell apparel, you should realize the size.
I
of the
don't
hobby
sell.
we're in.
But the thing is, I don't sell that apparel. I don't sell.
Oh, okay.
And also in fairness to to kind of come back on that statement, I thought I was right about that, but like every time we asked for volunteers, like in the past, we've asked for volunteers like for Gen Con or Origins or whatever. Like one of the things they do is they get shirts because we want them to have a Gray Fox shirt when they're doing the volunteering.
Yeah.
And I would always order, ahead of time. And whenever I did that, I never ordered enough mediums and smalls. And I was like, who the hell are all these small and medium sized people that are volunteering?
Women?
But it was amazing how many people were mediums and smalls and how few people were like large and up.
I'll sit at a table playing board games. Makes you trim, man.
Yes. You would
It's
think
not-
All that
opposite.
activity. All that activity.
It's
The
all
arm
that mental,
motions,
yeah.
repetitive
mental
dice
training.
rolling.
I need
Works
to
off the
Got
balance.
carpal tunnel from the wrist. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a dangerous hobby. Dangerous.
I have been. I don't know. I just what conventions are we going to anyway?
Yeah, who else is going to Gamma? Am I going to be all by myself?
Yes.
All by
Uh,
yourself.
I may be going to Gamma,
Probably. The only reason I would go to
Really?
Gamma,
but I'm going to Gamma. I'm going to Gamma for localization stuff. I'm not going
Oh,
to
yeah.
Gamma as
Oh, okay.
stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say I
Alright.
don't think that's really a thing for.
You go to Gamma for what there, Chief?
Gamble.
Because I'll be doing the localization
I
stuff.
was talking to my
for,
boss.
Wildstone.
He said chief.
that?
Come on. Who do you think he's talking to?
You go to Gamma. You go to Gamma if there was money.
Sorry,
In
what
it
do you
for
mean localization stuff?
Okay, so I work with a company called Rawstone, and I do I
There
find
he
titles
goes.
to localize games and take them to China and translate them to Chinese for
Oh, to China?
China, Macau, mainland China, Macau, and Taiwan.
Cool.
So you
So I
got
act
it.
as like their kind of liaison to kind of find the
Is
target.
there a
titles and
company
stuff
out
like that.
of that area?
Yeah, they're publishing out in China. Yeah.
Well, thanks for reaching out to me on want to publish anything, our stuff.
Well,
Thanks.
I will, motherfucker, when
No.
I go to the.
No, it's too late. It's too late now. It's too late now.
Yep, you lost it. Yep.
When I am
We
in a
heard his
spot where we can
feelings.
talk versus on the goddamn podcast where I drink and talk shit all night. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would go to Gamble, Lance. That's the only reason I would go. Like that's really, I mean, like that
Nambla?
and all you can eat sushi, like, right? Gamma. Talking about
Oh,
the trade
Gamma.
show, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do
Do they
not-
have- oh yeah, Reno. They do have.
If you go to Gamma, I promise you, I will go to all you can eat sushi with you. And that's enough.
I will
That
go
justifies
right
the
there
plane
with your
ticket,
ass.
right?
You're
that
on your
justifies
own
the plane
there,
I
ticket.
like how you just said you'll go. Not that you'd pay, just that you'll go with me.
I will buy you that sushi
You're gonna buy all you can eat.
That's more like it.
and will
Don't
not pay for
spend
the plane
thousands of
ticket.
dollars just for a free.
Yeah, I'm not
No,
paying.
not-
I got a couple businesses I got to pay for. I'm not.
I
I'm on
gotta.
a budget. We got to go
Jeremy,
cheap. We got to go
Jeremy,
cheap.
if you're coming and you go to the sushi joint, I'll buy yours too.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But
But that
go,
means
make
Shane
sure
has to
don't eat breakfast. Don't eat like
just
just
show up hungry.
Liquid breakfast, man. When you know you're about to have all that sushi, man. Nah.
yeah. You don't like. I hear
Liquid
if you eat
breakfast.
grapes. They can you can pack more in. Like you can eat grapes, and that'll help you. Like that'll help you actually eat more later. So maybe
Really?
have some yeah. I've heard that. Like you can eat like specifically grapes. I don't know what it's
That
about.
sounds like BS.
All right, I'm gonna go look it up right
I
now.
feel like
I don't know.
I feel. You know what? I feel like when I eat cherries, two things happen. Either I really get hungry after I eat cherries, or
Yeah.
I'm good to go. Like I'm just
Yeah.
good to go.
Yeah.
Full.
Like if I drink a lot of water with cherry, like I'm I'm good.
Huh.
Or sometimes
those-
after I eat cherries, I'm like, now I want to eat. Like I want to eat a full on meal. Like I don't. It's one of those foods that I eat. I gotta watch it. Like I gotta watch it.
Interesting.
Or I just love cherries, and that's just whatever.
Cherries are freaking good. Man.
Yeah, I love them too.
Cherries are fucking
Bing
good. I hate that
cherries,
cherries are
yeah.
so expensive.
Oh,
Talking
dude.
about food shortage, if there's a food shortage and I can't get my Rainer cherries in the middle of summer, my luxurious Rainer cherries that I pay like $15 for when I get a big ass bag. You know how people get a bag and they take some out of the bag? No, I get the whole fucking bag. Because I'm bougie. Because I'm bougie and I don't know where I came from, apparently.
I grew up in an orchard town, man. And when we were kids, we would just wander through the orchards, pears, apples, cherries, just gorge yourself.
Like my wife is like, I can't believe. I remember when we first started dating, she was like, I cannot believe you spend that much money on cherries.
It's worth it.
The shitty part about it is that I could sit down and eat the whole fucking bag. Okay. That's
cherries
the sick
good,
part
man.
of it. Okay.
Cherries are good.
You know,
that's part of the thing about
really
it.
Fucking good.
If you got them every
they're
day,
so
it'd be
expensive.
different. Yeah.
Yeah, Shane, if you show up, I can promise you two things: sushi, and I will destroy you at Magic.
Destroy you.
That second one sounds so exciting. Yeah, I mean, the thing is I gotta have a reason. Like I gotta have a financial reason to go, and I don't the only reason I would be there is to look for some opportunities.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, right now I've got too many.
Yeah.
Like, we've got, there's this little game called After the Empire.
Never heard of it.
That'll keep us that can keep us busy for the next, next couple of years at least, of just releasing expansions. We'll be able to, between expansions for like Reavers, between new Midgard game, between Last Light that's coming out, I just, and we're going to conventions anyway, and all those people that I would meet at Gamma, I'm going to see them at conventions. They're going to be there anyway. So, speaking After the Empire, look who just showed up.
I know. Look at that, that framing. It looks like you're in a movie, man.
Right, it does. Like, what is happening there?
What the hell is going on? Are we here promoting an expansion? What the fuck is going on in this goddamn?
No, this was totally random.
This shit is sideways.
I expected you wearing a turtleneck.
I knew once Shane came, some company bullshit was going to come down. But this right here is some straight bullshit. Okay, what is there a follow up here to anything? Okay.
I was actually drawn by.
There was a follow up. The follow up was I got too much shit on my plate, opportunity, and that's why I don't need to go to Gamma to eat sushi with your sorry ass.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I heard about eat sushi, and I was like, I need to be part of this conversation.
Yeah.
I tuned in for a second. I was like, I need to be in this. And Sarah fell asleep on the couch with my dog. So
there you go.
Window. I have a window chat.
It's not her dog. It's your dog.
Dude, if I end up going to Gamma, there's going to be God. I had no idea what I was getting into, and once you start kind of digging into like, hey, I mean, like I thought this would be like a 10-hour thing a week, 10 hours about a week.
Yeah.
And if you get going with so many different games looming out there and follow-ups and just before the Chinese New Year, right after the Chinese New Year. And we're going to Gamma right after that. So it's like
you're gonna be well slept.
I had no idea, man. I had no idea.
You're gonna need that sushi. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna need this shit. I'm gonna get some good
It's good too because they let you get anything off the menu. It's not like just one of those like sushi places where they're like, well, you can order this or this. No. You can get the sashimi, like whatever you want. Just, like I want the salmon sashimi and just keep it coming.
Yeah, that's me.
Keep it coming, man. Eels, I want it. Give it to me. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, do you want this roll? I do not. That's mostly rice. Get that shit out of here.
It's like a proper buffet where they like challenge you. Can you do this? If you can, bring it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do. I know that's so Midwestern to me when I see that kind of like the buffets that they have. It's just like, I think they're challenging me.
That's how I am, man. I get my money's worth.
I think they put these 3 heavy starched meat and starch dishes right here because they didn't think certain people could fuck with this. Well, I'm about to show you by force that I can do this.
Oh yeah, they lose money on me.
And I will be back for Jello, you son of a bitch. I will be back for Jello.
We went to this place, Shady Maples. Like I don't go to the buffets too much. I just never felt comfortable with them. I don't like crowds. But anyway, we go to this Shady Maples with my wife for the first time. And I went up and got a plate and came back and she followed behind me. She's like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, what? She's like, you never get starches salad, or
Hey, you
anything in
messed
the
up,
first
man.
round. I'm like, whoa.
You messed up.
Like, whoa, she was not with me, but with her friends, she used to go up like once a month. They would spend 4 fucking hours in this joint.
Oh yeah.
But the place charged like I think it was like $22 for dinner.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I put a hurt on those places.
It's like,
long as everything is consistent with me, like if I'm paying $25, I need to have some. I always kind of look at what's the highest dish there.
Right.
If it's $20, I want. If it's 25 something dollars, I expect some like maybe a crab leg or two, whatever.
Yeah.
But if I get to like 30, 40 bucks, I need the prime rib out. I need it out. I need to see red meat, blood. I need to see blood everywhere. I need blood everywhere. I want to see a lot of bloody meats. And if we get to like 50 to 70, I need to see all kinds of shit I wouldn't even eat, but I need to be able to look at it. And it needs to be in big vases and shit with ice.
Yeah.
I need to
shit
see
I
an
can't
ice.
identify.
I need to see an ice sculpture for no reason.
Right.
Like I need
Obviously.
ambiance. Like I need desserts I clearly don't eat, but I'll try them. You know,
Maybe
it's
take
like,
one
oh,
little.
they have flan. I never order flan.
So good.
I never heard of this before.
But I haven't had one in 7 years, so
Right.
now I'm gonna have a flan. Like,
Heck yeah, man.
I don't know.
That stuff
While I'm having my
is
Jello.
sometimes really good.
Oh,
Yeah, if it's not too
The
eggy.
one, no, dude, the peppermill, whatever buffet
Yeah.
is there, that flan, no,
really? Everything else
no.
legit.
All the
Holy
desserts were
shit,
garbage.
I'm only saying this because I've had flan
Delicious.
twice in the last month, and since I like creme brulee and like nobody's making creme brulee right now,
Right.
well, I'm so fucking bougie. All right,
Why don't you make creme brulee?
you know what? Because I understand how gentle making creme brulee is, like how
He doesn't have a tiny torch, Shane.
I don't have a tiny touch.
You could buy one pretty cheap.
Tiny torch, $12. I'll buy it for you and send it to you. You make creme brulee. And
I mean,
I like
pay
flan
money
better
for-
than creme
I
brulee.
pay money for a lot of things that I don't want to do my damn self. So
That's what money's for. You don't want to do everything. Come
we
on.
just
Right.
said nobody's making creme brulee, but I don't think that's true.
no, but that's the thing. Like, I want somebody to make creme brulee, but like that, it's just not a thing right now. Apparently, I guess so.
It's a thing, but you know what?
But
If
I
you-
went for the flan. I'm going for the flan now.
I'll take flan
And,
every time, man. Every
I've
time.
had a good run, and when you say no good flan, I'm like,
Peppermill, like I loved, like Brian and I gorged ourselves. It was great. I ate so much steak, but those desserts, they were disappointing.
oh,
Well, they probably
I'm such a dessert guy. That's the thing. I'm such a dessert person. Like, it just that hurts. That hurts. I will go find cake. Like I need good cake. That is like my favorite thing in the world. It's the most childish thing in me. I love cake. So I will travel. If you have shitty cake, I'll spit it out. I'll straight up spit it out. And I'll be like, I'll actually ask someone, where can I get a great piece of cake?
Yeah. Don't waste that stomach
it's
space,
interesting.
man.
People do know where they get a good piece of cake. Like they'll tell you, like, hey, go to this bakery. They're great, you know?
Yeah.
And that hasn't failed me once at any time. But if you tell me that our hotel does not have good desserts, that is very, very disappointing.
The rest of the buffet's good.
Restaurants.
Okay.
Yeah. So who knows?
They got enchiladas. They got all these steaks. Like there's lots of good stuff on that buffet. It's just the
You're
desserts. were
scaring me
disappointing.
because if I'm gonna be in town for 4 days, I will buy a cake.
Maybe you should,
I'm
man.
serious, dude. Like, sorry, man. I'm on vacation. I'm gluttonous when I'm on vacation.
Cake.
Good cake is just one big rectangular cake, and all the.
I would just buy a sheet.
Are you talking about the place at the Gamma?
Yeah.
Okay, you're right. Their desserts.
No, they were garbage.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
They
You
were
guys are
garbage.
not,
Yeah.
Garbage.
You're not making me feel good about this.
The
Oh,
buffet
my
was
God.
worth it aside from the
Yeah.
desserts.
Yeah, but desserts.
All right.
And they looked good.
They did look good.
They looked good.
Is
Yeah.
Gamma giving us
Then you were
refunds on that or vouchers?
I want $4 off.
Yeah, you get like $4 off. It's
I'm not eating any dessert. $4 off, please.
$4 off.
Somewhere else in there, but it ain't at that place.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've never actually eaten any of the restaurants there. We just did like the buffet over and over because why wouldn't you? It was great.
Yeah.
That's great.
I think it's like a Chinese restaurant right across from it or something. Isn't there like a nicer?
Oh, we went and got Mexican food across the street at a cart. Remember that?
Because the year I wasn't there. Yeah.
Oh, that you weren't there. That wasn't you. That was with somebody I liked. Who was that?
Yeah, who was it? Wasn't Shane.
Maybe it was me and Tim. Anyway,
Probably, yeah.
there's a little cart across the street. It was actually really good.
Nice.
Tacos and stuff.
That's usually where you find pretty good places, like tacos, the shacks that you don't expect it, like seafood shacks you don't expect it from. Usually like the low key places.
Where is the Sushi Forever place, Shane? Is that like a travel or is it near the pepperoni?
No, it's in the hotel
Really?
or in the casino. Yeah.
I don't remember it.
So what's the consensus? Is everyone going to this thing or what?
No
Well,
one's-
Shane said no. Jeremy says he's going to be there, but you can't catch him unless it's for sushi.
They're just emotionally checked out. Got it.
Yeah, it's just
Look, when I if I'm gonna be at a place, like, again, the only reason I'm not going is because like there's plenty. I've already got too much on my plate, and all the
Not
people
enough
that will.
on your plate. It sounds like you got to get that sushi.
Oh yeah, that's true. No, trust me, I don't. All the I should probably eat more sushi actually. All the people that I would want to meet with there anyway are people that I would normally see at conventions. So if I could do any convention I do this year, I'll just see those same people. So
Yeah.
there's
How's
no
Oregon's
reason to go.
looking for
Like,
folks?
believe me, I want to go
Yeah.
because I love going on business trips.
Yeah.
You know, because the business part of it is typically later at night drinking at bars, and like that's where most of the opportunities happen. So I love that part. During the day, that
Right.
part not so much.
What's going on during the day anyway? Like, I haven't
There's
been
a-
to Gamma.
gotta deal
So
with
There's an
really
exhibit
going on?
hall. There's an exhibit hall.
There's a lot of
And
lectures going on, and
Gamma's a little bit different because you can be drinking all day there. It's a casino.
yeah.
You can have
Basi-
meetings.
Yeah.
It's pretty much you can be meeting all day. Unlike conventions where it's like a lot of the people that you're meeting, they have to work a booth. They have
Right.
to be in their booth or whatever. They have to take like pitch meetings during the day to see like games and stuff like that. But at night is when their time all frees up, and that's when like you really get the most shit done. At least the kind of stuff that I am looking to get done. At
Right,
least.
because I was gonna say, I'm thinking during the day, especially for someone like me, I would probably be trying to get enough meetings in with people to kind of figure out what their titles are and things like that. Like, I almost feel like, because I haven't been to this before, and especially on this side, I'm thinking to myself, like, if I go, I'm probably going to literally be setting up meetings as if I'm pitching our business to them. So it'd almost be like me, a publisher pitching to a retailer. Like, I would be pitching us to a publisher. So I kind of feel that energy.
Gamma's great for that stuff, like business meetings, that stuff. Because it's not a nerds come and buy games. Like, the publishers are not hawking games necessarily. They're showing what they have to the store owners, who sometimes make orders, of course, but it's more about the
Kickstarter
business,
is like the
business
thing
stuff.
now, so it changes the way things are. I
Yeah.
mean, you can be like, hey, we're gonna have a retailer's pledge, but they're gonna be like, I'll be talking about that next year again. Like, what
And and you walk around, you go to the round bar, and it's not just a bunch of random gamers. It's like, that guy owns a company, she runs a company. I want to do business with that person. Like, it's business people.
Yeah.
It's business.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect
It's business
anything but
time.
business. Right. It's business time, right? Yeah.
It's business.
But I also wanted to see some pitch meetings. I wonder if I'm trying to figure out a couple publishers where I just want to sit in on some of these pitches just to see what's going on, man. I feel like people talk so much shit about these pitches. And since I teach interviewing by day,
right.
I teach interviewing on both sides of the table every day. So I would like to see the process. I just want to see how people are either prepared or not, and then also how people receive that information.
I will probably be pitching if
just,
you want to watch.
It's just interesting.
Like,
I would like
good pitch.
They want to know how we
good pitch.
Like, I don't even care what the game is. I actually care about the pitch.
Yeah.
Like, that's the key for me, because I want to know what that communication is like, and like what their feedback is like, and I'll take that. I'll take the hat off. I'll just kind of process what people are the communication between the two.
Yeah, you can watch my for all I care. I'll let you know if I'm doing well.
You're a terrible pitcher.
I am.
You're awful.
Damn.
I
I'm
am.
surprised somebody hasn't done a
Christ.
video about that.
Stuttering. Thank God Ryan's there. Like otherwise,
Ryan is better.
It's half true.
Yeah, that is true.
Evan gets too self-conscious during that shit. I just plow forward.
I am actually really bad at pitching. The only reason Shane picked up after the umpire is because he wandered by and was like, "What's that?" You know,
it's table presence, 100% table presence. That's the only reason.
He's like, "Oh, what are you gonna do with this?" I was like, He's like, "You
Give
should
me
have
money,
Josh
I give you game.
Exactly.
And Josh played it and had an amazing experience, and I played it and I was like, Josh, what the fuck are you talking about? This game is a hot mess. It's terrible. What are you thinking? And he's like, really? He's like, I had a great experience. And I was like, well, then we got some development work to do. because and I'll trust you because I've trusted you before and it's paid off. This game, from my experience, was not anything like we weren't playing the same game. Like at all.
You did not have a good time.
Did you go back to the game, Shane?
What's that?
Did you ever go back to the game?
No, screw that game. I've never played it since.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no.
On the Zoom calls, because I wasn't there for that, and so it was both ends of the Zoom call. I saw they're excited and interested, and we just got to get Shane to play it. And then I got the Zoom call afterwards, and Shane was like, so I'm not sure.
Sucks.
Got to like see his deflation.
Well, what happened was what had happened was
you got in the way.
I don't let people win ever.
Yeah, Evan's not gracious.
Oh no!
I don't think that's not what it was. It was just
not unrelated. I don't think
it was a balancing and development issue.
Yeah, that's true.
Wasn't
That's true.
it was possible for Josh to have an amazingly good experience and the game went smoothly based on the cards and everything came out. And my experience was choppy and ugly and it was kind of a mess. But again, Josh saw something. I love the concept of the game. Like the concept was really cool. Yeah. And then the table presence was like, how are you going to beat that? Like, it's so I get to play with castles and little men. Like that's like, it's like I'm 8 years old again, you know, like, it's amazing, right? Like this is so cool. So, you know, again, it was like, and we cut a lot out of that game. Yeah. To kind of streamline it to where it's at right now. And then we will start introducing slowly some of all of the other concepts and ideas that you guys had on that initial, you know, playthrough or whatever. So you slowly introduce it, making sure everything is balanced and works with everything else before we give it to people. Until the very last expansion, because at that point we're just cashing in.
Are you saying it wasn't perfect?
Yes.
Yes, Evan. It was a horrible
Is there more
game.
in that design? Is there more in that design or no?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. It's
expansions if they let us. We've got
like 6 expansions that were already pre-planned like 4 years ago, and like
there's so much extra available for that game. We just wanted to get it out in a way that was like digestible initially to get people like stoked about it, and I think that worked. And you know, and then
I've seen it come up again, by the way, just recently.
Well, it made some end of year lists or whatever.
It made some top 10s,
yeah. So I think that, you know, which
Tom actually had it on his too. I think Tom had actually.
Yeah, I think we were 8 on Tom's.
Yeah, to fight off Mike just being upset about that.
What's that?
Mike Delizia does not like it.
Oh no, he does not.
Oh, because he doesn't. Come on,
it's not his type of game. It's not his type of game.
Well, he didn't like the battle part because he didn't get it, which I don't really. It's not that hard, but anyway, whatever.
Yeah, that's not his type of game.
Yeah, no, Magic players look at that and go, "Yeah, this is so easy to understand, no problem."
Right.
Magic players.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean these guys designed it, so like it makes sense that like that it's like how hard is it? Like these are the steps that you take. You know, it's kind of like the stack in Magic. You know,
I think it was Rick Garfield designed Magic the Gathering. I'm pretty sure.
Well,
yeah, but Yeah, anyway, we got a ton of expansions, but in terms of the pitching, yeah, you guys didn't really pitch us.
No.
We just kind of saw the game, and Josh was like, you should really play this game. I think it's a big opportunity, and we should try to get these guys to sign with us if they're willing to do it. And I was like, okay, all right, you know.
Josh,
Look,
thanks
And then I showed it to Shane, and being a bad pitcher, he was like, "This game sucks." But Josh won him over.
Jeremy, I think you're gonna have like a wildly different like experience with the pitch meeting depending on who was in that meeting.
Yeah, totally.
Both sides, like both sides
Yeah.
are really different. Wild.
Totally.
Yeah, I think
Gambit. And with the same
there's people who there's people that I want specifically to sit in
Yeah.
pitch meetings with just to
Yeah.
see their approach to conversation and just just as a whole. Because I honestly, when I hear from the outside looking in, it's just like, you know how we talked about the reviewer thing where it's just like one, like one play. I feel like when I'm listening to people I talk about it, it's like some people actually suck at explaining their game, suck at explaining things. And I feel like even though I know you have so many of these meetings to get through, you might be missing out on some fucking gems. Just like when I tell interviewers the same thing. It's like, just because someone's soft spoken and you work in a high, fast paced office doesn't mean they're not there at work today. You want to find out about their job relatable skills. It's the same thing. Like, you want to find out about the mechanics of this game, and sometimes they're nervous and they fucking suck at it.
Yeah, man.
So it's like there's a time and opportunity for that.
I had
But
this.
I respect
I had
other
this.
people's
Brady just
professional.
retired, and he was the 199th pick of his
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
class, right?
Yeah.
And he ended up being the greatest quarterback that's played the game.
So I had this pitch with AEG. Is like this card game, and I made it through the first round of their little pitch contest thing, and in the second round it was John Zinzer and the few other dudes, and I like words wouldn't come out of my mouth. I had 10 minutes in front of them, and they're like, "Hey, tell us about your game." And I said, "Well, it's a game. You do stuff, you play things, and sometimes you win it, and sometimes you lose it." And they're like, "Oh, okay, cool. So like, what's cool about your game?" I'm like, "Well, it's a game, and you do some stuff, and then like some other stuff happens." And they're like, "Okay, well, our time is up." And I was like,
So that didn't go well, huh?
I didn't even tell you anything about, it wasn't, it wasn't that exactly, but basically it was that, and like sometimes that happens.
Yeah, some people drop the ball. I expect that. But I also one of the things I do teach when I teach interviewing is also interviewers have to be like inquisitive. Like, you have to ask questions sometimes that are open questions. This is if you were asking a child. Like, you have to say, like, well, what we're looking for at Greenbrier games is we're looking for games that have this, and that. Like, just to fill the silence and say, hey, this is the type of games we're looking for. So do you feel like this game's in line with the type of games that we produce?
But they always say yes.
Okay. Yeah. Or like someone says,
this is 100%.
Well, or I would say, are you, like when I see this game, let's say, hey, I see this game's here. Are you aware of what type of games that we published? Based on what I see right here, are you aware of the type of games that we publish? Because right there, if you leave me, and I can take anybody's published, like I could go represent Gray Fox, and right away I would just be like, do you realize what type of games that we do publish and the type of games we're looking for? Have you looked through our titles? And if they're pitching that game and they know that I'm saying something like that and they keep going, I'm like, now we're wasting our time. Now I expect to see some of that. I expect that, because I expect people, just like a job interview, a lot of people don't do the research, they just apply for a job.
I think that's very common.
Same thing with pitching a game. I understand some people really hope that anybody will publish their game, so they'll pitch to anybody.
Sure,
but
they always do that.
Right. Like I watched somebody pitch a party game to Greenbrier. I'm like,
what are you doing?
What are you doing?
I've noticed the trend.
I want to do a trick taking game for folklore. Well, unless the cards kill each other.
Interesting concept.
In that, like, as we get to know more people in the industry, like, we get more familiar in our pitches. Maybe they've heard of us or anything. Still, most of them not, but like, at least maybe we've pitched to them a couple times in the past or whatever. So like, oh, hey again, and I find that we don't pitch as like hard anymore. Not like we're not signing a bunch of stuff, but like we're not pitching as hard. Like we're not pushing very hard anymore. We're willing to quickly accept when someone says, "Oh no, not for us," and we just move on to the next game. Which I think both a good thing and probably a bad thing. Like we probably could be pushing a little harder, selling a little harder.
Yes.
Because at the same time, on the other end of the table, like I want to trust that they do know what's best for their company, but they're also like often we've seen like, well, you said no before you even really understood what we were pitching you.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
like both sides that same issue,
Right.
Yeah.
And I often want to also have like a post breakdown conversation with some of these people and say, hey, like, the thing is that like there'd be something bad where it's like, oh well, we passed on this game and then it ended up being a hit. And I think to myself, like, I would have liked to have been there the moment that you did this, and you didn't like. Sometimes people don't immediately see what it is, and they don't immediately see what it is. And I wonder if it's like,
But
does everything have to hook you so quickly? Because
yes, that's
you can have
Nowadays,
5,000 backers. 5,000 backers don't represent the same like hook that you get like right away. It's more like this might have more mass appeal, and you don't have a mass appeal game. Like you don't have one. You're a very niche publisher, but it's like,
well,
I think a Wingspan with Stonemeyer, and I just think like it's such a different game than their games. Like it's just such a different game.
is.
Like it's like I just wonder how that game ended up there. Like it's just weird. And like people were like, no, they're like that. I'm like, no, you're thinking post Wingspan that they're like that. Now they can produce games like Libertaria and not make it a dark theme. Like it doesn't look dark anymore. It looks bright. It looks pretty and bright. And now they can do that. But before, I mean, Scythe was their title, right? Like it really was their title, So
you have to have that post-release success on a game in order for you to become a publisher that does that kind of game.
Yeah.
Right. So like when we go to Kickstarter and we release, like so we have Champions of Midgard, right? Midweight Euro /
dice chucker,
right? And yeah. And so like now, so we have like a thematic game that kind of falls between Euro and dice chucker. So there's just enough luck and there's just enough strategy and it's thematic. And so people, now the games that we look for are games that are going to appeal to that audience, because we know that the people that are buying Champions, those are the people that are going to come back and buy, like, or they're more likely to buy a game and trust us for a game like that. Now, now fast forward to now, like we just recently, well, not recently, but we're going to come out very soon. Was it 7 months ago, 8 months ago? We finished the campaign for Ragnaroks, which was supposed to be Santorini 2, right?
Yeah.
Two player, abstract, not really thematic, right?
Yeah.
Gotta have a nice table presence. We're not a company that's known for that. The reason we did it was because obviously it's Santorini 2, and that game has a mass appeal, and we were able to go and it's obviously no coincidence that the art and the style looks pretty similar to Santorini, right?
Yes, it does. Yeah,
because and that's by design, right? We didn't want to copy it exactly, but we wanted people to look at that and go, that box kind of looks like Santorini.
Yeah.
Like,
is there a connection?
Is there a connection, right? Let me look a little closer. Oh, look at that. It's a 2-player abstract game with same designer or whatever, right? So, but when we release that game and it comes out, and if it does well, then all of a sudden now that is another type of game that we can now consider when it's being pitched to us.
Right.
Because we've broken through that kind of like that barrier that you have, which is like, because we see like the designer of Sagrada pitched me a game yesterday in an email, and looking at the game, I'm like, I would like this game better than Sagrada. I would like to play this game more than I like Sagrada. But I passed on it because one, I couldn't see a way to give it the table presence that Sagrada has, right? Like this idea of like building the stained glass window over, it can be pretty, but you're not interacting with the pieces in the way you interact with them in Sagrada. Like there was that reason. And the second reason was because the theme and the weight of the game and everything else, it's like I don't have an audience for it. So I would be taking a complete risk. I release this game, and then after it releases, then it does well. And with 500 games coming out every month, my odds that happens are really, really, really low, right? So at this point, like if I don't see a game and go, my God, that just blew me away. Like it doesn't fit our wheelhouse, but it blew me away. I just got to pass, right? Like I just got to pass. So I know because of that, I'm going to pass on games that are going to come out
that are good.
They're going to be gangbusters. They're going to be they're going to be top 10 lists.
Right.
But I can't get too upset about it because there's a couple things. One, I don't know if I number one, it would have been a huge risk, and who knows if I would have. The other thing too that you have to consider is the development process.
Might be a different game.
So important in terms of turning a game that is good into a game that is great. And just because one company took it and made that game something amazing doesn't necessarily mean that I would have developed it in the same way.
Right.
It would have turned that game into the same thing that other company did. Like if I had signed Sagrada, would I have thought to make the box like they made it? To like, I mean,
that box
would look completely different than their Sagrada.
And you would have looked at it and be like, "This is a piece of shit." Like, get the shit out of here, or like, let's make it more like toned down. Jesus Christ, you know, like I get it. Like it would not be the same presentation, right?
Right. And so who knows? Like at that point, do I have a Sagrada?
Right.
You know, probably not.
Right.
You know. Well, so there's so many factors that go into the point that they pitch, the point that where they pitch and you agree to take it on, to the point that it releases. There's so many things that happens between those two things, art, graphics, development, that can drastically change whether or not that game is going to be amazing or it's just going to be another one of the, another one of the mediocre games that kind of falls by the wayside, that a few people will say, oh my God, this game is amazing, but nobody else really agrees with them.
Right.
You know, like
freaking by the way, Sagrada, claps up for that one, man. Jesus, man, what a beautiful product, by the way. Just a good product. Like, they did a a great product.
Like you see that on the shelf, you're like, I want that. I want that.
Like that one and Azul. Like I just look at it and I go, God, that's what you want. Like that is what you really want. Like somebody's going to pick that up.
Yeah.
And
long enough to decide. Long enough.
And that's part of the when you talk about a pitch or whatever, a lot of times like, well, here's something, and like in most of the games you see, they're not really doing anything special. Like it's all been done. So a lot of times it's just a matter of you looking at it and going, this would be a really good fit for a thing that we've been thinking about, or for like part of like another, like as part of like an expansion of the line that we already have that's successful. So like a lot of times there's not really, like, I think the main thing that most most designers, the thing that they miss is, tell me why your game, just get right to it in the first 30 seconds. Tell me why your game is unique and different than other games that are already on people's shelves. Tell me.
Yeah.
Like, because that's what I'm looking for, right? Well, I have this as an engine builder with work. Yeah, okay, great. But what does it do different? Right? What is the thing about this game that is different? I know I said after the Empire, like these guys are here. After the Empire, it was a score track. That's the thing that it did that was different, that I hadn't really seen, done in that way, right? It was like it's a solid worker placement,
But
great.
So if someone says something that's like not anything new, like I'm pitching my little game to you, you say, well, what's the thing about this? Well, in my game, it has something that's similar. If you want a reference, it's like Pursuit of Happiness. where the characters are going to gain resources and cards in their life that will represent their personality traits as they go through the game. Unlike Pursuit of Happiness, where you just get older and those represent the rounds, the cards will actually either die out of your hand as you age and get more life experiences, or they will continue to grow your deck and make you a more whole person. And along the way, there'll be goals, different things of that nature.
Dude, I feel like you need to talk to Ryan about
what?
Ryan's got a whole other game that's like right down that alley.
I had a discussion with this on the board game. I had a discussion with this. Like, dude, I'm serious. Like, I do think I have a good idea. It's just that, like,
it's a great idea.
It's a combination of a lot of things, but it definitely has a scenario version of it, and then it has a, like, this is a board game version of it. And my game actually has 3 games in it.
You say it's a combination of a lot of things. What do you mean by that? A combination?
Well, it's just a combination of, like, let's just say, well, one part of it basically is.
Wait, let's take the opportunity.
It's Jeremy. One part of it is a set collection part. So it's like a set collection, a resource gathering. And what you're doing is gathering little bits because you're young. You're gathering bits and resources because you're young. And then some people will be able to play the next part of the game, which is sort of worker placement that's acting off your engine. And that means that, like, some people grow up a little bit faster than others, right? That you're gonna be playing with that concept. And then the next part, you'll actually be using your resources to go out and do the worker placement to do things that you would do in your life, you know, and experiences that you do. So you're going to different spots to do that. But some people will still be going back to the little part that's at the beginning because they're childish, or there's some things they're still holding on to, or life experiences they're still trying to have. But then the third part is actually the final part where they need to survive. And some people will not survive, and some people will not be able to fulfill the events because they haven't had those experiences, or they can't relate, or they can partially complete them because they don't have all the tools in life that some other person does. But those are the concepts that I'm working with in this game. But it's the whole idea is there's these 3 parts of your life, and one part is the easier set collection part. One part is like a worker placement part where you're going to be going out and doing things. And then the last one is going to be completing these life tasks and goals through experiences.
Sounds cool.
So, yeah. So it's just, it's all going to be there, but it's like, I just feel like when somebody explains it though, it's like, no shit, worker. My concept, I think, is the fact that there's these 3 games going on in one full experience,
and that's fine because that's necessary. Honestly, like, I don't want games that are nothing but unique.
Right.
They don't sell.
That's the thing. Like I wanted to ask you, I guess. That's what I was. You got the question.
I want the foundation that people can relate to.
Mm-hmm.
First, we tried to make a game that was way out. Like, we tried it with London Dread. It's a bunch of mechanics. Really thought of before and done before. And I still think that's a brilliant game. And I think the time management of that, it's brilliant. And it's way too, there's no, what's the word I'm looking for? There's
frame of
no
reference.
Thank you. There's no frame of reference for people for that game. It's just brand new. And so because of that, it's difficult to get people into it because people they like the things that they can relate to, the things they understand. And like, then you're like, okay, it's worker placement, but it does this thing that you've never seen before in worker placement. And it's that thing that is like, wow, this thing is like, it's awesome. Even though, it's worker placement, but you did a thing that basically is like, well, this isn't like any other worker placement game I have on my shelf. Like, this is so cool. And I love this. Like, that's the kind of game that I'm looking for. That's the game I want to sign, because that's a game I can teach to people quickly and easily and get them hooked on it immediately, because I can go, it's like worker placement, but it does this thing. And then it's
how about one of my initial ideas with this thing is that it had, I still have it on a piece of paper I broke out today and I laughed at it. It's called Soul Bowls. So the Soul Bowls represent the different personality traits that you have. And it's like spirit, heart, or something like that. And you actually exchange them.
Wind.
It's like Captain Planet type shit, and then in the middle is balance. And you take those bowls because like there's cultures that where you mesh these things together like in a bowl or whatever. Because I had an African theme to it before, and I was like, but I still want to keep that because I remember like in Century Spice Road, I love the physical feeling of taking these resources and moving them from one spot to another. And I think people would, gravitate towards that, even though it's still very simple stuff where you're just collecting things so you can turn them in.
People love that tactile experience, man.
But I think people really enjoy that tactile experience, but does that need to be there other than just having the resources? So I was like, I think I'm just attached to the fact that I called it the soul bowl. Soul bowl. Soul bowl. So it's like you realize that like sometimes you're in love with the components a little bit too much. That was one of my first moments where I was like, I think we might have to let the soul bowls go.
Don't worry. If you ever sign with a publisher, they'll tell you when you got to let that go.
Yeah. Like, why are you bringing these raggedy ass components with you?
Right. These are gone, but I love the soul bowls. Nope. They're gone.
Yeah, I love the name Soul Bowl. Let it go, Jeremy. All right.
Killing it. We're trying to sell games here.
Yeah.
That's
where are those bowls from? They're from Century Spice Road. Okay, now you gotta let the bowls go.
I'll tell you maybe one of the worst pitches I ever had. At least it's memorable, that's for sure. One of the guys that was working in the warehouse that we were friendly with when we were working when we moved the business here to St. Louis, and we had our offices out of the miniature market warehouse. And so one of the guys working there.
Hey, fuck you, Kabuki. You said it's Myers Briggs.
Was that the 3-letter one, like the ELO? No, that's Electric
You guys
Light
are
Orchestra.
fucking killing me right now, man. You guys are fucking killing me tonight. I'm sorry, Seiko.
No, that's all right. But the guy comes up to me like, he'd been wanting to mention it to me for probably a while. But he finally got the courage up to look, he's like, I got an idea for a game. Or no, he said, I have a game, like idea for a game that I want to do. And I was like, okay. So I thought he was going to tell me a little bit about the mechanics or whatever, but no. What he said was, he's like, a game where you have animals fighting each other. And he's like, and the name of the game is called Alpha Bets.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, what's the game? He's like, I don't know.
That's where you come in.
That's where you come in.
You make the game and you give me money.
Each other, the name, mic drop, give me the money.
Okay. No, let's design this game right now.
No, let's with an S is not happening if I'm part of that S. I'm not designing that game.
So that's
no, it doesn't. All I need to know is, does it have an S or a Z at the end? That's all I need to know.
Whatever you want it to be, but here's the
design the game.
If
it has an S or a Z, I just want to know.
If that guy ever goes into a store and sees that name on a shelf, he's gonna find me. He's gonna beat my ass.
Stole my game.
Dude,
I've the shame animal bits.
Yeah, man. Actually, Jeremy, like most of my pitches are basically like what you just did. Like you just got in 2 pitches on chain, right?
Yeah.
That's basically most of my pitches is you're just hanging out with people. You're like, hey, I got this game. Here's what I'm working on. And usually they're like, oh, that sounds cool. Or sometimes they're like, oh, tell me more about that. Oh, how does that work? Oh, interesting. How far along are you on it? Huh.
That's the key. Like how far along? Like for me, I just know me. I would have to have somebody with me, a co-designer or something, because I know it. Like, me. I'm
it takes so much longer than you think it does before you do it.
Yeah. No, trust me. I have Stan Krodonsky here. Trust me. I watched the process. Like some people are just built for this.
Yeah.
He's just built for this. That's one smart motherfucker right there. He knows how to build a game. Every time he comes out with something, I'm like, I haven't seen that before. Okay. Yeah. All right, Stan. All right. Same thing, man. When they talked about dice, was it worker placement deck builder? He had that in his hands 5 years ago, just sitting there with a deck of cards. He was about to throw the design away.
Yeah.
And He was like, I remember we were sitting at this bar, and he was just like, we're sitting at the bar where we play game night. He was just like, man, I've been working with this design, and he's sitting there with the cards, and he's like, yeah, it's in this paleo thing, and da da da. And he's just kind of going through it. He's like,
Oh yeah, endless winter. Yeah.
yeah, and he was just kind of showing it, whatever. And I was like, I don't know, stick with it, man. He's like, yeah. And then we kind of had a conversation about things being baking in an oven and stuff like that, how many designs he's got and stuff. Because we had just kind of known each other for just a little bit.
Yeah.
And it was like one of his older designs. And the one that he had, Shadows of the, whatever it was, what is it called? Shadow Kingdoms of Valeria. It used to be a chef's game. It used to be being a chef.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the little dice mechanic, it was like a sushi thing,
Right.
like and the dice would go and they would change as they went around the revolutions. You're supposed to pick the dice off the line and help fulfill the orders and stuff.
Oh yeah.
I was like, damn. Yeah, it's so interesting to see how these games evolve.
Yeah. We've had lots of chats with publishers where they're like, oh, I like the mechanics, hate the theme. How would you feel about this other
do people change the theme on the spot though? Like, how do you feel about this?
By the way, I have thought of the crux of the design for alphabets in this conversation.
Go ahead. That's what I'm saying. I told you it's gonna happen. What are we talking about?
Here's the core mechanic. It has
of course you would
to stay pretty light, but everybody blind bets, right?
Uh-huh.
You are the highest bet. You have to fight either everyone else or the next two highest bets. So the crux is you want to bet hard enough that you can actually win that fight. The power you have for the fight is whatever you're betting. And so you want to be the alpha of the bets, but you want to bet hard enough you can actually win against a group pile-on. That's
so what do you get for not betting the highest? Why would you ever not just bet?
You can
give your highest bet.
You can get the whatever falls out of them. You can get wins for the fights, but you got to spread among everyone. So if you want to be the one who gets everyone else's shit, so maybe it's the next two highest bets or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so what if you just bet? What if you have something you physically bet? Physically bet, that's food tokens.
Yeah, exactly. It can get evolution vibes there. Yeah.
So so then you have predator cards and you have herbivore cards. Now the predator cards can just eat cards automatically.
Obviously.
But if you have sets of herbivore cards, they can beat the number, let's say it was an 8 to 9 or something like that. The predator just wins. But if you have 2 hippopotamuses against 1 alligator, the hippo wins. The hippos win, and you get
my core idea here. Do we have the most wins?
Right. I think we got something going on here. I think we got something. Shane, are you signing it?
No, do you see his face?
Is it an S or a Z? That's all you need to do, and then you sign. Look, we're not. We got it figured out. We just.
I want the right of first refusal. That's what I'll say. I want the right of first refusal.
Shane, I'm just waiting for Ragnaroks to come out, and then once you guys are known for Ragnaroks, Ryan, you know what game we're gonna give to him.
What?
Right? First refusal.
No, not that's the point. No, Mountain Gun.
hey, Evan, we'll be sitting at we'll be sitting at the sushi flat.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, everybody's just full. All of a sudden, Evan pulls out of his pocket. I got this game, man. I want you to take
alphabets. Check it out.
And
it's like takes the last wipe of his sushi off his mouth. Hey man, I got let's just try this game real quick. One round, man.
When that guy comes after us for stealing his idea, we'd be like, no, yours didn't have a Z. This is
just kill the whole vibe.
This is with a Z.
So Shane, first of all, we went with the Z. And I wanted to play this game.
All right, so it's alphabets.
Dude, I would pay extra money to see the look on your fucking face.
It would be better if Ryan had his own version, Evan had his own version, and Jeremy had their own version.
And it's a triple
and they're all racing, knocking each other over to get to your table first.
Triple pitch.
Look, motherfuckers, it's alphabets. The alpha is gonna win. All right.
There you
all
go.
designed separately. And the winner might get published, but probably not.
Probably not. Yeah.
But probably.
The winner gets first round.
I'm still going to make a single copy of That's the Point and ship it to Albania just to torture.
Oh, just to give it to Josh.
To give it to Josh. It'll be the only copy that exists. This is the worst game idea I've ever thought of.
It's
No,
really good.
I think your craps game was the worst idea.
That's Evan.
No, come on.
The craps game was crap.
No,
Oh, Josh loved it. Josh loved it.
it was a good game.
He did not. He was pumping.
Oh, come on.
All right, it's almost 2:30 in the morning. It's
All
time
right.
to go to bed.
It
everybody.
sure
Alright.
is.
I got to get up in
gotta
the
go.
morning and go to work for that man. So,
Yeah.
Bright and early for me, 6:30.
there you go.
Gross.
All right, everybody. Like I said before, when I showed off the Last Light mod, like 8 hours ago, it feels like.
You guys have a mod up?
Yeah, we got
Nice.
the TTS thing going on. So yeah, sign up for the playthroughs and stuff over on our Discord. So other than that, I don't know.
I already played it with the
enjoy
designer.
shoveling
so-
tomorrow. All those people tomorrow that aren't used to shoveling all the time, like me. So I'll feel your pain.
I'll be
I'm just gonna
shuffling
stay
every
inside
day.
until it melts. So,
Yeah, that's it'll
Yeah.
actually melt for you pretty quickly. So
exactly. Why should I shovel when nature will just take care of it in a couple?
Right?
there you go.